Hello, ladies, gentlemen, and everybody in between. It is day 2 of the Method Mayhem RBG tournament here in the NA region. My name is Kexman. How is everybody doing in chat? How are you all? Let me say good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are. I hope you're all doing well.
Chat,
yeah, exactly. Say it back. Say it back. But yes, once again, this is day 2, which means this is the final day of the Method Mayhem NA RBG tournament. Once again, my name is Kexman, but I am, however, joined by some fantastic, beautiful, handsome, incredible gentlemen. First off, Eddie, how are you feeling? We had some fantastic games yesterday. We're hoping today is going to deliver just as much fun and just as much action.
Yeah, I'm gonna be very excited for today. We are moving into the final stages of this tournament, and we're gonna see the best team play now. And I think it's just gonna be better and better games throughout the day. So that's gonna be awesome. And also, you two, did you match the shirts on purpose, or like you both had the red beard? Even I have red on. You can't see it due to the lightning, but it's actually full red. So yeah, I'm pretty excited, man. We're gonna see blood today, I think.
Yeah, this wasn't planned. This was not planned at all. About.
Not at all.
30 minutes before we went live, Barndor was like, "Kex, I think it might be a flannel shirt day." I was already wearing this. So it is absolutely a flannel shirt day. And speaking of flannel shirts, Barndor, yours is looking positively spiffing, if I may say so myself. As I mentioned, we had some great games yesterday. What are you expecting today?
So I am expecting just as good a games as yesterday, if not. Today's going to be another level of competition entirely. I think we got, some teams, they went to the lower bracket yesterday. Some teams, they got eliminated yesterday. I think the competition is getting closer and closer. And so I'm really excited for our first matchup today, right? Which I think is going to be one of the closest matches that we've ever seen on here. I think we've got, teams like Skitsou versus Vengeance Dream. That's going to be a super close match. I'm waiting for that one, right? You've got SEAL Team 6 versus Jim Slugga boys as well, which I think is going to be just that is going to be, who can take on Team Camel? Who's going to step up? They're both amazing top level teams. And then, the story of the tournament here, Cax, the story of the tournament, Eddie, is who can take down Team Camel?
Mm-hmm. I definitely agree on that point. And I think the first team we're going to move into, or the two first teams, it's SEAL Team, 6 a.m. and Jim Slugga boys. And I don't know, when are we moving into this? Is it going to be now?
Yeah, so that'll be the first game. We're obviously just giving time for the teams to get everybody, set up, make sure that everybody is ready. However, before we do go into the first game, I do want to give you folks a little bit of information around the Method Mayhem RBG tournament. So this is obviously a 10 versus 10, as you would expect in weighted battlegrounds. Teams can have a maximum roster of 13, and players can switch in and out in between matches as long as it is okay, as long as it is confirmed and everything is above board. Food buffs are not allowed in the tournament, but you can use battle standards, etc. And there are obviously toys that are not used in war games. Toys that can give you an advantage are not allowed in this either. We are looking at a minimum prize pool of $2,500 US. However, that can be increased by you folks as well. We are crowdfunding part of the prize pool here. ! Crowdfunding in the chat. All those donations that you give, obviously, you put those. You go follow that donation link once you do ! Crowdfunding, and it will give you all the information that you need. When we get to $150, Barndor said he will do a dry scoop. So there we go. We get to $150. So Barndor will do a dry scoop. No, there's no. So you said it yesterday.
Got it ready.
Nope.
We've got it ready here, guys.
Oh, there we go. I thought you were going to back out of it. You were going to back out of it.
Nope, not backing out of it. Just saying, right? Just saying. So far, as of yesterday, we have a cumulative total of 135 that has been donated towards the prize pool. So, if we get to 150, we'll be doing a nice little dry scoop, getting a little hyped, right? So, big shout out to everybody who contributed yesterday as well. And then, as well as the, Kexman, you were saying that for every sub that given in the chat, right, Method will also donate an additional $250. So, you see CAC22 over there just gifted a sub over to, somebody named Barn Dior. some name like that, right? So $2.50 going towards the prize pool.
Is Barn Dior your Celine Dion tribute act?
So Barn
Dior
Dior is my cologne brand that I'm coming out with.
Oh, okay. I need to get me some of that. I absolutely need to get me some of that cologne. But as you mentioned, obviously every subscription to the Method channel whilst this event is live will contribute $2.50 to the prize pool. Not only will you get access to an ad-free viewing experience, you'll get channel points, you'll get some fantastic emotes as well. But not only will you be supporting the teams, you'll also be supporting Method and these Method Mayhem tournaments as well. So make sure you check all of those out. And as you go through the tournament, if you like the look of some of the merch that appears occasionally on Barn Door's screen with a beautiful, beautiful smile, make sure you do exclamation point merch in the chat. Obviously, there is a bunch of Method merch available there, and I think there is still some very, very tiny amounts of some legacy Method merch that is also available there as well. So make sure you are checking that out as well. But as mentioned, SEAL Team 6, Jim Slugga boys, I know you were excited about this yesterday, Bandor. You said specifically that this is going to end up being one of the closest matches that we have ever seen. Is there any reason why you are thinking that at this point? Give us some insight as to why you believe that may be the case.
So some insight is I've played with and against both of these teams when it comes to a lot of the members. And when I just look at these rosters, I actually did have a nice conversation with one of the Warriors on the side of Jim Slugga boys yesterday, Torpid or Never Torpid. And he's feeling real confident in their team's ability to not just come out and take down SEAL Team 6, but also come out and take out Team Camel. They said they think they've got a real shot of taking this whole tournament. Right. And when you look, right, they have got some very big names in their team. Mucho Power, the Warlock, incredible Warlock. You see Never Torpid, you see Tridento, you see Weed Tyler, you see Jimmy Pop, their fearless leader as well. They have a very deep roster who is used to playing. And here's the thing, a lot of these teams may be used to playing at the top end of the bracket, but this team, Jim Slugga boys, is used to queuing into Camel in the ladder. They're one of the only teams that actually have a high enough MMR that consistently queue into Camel. So they have games, they have practice, they have the tools at their disposal to be able to, possibly take down Team Camel. Who knows? Every time they queue into them on ladder, they're taking notes. What do they do in AB? What do they do in Warsong Gulch? How do we take this down? So I'm excited. I feel real good about Jim Slugga boys. My hat's off to them. Love my boy Never Torpid over there. But also, you cannot ever count out SEAL Team 6, right? This team proved yesterday that they are on another level from some of these teams. They are also of that rating to where, they're used to queuing into people like Jim Slugga boys and Team Camel. They are one of the other highest teams in the North American bracket. You see Warlocks like So6. So6 is a very seasoned veteran of the high-end RBG bracket. He's been competing for years, right? And you just take a look, their roster's very deep. But the one thing I will say is they don't have like the very, very popular players like, say Jim Slugga boys, where some of their players, they will go and play with other teams, or they will, you'll see them all around the bracket. But where SEAL Team 6 shines is they have been playing together for so long. They have the rating and they have the consistency, right? They have got, the experience with each other. Yeah. So I'm just excited about it, Kex. I'm just real excited.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. You mentioned a very good point there, queuing into them. Obviously, tournament situations, you end up playing against different people, Eddie. How much of a, not necessarily an advantage, but how much more comfortable are you queuing into a team that you regularly queue into? There's nothing there that's kind of going to throw you. You know exactly how they're going to play. Is that something that these teams are going to be quite happy with?
I mean, they're definitely gonna go into the games knowing what each other likes to prefer and which maps they play. The NA scene, many of them, even though they queue at different time zones, they meet each other every now and then. It was the same thing for Team Skitsou, right? Yesterday, I was wondering when they were playing against Team Camel. It seemed like Team Camel knew that Skitsou was gonna follow their tank with the picks, because they were picking directly. They were not worrying about Skitsou being in the flag room. Maybe he was comfortable outplaying him with his skin, and he can like vortex him but the thing is, I think many of the teams maybe have to switch it a bit up and not play as regularly as they do. And also, I think SEAL team. Actually had quite good healers. It looked okay at least. XX or XZ and Trixie played quite well, I think. I think it's going to come down to that and the macro gameplay. I think macro is when teams are very equal. It comes down to who has the best strategies throughout the games, and it's not just what you come into the game with. It's also how you adapt in the game, and I think that is very important if you are this close.
Yeah, very, very true. And I mean, we've spoken about SEAL Team 6, we've spoken about Gym Slugga Boys. Obviously, that's the first game that is going to be coming up shortly here. However, if we look down at the lower bracket at this point in time, you can see that you've obviously got Free Thugger, who are currently going to be waiting on the loser of that game. They're going to be waiting on either SEAL Team 6 or Gym Slugga Boys. However, you've also got Skitsou versus the Vengeance Stream. And I want to talk a little bit about this because we saw Skitsou actually, they played a fantastic game against Free Thugger. And then they went on to face Team Camel, and Team Camel they did run over them a little bit. So now obviously we see them going up against the Vengeance Stream, and Vengeance Stream didn't, against Gym Slugga Boys, they put on, they put on a show. They actually pushed back against Gym Slugga Boys. They didn't end up losing 2-0, but when we saw them against Canyon Gaming, throughout that series, Eddie, it looked as though they got better and better as the series went on. So, maybe they're a team that need a little bit of a warm-up. Is there a danger that they could be going into this losers bracket a little bit cold?
I mean, maybe for the Venge stream, I think just as you said, that they actually looked better and better. It seemed like that they got their coordination together. Even on the flag map that they lost, they actually played well. They had the first flag, and also it basically a little came down to the wire. They were like at 18 stacks and such, so it was quite hard. I don't think it was the tank's fault in particular. But for the fact of them coming cold, I mean, I think if there's any cold team, it's Skitsou, because it's soon to be night for them. So maybe they're struggling a bit. So especially if, let's say, they make the lower bracket run, when they get into the finals, it may hit them a bit when it's late. And I also think it played a factor yesterday when they faced Team Camel, playing at 5 a.m., regardless of if you are an all-nighter or not. I think it's going to affect your gameplay. So, but yeah, your take, Bandor, here. Who do you think, if anywhere were to come in cold?
So, I mean, if anybody were to come in cold, I would also kind of give it to Skitsou just because of the timing. Now, I imagine some of them, they're gamers, right? They're used to staying up a little late, but when you're talking about late, you're talking about 2, 3, 4 a.m. Like, okay, maybe they can make that work. When, if we end up seeing Skitsou closer to the finals, that's going to be 5, 6, 7 a.m. for them, and that's past gamer hours. That's into we need to sleep, right? So if anybody were to come in cold, if anybody were to have some issues with that, I would give that to Skitsou. But real quick, Eddie, I do want to touch on what you were saying with the Vengeance Stream versus Skitsou here. I'm extremely excited for this game here, because these teams seem so evenly matched. But I did get a little insider information yesterday from the Vengeance stream as well. Got to talk to some of the members of the team, telling me that they felt they normally would play at a much, much higher caliber, a much, much higher level, but they had to have a couple subs yesterday. Yeah. Now, they told me they're going to have a little bit more closer to the main roster today. So I expect to see big things out of this Vengeance stream today. Because, I mean, that's what they said. They said, look, yesterday we had only 8 players from the roster. We had to get some subs. But today we've got our main players back. We've got our synergy, right? We're ready to rock. So I'm looking for big things out of the Vengeance stream today.
Yeah, and just to quickly elaborate, Kicks, you can take over. I think even the leader, Michelangelo, tweeted about this, that they missed their OCE players. I think it was also some time slot errors. But yeah, hopefully they can show up in full strength today.
Yeah, fingers crossed. And a good point as well is obviously some of these players, or I would imagine the majority of these players aren't necessarily, they're not full-time rated battlegrounders. They will have real life things. They will have jobs and everything like that. So there is an opportunity where, they might be working on a Saturday. Sunday might be the day where they are available completely throughout the whole day. So you may even see a couple of these teams actually have some extra players in there. I know that you mentioned a couple of them the other day, Barndor. There was a monk, if I remember rightly, that was, absolutely destroying people on the ladder that we didn't see yesterday. So maybe we will see them today. But we are going to see what our first map is here between SEAL Team 6 and Gym Slugga Boys, and we have to go to Map Roulette. For those of you that this is your first time with Method Mayhem, you do know that the first map is always spun on the Map Roulette. We do not have a set map, so these teams have to adapt on the fly. So let's spin that wheel. Chat, what map do you want to see? Eddie, before this wheel finishes, what do you want to see?
I want to see Temple just because it's the only map from this pool that we haven't played yet. So yeah, I would like to see that. And also Temple is a good map to show elaborate teamwork. Do you kite together and kill overextenders? How do you push around? So yeah, Temple for me. What about you, Barn?
Oh, Temple as well. We haven't seen it yet. I want to see a Temple. And it's going to be Temple. It's going to be Temple. Is it?
Wow.
No!
Gonna tick over. It is just gonna tick over to a Rafi Basin. It is just gonna the Map Roulette there trying to debate us into thinking it was gonna be the Temple. Yeah. But we ended up with a Rafi Basin. I mean, we obviously want to see Temple. Temple is one of those maps that it's so different from the other ones. It is effectively just one big team brawl. We enjoy seeing that. However, Arathi Basin, you've got to say Barndor is one of the better maps to start off with because, RBGs, they are fantastic. There's a little bit more to it than just arena 3v3 where you're just you just have to kill. You've got to think of the various different nodes that you need to control. You've got to think of how you're going to play the map with the classes that you have. So Arathi Basin honestly is probably one of the better maps to have as a first go here for this series.
Yeah, I agree with you as far as like Arathi Basin being a very good indicator for the first matchup of who's going to be able to step up. I think right here you've got a battle of team consistency, team experience, right, and team strategy in SEAL Team 6 versus Gym Slugga Boys that are all individually very skilled players, right? So can Gym Slugga Boys bring it all together, or will they have their individual players make the big individual plays? And so that's one of the things we like to see. Arathi Basin, is somebody going to go and going to 2v1 mines? Is somebody going to get that knock at LM, right? So I'm super excited. Arathi Basin is one of the big indicators of a team's real RBG prowess. And I'll tell you right now, if you want to win this tournament, you need to be good at Arathi Basin. Because I guarantee you, Team Camel's good at Arathi Basin, right? And if you want to have a chance at winning this, you have to give them a run for money, if not beat them on Arathi Basin in order to take this tournament. So, Gym Slugga Boys, SEAL Team 6. Personally, I think Gym Slugga Boys a little bit favored, but if I had to put it it wouldn't be, it wouldn't be 70-30, it wouldn't be 60-40. I'd give it 49-51 towards Gym Slugga Boys.
Hey. Wow, nice and close. So yeah, we are going to be going into our first game here of day 2. This is a best of 3 series between SEAL Team 6 and Gym Slugga Boys. Obviously, all these games today are going to be best of 3 until we get to the grand final where it becomes a best of 5. And Barndor mentioning there, Eddie, that you have to have, obviously, Arathi Basin or something. You have to have Arathi Basin down. As one of the OG battlegrounds, you're looking at Arathi Basin, you're looking at Warsong Gulch. Is it safe to say that if you do want to compete in a tournament such as this, you need to have one of those, if not both of those maps, absolutely nailed down as a team?
Yeah, you do. It's also because there's a lot of similarities around Eye of the Storm, for example, and Arathi Basin. The concept of ninja capping. Every node is a 6-second cap, so you can always play around that. most maps is this 6-second cap timers. Also, I looked a bit at the lineups just today, and I was trying to come up like, what is a good standard strategy for some of these tactics? And I think some of the chats might like this as well. So we're taking into account that the teams, they play a Boomy, Guardian, Rogue, and they play 3 melee, DK, Red Warrior, and Warlock, and then 3 healers, right? This is just quite baseline, maybe double Warlock. So I think what I would like to see here, that I would like to see teams, at least on this, they send Boomy, Guardian, Mines. Your Rogue sits either farm or staples. This is just for him to go middle. So the thing is, there's already a run distance, so he captures space. He can go middle and help the double melee. Usually send 1 healer and warrior. For example, it's just warrior DK with a healer mid. The third healer, or the second healer is going LM with the rest. And then you have your third healer. He's basically saying, do they have most mid or LM? Where do I go? So he always takes the fights where there's the most DPS, because that's where he's got to be, right? And this is all depending on your Rogue can go middle. Usually there's only 1 healer middle. You will have 3 DPS middle just for the opener. You can get cooldowns, you can go back. Maybe you have pressure BS, and then your Rogue, Boomy Guardian is very good at spinning GM. They have a lot of survivability. They can both off-heal each other. They can both peel each other. It's a very good way to spin a base comparing to Rogue Boomy. So I think if some of the teams do this, and they're both playing these similar 3 melee comp, I think this would be really good. And I think this is a good base strategy for all RBG players. Like, what do we do in AB? And this is a good base you can apply to most games.
Yeah.
So you put more emphasis on the Rogue then there, Eddie?
Yes, so the Rogue is basically the guy who can either choose, do I go LM, BS, or GM to bomb and go back? But the thing is, I prefer BS, because if teams know that this is your preferred strategy, they was just going to say Estelfa directly to the Rogue space, right? And he will be ghosting. So that's why BS is very good. He can directly go BS, bomb, get cooldowns, go back and defend his space. So this is, And I think Rogue is can always then, if you are losing mines, let's say Boomy dies, he can then go mines and Boomy will spawn, etc., right? So it's a very good to have your Rogue kind of free here. But yeah, we're going to see here.
Yeah, we're going to see exactly what is going to happen. We are here, game number 1 here in this best of 3. The first game of the day on day 2 of the Method Mayhem RBG tournament. Chat, let's see some hype. We have SEAL Team 6 against Jim Slugga Boys. Let's see if Eddie is correct and see just how important these rogues are. But Barndor, first 30 seconds of the match here. Let's see exactly how things play out.
Yep, I mean, we take a look at the different team comps right here. I can already see Jim Slugga Boys running with that Resto Druid. Other than that, healing comp's going to be mostly the same. DPS comp looking very similar. Right? Yeah, so the only difference you're looking at here is the Resto Druid versus the second Disc Priest. So we'll have to see, what happens when it comes to where they're going to send their healers, how they're going to utilize that. But right here, we have got the opening of Game 1, Day 2, Method Mayhem RBG Tournament, SEAL Team 6 versus Jim Slugga Boys right here.
And looking at this opener, it is very exciting. No, we don't see the Guardians' minds. We see, though, Boomer Rogue versus Boomer Rogue. I think we need to take a good look here. I think this will be the most important base. There will for sure be kills. Now, team who opens, it's usually at a disadvantage now, and if you want to open, you want to have your Boomy to cap, and then the other Boomy needs to spin him. You don't want your Rogue to show, because whoever Rogue shows late wins, basically. It's basically like a 2v2. Your Rogue always want to go on the enemy Rogue, and here Tachi getting knocked. Really well played here, and honestly, this is just complete pressure from SEAL Team here, putting them really onto the graveyard here. So, I think mines will be even more important. It looks like LM is struggling.
Yeah, when you take a look, Tachi getting knocked in the first, minute of the matchup is just detrimental for Jim Slugga Boys. LM not looking too good for them. You can see So6 right here putting in the work when it comes to the damage. But going back to mines, we see a brawl between the two teams, Boomy Rogue versus Boomy Rogue. Who is going to go down first? Who gets the Convoke off? Both of them going to try to get most of that Convoke off. Neff, I love my Cat XO, both taking a ton of damage. Weed T opening into Zurza. Is Zurza going to get globaled right here? There's the bomb on the blind. Neff comes in with the big regrowth. but I love my cat. Both of these Boomy Rogues doing a great job. I love my cat running away for his life with that soul shape. Zerza going to do everything he can to kind of peel for him, stopping Weed T from peeling out right here. But it looks like, it really looks like SEAL Team 6 might be taking this mind space. They've got the cooldowns.
Yeah, but honestly, sorry, Kix, you can take over. I think it was a slight misplay from Tyler. He did get the full sap on him and chose to open regardless. And his Boomy had no fury. If he just let his Boomy build up enough damage so he could actually Star Search, that would have gotten a kill onto Sursa. But the communication here from Tyler and I Love My Cat wasn't quite there. Now the opening here going onto the Boomy, had the convo coming out as well. This will 100% be a kill. The Zerg is inavailable. Okay, great peels from Sursa, saving Neps and coming the reverse convoke, taking the Zerg as well. This is a banger, but it seems like Tyler saved himself from the convoke with Stool, and honestly, great play, but also slight misplays. But I mean, it's just really a brawl game here.
Oh, it really is. I just want to point out as well for people that are watching, we actually have a position here in Narathi Basin where the first 2 points have been taken. Farms and stables have been taken. No other points have been taken. We're still brawling over mines. We're still brawling over lumber mill. We're still brawling over blacksmith as well. This is pretty much every team. But we do see on Jim Slugga boys, they actually have the advantage here. They have the advantage because we've actually lost Neff. So now it's 2 versus 1 here on the point here against Jim Slugga boys versus SEAL Team 6. We do see the Boom Kid coming back in to potentially help that out. Looks as though we do actually have Neff here as well. They have been able to take it. Are Jim Slugga boys going to be able to hold it? It is now 3 versus 2. This was poised on a knife edge, and now it looks like it is going to tip one way or the other, barn door.
Oh, that was an amazing cap by Jim Slugga boys right there. But we do see, unfortunately for Jim Slugga boys, that SEAL Team 6 did take LM, so they did get, I don't know if it was Tachi getting wiped there. We do see Tachi spending a lot of time in the graveyard so far. But it looks like their LM fight didn't work out. Everybody now investing into Blacksmith. So this is reminiscent of, previous expansions where we've seen it all comes down to the one team fight at Blacksmith. And so far, if that's the case, initially I would give the edge to SEAL Team 6, but they just lost a healer at Blacksmith. And then they had to peel one out from LM. So honestly, Jim Slugga boys in the lead right here when it comes to the team fight, but it's still anybody's game.
And also just a quick glaring, mana is okay for SEAL Team if they can recover until Trixie is back. Then XMe2 or XMU is gonna probably go for a drink, and it should be okay for now. Looking at Slugga boys, I mean, they're dying. Warrior's dead, Renner's dead. Like, honestly, the SEAL Team here putting the pressure on Tobias, and I really like this. The priest or the monk will rotate in again now. Full regroup here from SEAL Team. This is beautiful. Now the priest just needs to drink, and they will be completely recovered. And looking at Jim Slugga boys, struggling. Renner just spawned, but SEAL Team pushing harder and harder in. I would like to see them go for a healer here, honestly. Try get the trinket from the monk before the resto druid is back. It doesn't take more than 1 root beam and a stun. But again, like, it looks like Jim Slugga boys recover again here. Renner's coming back.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, Jim Slugga boys was up 1 healer, but they are kind of losing this Blacksmith battle right here. Tachi in the graveyard again. I Love My Cat, XO, Corruption all in the graveyard here. This is looking like the BS going to be taken here for SEAL Team 6 if something doesn't change. Now, the spinning is still there. Tridento is there doing everything he can. Of course, you've got that Rep Paladin in there too. So this is not swung one way or another yet. And just as we say that, we've got 10 players alive on both teams, everybody filing back into Blacksmith. And so now, a war of attrition. A war of attrition. Who is going to maintain their spins, right? Not let a ninja cap come off. And who is going to maintain their mana and maintain their, elongated team fight better. We've seen some teams will have great opening team fights, but when the team fight goes on for a long period of time, who can consistently do the damage, who can consistently get the kills, who can consistently get the drinks. And Eddie, I'm really putting the team fight favor towards SEAL Team 6 right now.
Definitely
yeah, I do want to point out there was an absolutely fantastic flap coming in from Neff. Looks as though Neff came in from Lumbermill. There may have been an ink on Lumbermill. Neff immediately identifying that if Neff manages to get into the middle quickly, then they're going to have the numbers. Flaps over, and it looks as though they have started to make those numbers count. You see Tachi going down. You see Isle of Ali going down as well. Gym Slugga boys are losing members right here on this Blacksmith, but they are doing just enough, Eddie, to keep Blacksmith alive for the team. Is it going to be enough in the long run? At what point are they going to start losing even more ground here?
I mean, the thing is, it looks like the Gym Slugga boys is kind of recovering, and the thing is,
look at
even, yeah, but he's inking a Guardian like it shouldn't matter. I think he's gonna go for LM. He's just going all the way around. LM is the easier base for them to hit. It is the base where we see the Rogue defending as well. Sursa is defending on LM, so really nice play here from Wheat Tyler. I think we're gonna see a Umi going LM as well, or the Guardian, but again, look, Senil dead. The healers completely dry from Gym Slugga boys. SEAL Team 6 always rolling their drinks, and now we see this is complete standard. Now, Never Torpid, he just needs to cap.
They're
capped
double ghosting for this. They're double ghosting
what
for
are
this.
They doing,
this is
man?
a risky play.
No, this is just horrible gameplay. Never Torpid needs to cap, and then I know they're trying to do a bait here, but Never Torpid, yeah, he needs to get the raw. Yes, okay, that's good, but still, like a completely waste of time. He should just cap with skin, man. And anyway,
I think it was a misplay.
He gets it.
Yeah,
He gets
I think it was a misplay though. I think Wheat Tyler went to click the flag and accidentally clicked the Warlock gate. I think, because if you notice, Wheat Tyler used the Warlock gate and accidentally went back. I think that is what happened. So they would have capped that probably 10 seconds beforehand, but because Wheat Tyler accidentally clicked on the Warlock gate, it meant that he went 50 yards away instead of going exactly where he needed to be.
I mean,
Wow.
I think no. Their plan was that he kept. You saw the druid was standing behind him because he knows that the druid might not hit the raw. So he's standing slightly behind this druid, and since he can't stand towards the cliff, then he would fall off. The druid knows that he's gonna come from behind, so he can raw him out. So that was their plan. But the thing is, they allow people to rotate in. Sursa though played it kind of bad when he got rawed. He should just trinket duel the druid. But I mean, that's for another story. Honestly, just great capitalization from Gym Slugga boys, and we see directly SEAL Team rotating down to mines as well. They knew it was ghosted, but Tachi is already there. So, I mean, it looks like it's for nothing. They are sending, though, many people here. We see 7 people from the SEAL Team gonna attack mines here. And at mines, we only have the Monk right now. Now, I don't see... You see, didn't get knocked. He should directly go and slow the healers from Gym Slugga boys. There's no reason to have your DK here if he can effectively hold 2 other healers away. With this drive, he's gonna come down now. So, I mean... Gym Slugga boys, honestly, they should recover here. 2 healers, and Renner is coming in as well.
We'll see. I mean, we've got Tachi doing everything he can to make sure to spin. We do have the backup coming from Gym Slugga boys. And I gotta say, a risky play, almost a misplay, a double ghost coming out of Gym Slugga boys to secure that 3-2 base lead. Right, and I gotta say, I don't know if Jim, aka Jimmy Pop, the leader of the team, if that was his call or what it was, but whoever that was saw they were losing BS, saw that BS wasn't going to be, they're losing the team fight. This is not how we're going to win. Made an audible, went for the double ghost, and in this case, it paid off for them. Gym Slugga boys up 3-2, and now as long as they rotate correctly and they keep their spins, they are in dominant position to potentially win this game. Right now, they're actually pushing SEAL Team 6 out of mines. And I mean, Kexman, how hard is it once you are down with a 3-2? Once you are down, if the enemy team always rotates correctly, how hard is it to come back?
Yeah, exactly. Gym Slugga boys in the driving seat here, and you're 3-2 up. It takes something special from the opposition team to beat you if you do your rotations correctly. The problem is you end up in a tournament play is very, very different from ladder play. This is the time when mistakes are they're magnified tenfold. So you need to make sure that you are playing to the best of your ability. I love the fact that Gym Slugga boys actually identified that SEAL Team 6 were pushing in hard on Blacksmith, and Gym Slugga boys were losing that fight. So they decided, well, well, instead of losing this and going 3-2 down, let's take a risk. We're going to be 3-2 down anyway. Let's take a risk and take Lumbermill. And that is exactly what happened. And now they're in a position where they just need to, as mentioned, Bondor, they need to defend. They need to make sure their rotations are correct. If they do that, SEAL Team 6 have got to play out of their skin. And if you're in the position of SEAL Team 6 now, Eddie, what do you do? What do you do to potentially turn this map into your favor?
I mean, so the good situation for SEAL Team is that Jim Slugga boys have the worst possible 3 bases. They have both LM and GM. So if the SEAL Team can force all 3 healers from Slugga boys to LM, use their DK to slow them, and then send everyone else to GM, and that means your Ghost BS as well, your Ghost Staples, and your healers that are coming from LM are then gonna defend for you for those few minutes. I think maybe that's what we're gonna see now, but honestly, that is the only real way SEAL Team can recover. They can't really kill someone at their base because they spawn every 25 seconds. So the ideal way to come back is literally just to drag 3 healers to one base and attack the other side of the map, and then you use your classes with slows to stop them. And I mean, that's what I would have done, and it's usually what also works. We saw it a lot in the previous method Mayhem, especially from Evidence, if you recall.
Yeah, absolutely. It seems at the moment, Bondor, SEAL Team 6 seem to have the better team fight. As we can see here, team fighting over Lumbermill, they are taking the advantage, but Jim Slugga boys seem to be outplaying them in regards to, you know, making sure they are moving around the map. Their macro around the map seems to be much better. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, no, that's definitely a very accurate statement. I mean, backed by what we saw at BS, backed by the amount of bodies we have in the graveyard for Jim Slugga boys. And I think it's exactly what we talked about earlier. I think SEAL Team 6 has the better fundamentals. They have the better cohesion when it comes to their players playing together. They played to their strength, which is playing a very basic, fundamental Arathi Basin. Get 2 bases, go for the team fight. What was happening? They were winning the team fight. What they didn't expect was the strength of Jim Slugga boys. Jim Slugga boys made that play. They had those players. And speaking of making that play, we have the Boomkin and Zurza making the play on Weed T right here, taking mines from them, 1v2. But do we have a base being traded here? No, we've got some spinners right there, Torpid. But SEAL Team 6 taking back mines. Nobody was able to back up Weed Tyler because half the team was in the graveyard. And now the question is, Eddie, do they win with 3? They're only behind by a little bit, but Arathi Basin scoring is completely different. Jim Slugga boys. Wait, no, they just took.
Yeah, they took Staples. They were going.
They just took Staples.
Yeah, but yeah, it was a good attempt from SEAL Team. Even though they got the 3rd base, it wouldn't have mattered. Jim Slugga boys were in a comfortable enough lead. Also, the SEAL Team, they were so close to getting LM. Now, if they had the 4 bases, then it would have been perfect. But Jim Slugga boys would still have gotten Staples, as we just saw. So yeah, I mean, honestly, great play from Jim Slugga boys, but I will also call out Sursa a bit. Now, he was kinda the reason why they lost LM. So what happened is that he got rawed out, which is kinda standard. Now, usually you sit the raw, you get cloned or kidneyed, and then you trinket that. But what happened was he got stepped, marked for death, kidneyed by the rogue, and then he got dueled. And I mean, he could have trinketed earlier and dueled the druid and counteracted the whole play. But it's all about thinkers. This is why there's global cooldowns. So when you see X, you need to press Y, right? And basically, I mean, Weed Tyler was just too fast, honestly. But yeah, good attempt from Sursa. But you need to be able to win those 2v2s if you want to be a good defender.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing is I think that's going to be the battle between these 2 teams, is going to be the team that has better fundamentals, in my opinion, is going to be SEAL Team 6, but the team that has the flashy players, right? You know, the people who, like Weed T, who can make plays, right? I think that's going to be Jim Slugga boys. So when you have these 2v2, 3v3 situations, right, you have those in favor of Jim Slugga boys, and we see them trying to put the nail in the coffin here with that 4th base, the Boomkin coming in to stop it. But it looks like game 1 in this series is gonna go to Jim Slugga boys. But honestly, much closer game than I'd like to say much closer game than we expected, but Kex, Eddie, I think we both expected this to be a very close series.
Yeah, it was going to be close from the get-go, and it looks as though Gym Slugga Boys are going to be going up 1-0 here in the best-of-3 series, our first series on the Method Mayhem RBG tournament. And, as mentioned, I mean, you take a look on the side of Gym Slugga Boys, look how many people are dead. Now, obviously, this is towards the end of the game. They know that they have won this, but that was a regular sight for us, seeing 5-6 people dead at any one time, specifically when SEAL Team 6 started to push really, really hard on that lumber mill. But
oh my gosh,
at the end of the day, Eddie, the damage is, 8.1 million on a Warlock. Surprise, surprise, a Warlock is top of the damage. Who would have thought? But yeah, as I was saying, Eddie, they're doing the team fights are incredible. They're absolutely tearing through through Gym Slugga Boys. But Gym Slugga Boys had they kind of had the nuts to go, okay, let's double ghost in on Lumber Mill. Let's make sure, hey, you're taking mine. Guess what? We've just taken stables from you. They were making the plays across Arathi Basin, and realistically, I think if anybody is out there that is looking to improve upon your Arathi Basin play, it's safe to say that if you are able to coordinate your team properly to be able to take these bases at crucial points, it's way more important than winning that team fight.
Yeah, and honestly, it just also sets us up for a great series. I think, honestly, I just take a quiet glance at the kills as well. Like, the SEAL team had so much pressure. We all also saw it at BS, right? They were maybe eventually going to win BS, but their struggle at BS was also... they got it, but that's because Gym Slugga Boys gave it after they got LM. Their struggle was kind of when you have 3 melee, you can kill people, but it's very hard to wipe people. And there's quite a difference between killing and winning the base, right? And this is why we see a lot of double boomy warlocks in EU and stuff, because when you get the initial kill, you still need to finish them off. And even we saw Never Torpid at the one point where they were close at losing BS, he was actually sitting there in stealth. So even if everyone died, Never Torpid was there, and it's also due to the fact that all his friends they spawn back at stables. So farm, sorry. So great situation from Gym Slugga Boys, played really well around the map, and this is what I wanted to see from the NA teams as well. Some proper macro play.
Yeah, absolutely. If you're SEAL Team 6 here, Barndor, you get map pick next. So the loser of the game manages. The loser of game 1 will pick second map. You must be taking a look at the team fight and going, we pretty much tore them to shreds whenever we had the team fight on Blacksmith. Even the team fights on Lumber Mill, they were pretty much tearing them to shreds. It's just that, Gym Slugga Boys had 1-2 people that were able to consistently keep flipping, obviously, the flag. Is that something that, they're going to be looking at? Are they going to be looking at that team fight and making a map pick based on that?
I think they totally could. I mean, of course, you'd be out of your mind not to look at your team's strengths and your team weaknesses and try to play, not try to play towards the strengths. And so when I think you're SEAL Team 6 right now, you're looking and you're choosing Battle for Gilneas. And I think that because that is what they chose, Battle for Gilneas here. And so I think this does play to their strengths, but I think... I would have chosen more of a Katmangu, to be quite honest, because I think they have the team fight for it.
You just want to see Temple, don't you? You just want to see
Yes,
Temple.
I do want to see Temple, but I think Battle for Gilneas leaves that second base. So the team fight's going to be the team fight, but I think it leaves that other base open for players like Jimmy Pop and players like WeT to make that play. And we've seen that even though SEAL Team 6 does have the better fundamentals, they do have the better team fight, Gym Slugga Boys has the better off carts. They have the better 2v2, the better off-node play. So I don't know if I would have chosen Battle for Gilneas, just because, yes, you can take the Waterworks team fight, but it doesn't mean anything if you lose Lighthouse at the same time.
Yes, obviously that is very true, but you've got to say, Eddie, on a map like Battle for Gilneas, obviously Gym Slugga Boys do seem to have that better coordination in regards to capping points, capping the off point. A map like Battle for Gilneas, though, it's such a small map that, yes, you can do it, but it's a lot more difficult to do than on a map like Arathi Basin. So would you say this does favour SEAL Team 6 over Gym Slugga Boys?
Yeah, I think it does definitely. Like worst case, SEAL Team 6, if they are very reliant on their rogue as well, comms wise, you can always go outlaw. You put your guarding on defender, then you're for sure like they can ink all day if you want with retire. It's just gonna press incarn worst case. You can always rotate, so you can always put a guardian on that base if you're really worried that they're gonna do some ink shenanigans. But I would have went for Guineas as well if I were SEAL team. Looking at the last team fight, that would definitely be my pick. And honestly, this is also a good note of thumb. Many people are like, when you're in a team fight, why didn't you see that guy leave? Well, it's actually the defender who has to have the overview of the map. Many people don't understand this aspect. So when he's defending Olgineas, he will have to tell his team, guys, there's Toon Stealth, I need a floater. So the defender actually has a quite important job. People think that they're just standing still. No, they need to track the map. They need to track all the enemies. They need to see what they're doing, and they can also call their teams accordingly. And I mean, that's, shout out to defenders. They don't get enough love, but there's many who don't fulfill this role either. So SEAL team, they should be fine. Their rogue should have enough eyes to see if he should be attacked.
I must be playing with the wrong defenders then, because I reckon my defenders are alt tabbed out.
Yeah.
So maybe I need to find myself some new defenders. Who knows? They're alt tabbed out. They're looking at something else. They're browsing the Fantastic Method merch store. That's exactly what they're doing whilst they're doing it. ! Merch in the chat. Battle for Guineas, Jim Slugga Boys, SEAL Team 6. If this does go to a map number 3, Barn Door, would you expect them to pick something like Warsong Gulch, a flag map, something that is, it's relatively, the onus is in both teams' hands. It's not, you're not inting on bases or anything like that. You get the flag, you defend the flag. Would we expect to see something like, something like Warsong Gulch as a map number 3 between these teams?
Yeah, I would absolutely expect to see a Twin Peaks Warsong Gulch come out for a map 3 if that's the case. I think Jim Slugga Boys has the team, has the players that is set to win a Warsong Gulch, a flag map. I think, that will be their strength, of course. I think, honestly, their team is set up to beat not just SEAL Team 6, but like a Team Camel at the Warsong Gulch Twin Peaks. I feel real confident in their ability to win that, but their ability to win a battle for Guineas, I don't know how confident I feel in that. SEAL Team 6 is a very strong team fight. So, but Kexman, I've got a funny story for you about that. So, Season 1, I was leading a team, and I played with the same rogue every time. His name was Twisted. Big shout out, love you, buddy. Twisted QT, and he capped every base. Every base I ever sent him to, he was amazing, great rogue. And then whenever I sat him on a base, he always got capped on. He get capped on by a brewmaster monk. Like, Quist, what are you doing? Why can't you sit a base? It's like, sorry, I was busy. Like, and then one day, he's streaming, and I look, and he's guarding a base, and he's playing like Candy Crush on his phone while he's guarding the base. So that's what I assume everybody guarding a base is doing now.
You've got to have your own entertainment as you're guarding a base, because nothing else is going on. But I tell you what, we have got everything going on here on this Battle for Guineas between SEAL Team 6 and Jim Slugga Boys. Jim Slugga Boys currently 1-0 up in the series. If they win this, they do move on in the upper bracket. SEAL Team 6 will drop down to the lower bracket. So SEAL Team 6 playing, obviously, to stay in this upper bracket. Eddie, what is this brawl going to look like? First 30 seconds, the action has started.
I mean, both comms are a bit similar, but again, taking a big chance at Jim's team. 2 Warlocks, really insane, and we see 2 Booms on SEAL team. Now, a big opener here already. We already saw the Dome used from the Priest, Rapture used, Penance used, PS used. Strip has actually no cooldowns left. Holy shit. Sorry, I can't swear, but the pressure from SEAL team here is immense. Strip is actually already empty of all his cooldowns, and I mean, double Warlock. Great adaptation from Jim Slugga Boys, but apparently the 2 Boomies are hitting a bit harder.
I mean, yeah, this is, speaking of roster swaps here, this is the premiere of Mucho Power in this tournament. This is what I've been waiting for coming out of Jim Slugga boys. He is a multi-rank 1 Warlock. You put him in a 2v2, 3v3 situation, he is always going to have those arena skills shine. So we know he knows the rotation. We know he knows what to do. The question is will he be able to put that to play here in an RBG, not just a 3v3 matchup? So look for Mucho Power to be potentially rivaling So6. We saw So6, the Warlock on the side of SEAL Team 6, absolutely demolishing everybody as far as the damage goes. So they needed to bring out that Mucho Power. So I don't know. As far as the Warlocks go, yes, the Warlocks are going to be that war of attrition for sure. They're going to be pumping that massive damage. But the play really is going to look at the healers. I mean, look at Jim Slugga boys. Rena, almost only has Iron Bark. Just kidding. Doesn't have Iron Bark anymore. Strive, almost in a clone. And then your Mistweaver, also almost Now you look on the side of SEAL Team 6. They've got mana, right? They're still relatively healthy. Jim Slugga boys is getting rolled over in this team fight. I mean, you don't see it now.
Yeah.
Give it a couple seconds, you'll see it.
Yeah, and the story is actually telling itself right now. SEAL team was known for the healers, and honestly, great allocation of mana. And this is the power of double disc. If you can actually atonement heal, you are actually counteracting all the damage coming out for Warlock. And also a big shout out to Trixie. Every time Mucho Power is setting up his Soul Rod for live stream, boom, we get the revival from the monk. And this is creme de la creme gameplay. This is the only reason why you even bring a monk. He can counter rifts and he can counter soul rod warlock drains. And honestly, Trixie here, and I think he was the leader as well. Great performance from him. Great performance from SEAL team here in the team fight. Jim Slugga boys, on paper, people would favor double Warlock, but they're really counteracting them. Now it's all about, can they finish this off? Chachi is dead. Can they get one more kill on the DPS? Maybe go on the Warlocks here. We see that Jim Slugga boys, they are completely dry, so you should focus as soon as the healers are on the opposite team. You should always go DPS, because they cannot heal it. And your healers should also be struggling, so it's really good that you actually go into the DPS. And I mean, clean wipe here from SEAL team. It looks like Jim Slugga boys is trying to reset this and take a refight.
Yeah, exactly. As mentioned, the team fight from SEAL Team 6, incredibly potent against Jim Slugga boys. And you look at the mana differences. I mean, obviously, the health difference is very, very stark as well. But the healers on the side of Jim Slugga boys, every single healer was tapped, completely empty, running on fumes. They needed to get a mega pint of mana, and it wasn't working out for them. Look at SEAL Team 6. Even throughout that entire fight, at no point did it look as though any of their healers dropped below 20% mana. And even if they did, they were able to get away and get a drink. Obviously, still very, very early game here. You know, there's still a lot to play for in this, in this battle for Gauntlet. Is there a world where we see Jim Slugga boys potentially try and change tactics bond, or potentially try and go for that lighthouse get?
I think so, and I think that what you see now, right? The first team fight is, you always have to commit to the first team fight. You have to see, do we have a chance at winning the team fight? And if the answer is no, as we kind of saw in the first one, it kind of gives you the idea. Did their healer just get 100-0'd?
Yeah.
Did they just, oh my gosh. Wait, the Boom Kid goes down too. They're up 2-0. Strike what I'm saying. Jim Slugga boys come back hard in this team fight, and they might actually be showing signs of life here. They could take Blacksmith back. Wait, did I just said black? I just said black.
You just said blacksmith. It's Waterworks. But I mean, yeah, they came back in. They came sprinting out of the blocks, immediately deleting that Disc Priest. They've also taken down Nephia, so the Boomkin's back in, but they're still one player down. Is it going to be enough to make it count, though? Are Jim Slugga boys going to be able to make this number advantage count? Ashpala dropping low as well. They need to make sure they are keeping Ashpala up, because the amount of damage they're doing. Matt Dubb is also dropping low. Matt Dubb is down, as is Trixie. SEAL Team 6 are losing players at a rate of knots. Jim Slugga boys coming through and saying, okay, you may have won the first team battle, but that doesn't mean anything in the war. They come back and they are going to be taking Waterworks here away from SEAL Team 6.
Oh,
maybe some complacency on the side of SEAL Team 6 there, Eddie.
Zers is coming in for the spin.
Yeah, but it shouldn't be enough. He took the gate and got out of stuff. I mean, a classical NA rogue, I guess, today, taking gates and getting out of stuff. Regardless of that.
No, they don't have it yet. SEAL Team 6 is still spinning.
I mean, even so, they have so much pressure. Even so, this dude will run off. He will die. Neff is here. They have no Guardian to follow up. The boom. I mean, let's see. But Neff shouldn't be enough. Look at Tachi. He's already positioning, ready to slow. I would even argue that Jim Slugga boys should send the healers out to slow. I don't know why it's a DPS that's slowing and not a healer.
They're still spinning.
And yeah, they're spinning it. I mean, Jim Slugga boys could definitely have played this a bit differently. But honestly, SEAL Team, great recovery. Sursa, a bit redemption from the call out before. Really great play here. He really held it for long. Neffs as well with the massive roar when he came in now, and if they can stay alive now, exits it. He needs to stay alive now. He needs to stay alive. They need 3 healers. They need to have Trixie coming in here, and a great setup from Trixie. Tyler is ghosting right now. Tyler is ghosting. I think Renner ran back to defend. Even more great plays, and you see like Jim Slugga boys capitalizing on this, sending every reinforcement in here. They really want Waterworks.
Yeah, I mean, they're on a time crunch for sure. I mean, in Gilneas, if you can manage to hold 2 bases for a set amount of time, of course, you're going to have to hold it until it's 850, not 660. So we do see that Jim Slugga boys, they have time. As long as they keep up what they're doing right here, they're going to be able to get Blacksmith and it's going to have enough time. But a very good spin coming out of SEAL Team 6 there. In the end, it does put them in a disadvantage, but we do see good spins coming out from SEAL Team 6. However, in the end, it doesn't even matter.
Yeah, exactly. Tyler here, we see just absolutely deleting the Monk. Just making sure that, nope, you're not getting your healer back into this fight. SEAL Team 6 did a great job in holding Waterworks there, but is it going to be enough? Obviously, there is still time for SEAL Team 6 to potentially turn this back in their favor. We will have to wait and see. We see just how powerful their team fight is up against Jim Slugga boys, and it looks as though the 2 teams are going to be getting back at it very, very shortly. But if you're on the side of SEAL Team 6, you're also, you've got to keep one eye on Lighthouse. You know exactly what Jim Slugga boys can do here. So, maybe not necessarily nervous, but they're going to be very aware of what could happen if they overstep too much here in this battle for Gilneas. But at this point in time, SEAL Team 6 definitely ahead on points. But Eddie, I think it's safe to say at the moment, Jim Slugga boys seem to have the momentum.
And I think Jim Slugga boys just swapped their strategies. Before they were going DPS, and this game they were like, no, we're gonna go healers. But as I say that, Striv dead again, even with PS. He had not have a trinket, but still, Tachi dead as well. I think SEAL Team is gonna put a lot of pressure here back onto Jim Slugga boys here, especially seeing with 2 kills already going in their favor. And honestly, I mean, SEAL Team, they still have around 3 minutes from now to get the base. So it's not over for them at all. And I mean, it all comes down to how they really convert these kills. And now the Boomkin's dead. This should not happen. Neffs can't die. You can't lose DPS when you're already killing the enemy. I'm sorry to say.
Oh, and both Boomkins on the side of SEAL Team 6 go down. We see both teams are trading kills here. And all this DPS is just on both sides just so deadly. We've seen both of these teams come out swinging, being able to land the kills. But Jim Slugga boys, the war of attrition, they are winning it right now. They do get Tachi back into the fight. They get Renner with a little bit of mana there. I think he just got innervated by his Boomy. You see Strive and their Mistweavers doing much better on mana than SEAL Team 6, and SEAL Team 6 is losing players. They were up 2-0 and they just, I don't know what happened. They were up 2-0 and just started losing players. They lost their 2 boom keys. Boom keys? What's a boom key?
Boom keys. I mean, they are key to victory sometimes, so maybe boom key is actually a correct name. The boomkin here has come back, but we do see, as mentioned, they've lost so many players, and Matt Dub comes back up immediately, and then Ashpal is dead, and then boomkin is dead. They're losing, all of their healers are dead as well. They're absolutely collapsing whenever they come in against Jim Slugga boys here. Jim Slugga boys seems to have planted their feet here at Waterworks, and they are saying, no, you are not reclaiming this. We do see I Love My Cat maybe taking a little look around, just making sure that there's nobody going to be inking here. Obviously over to the Horde side, making sure that that is completely secure, and then heading straight back into Waterworks to help defend that again. And as this game goes on, Jim Slugga Boys getting closer and closer to overtaking SEAL Team 6. But Eddie, still plenty to play for. This match is not over by any stretch of the imagination.
No, just as fast as we saw SEAL Team die before this, in the same time they can kill Jim Slugga Boys. So they have one last go. They have around, 1.5 minutes, honestly. So they need to be pretty quick. But again, I would say like pretty well played by Jim Slugga Boys. When they came into the second team fight, they really went hard on the healers, and the setup was way more clean. We saw the spear with the DK and red, and you really need to use all 3 CDs at the same time when he pops his Avenging Ring, so you do damage. And now Ashe taking a lot of damage, and no, Ashe doesn't have bubble, so Ashe is a very good target in this scenario. After the Avenging Shield is down, he essentially has nothing more than his own Holy Light or Holy Procs to heal himself. But again, I mean, Jim Slugga Boys, on their comms they should be right now, guys, we spam clone, we only sit DPS, and we just stop their goes. So a good way to how do you peel people? You use your own stuns to counteract their goes. So when the warrior stuns your healer to burst, you stun the warrior. You don't need to do it or make it harder than just literally counteracting him 1-to-1. So I would say Jim Slugga Boys could put this in the bag quite easily.
Yeah, we see Neff almost going down right here, taking a ton of damage. SEAL Team 6 doing a great job, even while Trixie is in that root beam.
Is it 2016 all over again? Because Harambe is dead.
Oh my god. And yeah, Harambe died. But I don't think it will matter too much for Jim Slugga Boys. Jim is holding out.
Oh gosh.
I'm sorry, I've completely derailed everything. Harambe is back alive. There we go. We are losing 2 more players on the side of SEAL Team 6. Matt Dub and Ash Pala also dropping down again. Jim Slugga Boys looking really solid right here. They have just planted their flag here at Waterworks, and they've said, you may have taken the first fight, but we are going to make sure that we do not lose this once again. Neff dropping down. You've got to imagine that there's maybe one more opportunity for SEAL Team 6 here, Eddie, but I don't think I think the points are too much for them.
Yeah, and honestly, I just think that maybe they were disrespecting the initial go on the second time we had the team fight. The SEAL team, they were playing really well on AB on team fights. They played well in the initial one, but then the opener, I think what happened was that when we saw the Warrior Red DK go, there was no Dome, and you really need to use your cooldown to counter this, and Dome is the best one to do it with. So maybe a slight miscommunication from SEAL team. Maybe it wasn't up from the previous fight, but I'm pretty sure it is. It's not the longest cooldown in the game. So, but again, applaud to Jim Slugga Boys. They were playing well together, even though they were struggling as well. So yeah.
I mean, when you take a look at it, I think SEAL Team 6, they saw the first match there and they said, okay, we win the team fight 100% of the time, but I don't know whether it was just a misplay or a lucky crit or what it was, but as soon as Jim Slugga Boys, in that second matchup, they got that first kill, they smelt blood in the water, and they just knew, like, hey, maybe we don't always lose the team fight. Maybe we don't lose 100% of the time. Let's push for it and see if maybe we can beat this team in the team fight. And what's happened is a SEAL Team 6, maybe they just underestimated their opponent's ability to team fight because, they saw they were winning. They saw they won the first team fight, so they relaxed a little bit. And that's when Jim Slugga Boys caught them. And now we see a 2-0 winning the first series of the day. Jim Slugga Boys will go on to face Team Camel in the semifinals.
Absolutely. What a fantastic performance from Jim Slugga Boys. SEAL Team 6 dropping down to the lower brackets. They will be taking on Free Thugger later on down in that lower bracket. But what a performance coming in there. The start of Battle for Gneis, we expected it to be a team fight map, Eddie. We expected it to be something that obviously SEAL Team 6 were going to be very, very proficient at. And for the first team fight, it looked as though that was going to be the case. They managed to slowly but surely rot out Jim Slugga Boys and take it. And then all of a sudden, out of nowhere, I don't know whether it was, I don't know what happened, but Jim Slugga boys just suddenly they took a big old gulp of fight milk, went straight back in, and from then on in, they looked comfortable up against SEAL Team 6 in those team fights.
Yeah, they did, and honestly, maybe the swap in from Mucho Power. I'm not sure if he was playing the first game at least. They at least only had he wasn't, right?
No, he was not in the Arathi Basin.
Yeah.
That was his first game that was his first game that he's actually played in this tournament so far.
Okay, because I was saying, like, we also saw the damage distribution and his overall kills was quite high in the end. So, I mean, in EU, right, if you have that melee comp, you're sitting Warlock all day, even though it's Aphly and you argue, oh, well, it's Aphly, they can still cast, right? But when you have a DK, you just grip the Destro on top of the Aphly and you just stack the casters together. This is the best way to play it out. You want to sit them and you burn their cooldowns. And, I mean, yeah, great play from Jim Slugga boys. Honestly, nothing to take away from them. I think they had the better teamwork as well. We saw that on AB, so well-deserved progression into the upper bracket.
Yeah, absolutely. SEAL Team 6 do drop down. Next match that we do have coming up, Vengeance Dream versus Skitsou. Obviously, that will be coming up shortly after the break. But before we do go to that break, I just want to mention, Barndor, seeing these two teams go at it, you mentioned it was going to be relatively close, and realistically, it was. Are these teams obviously keeping an eye on what the other teams are doing in the tournament? Are they seeing, okay, they're doing X, Y, and Z, their best maps are X, Y, and Z, let's make sure that if we do come up against them, or if, let's see where we would come up against them. Are they doing all this research beforehand, or are they being a little bit more relaxed about it, do you think?
So my opinion of it, and I could be wrong, right? Any team leader out there can feel free to correct me. But I think that almost every team out there is taking a look at the other teams and saying, hey, this is where we're strong, this is where they're strong. If we lose a game, we're going here. If they do this, we do that. If they sub in another Warlock, we're doing this. The only team that I think that may feel that they don't need to do that might be Team Camel. I think Team Camel, and this is the thing, I compare them to like the New England Patriots, right? When they won so many Super Bowls in a row. Team Camel has won every single RBG tournament over and over and over. So I imagine that they're in a mindset where we don't care who it is. We don't care what Jim Slugga Boys is doing. We don't care what SEAL Team 6 is doing.
Doesn't matter who you throw at us, we are going to be able to take them. Well, we are going to be taking you folks to a break, but when we come back, obviously it is going to be Skitsou versus the Vengeance Dream. But during the break, I want you to look at two things. I want you to look at two things. Number one, exclamation point merch. Go and check out that fantastic Method merch that is available. Number two, go and check out the crowdfunding, exclamation point crowdfunding. The prize pool is a minimum of $2,500, but you can increase that as well. There is a link in chat if you do, exclamation point crowdfunding. Take you there. You'll be able to donate. We are just $15 away from Barndor doing a dry scoop. So when we come back from break, I would love us to be able to do that dry scoop if we do get that extra $15. Make sure you're checking those out and make sure you do not go anywhere, because the Method Mayhem RBG tournament rolls on after this.
Woohoo!
I know it's a little bit too much for sure. So cool, but we're always coming back for more. Egos in this wicked game, it's all for sure. Oh, I've got you. If we figured out what it's all about, takes a second and then we're back it again. Coaster ride for the triggered minds, but I don't ever want us to stop it. Go ahead, till let me smile for all I care. Just wanna stay close, don't say that. Ain't gonna leave ya, and I wanna sabotage. You're a million. I adore how we always end up on the floor. We know how to push the buttons to the core. I've got you. If we figured out what it's all about, takes a second and then we rock it again. Coaster ride for the triggered minds, but I don't ever want us to stop it. Go ahead, tell them it's my fault for all I care. Just wanna stay close, don't say bye. Ain't gonna leave ya, I don't wanna sabotage. You're a million. We figured out what it's all about. Takes a second and then we rock it again. Coaster ride for the triggered minds, but I don't ever want us to stop it. Go ahead, tell them it's my fault for all I care. Just wanna stay close, don't say bye. Ain't gonna leave ya, I don't wanna sabotage. You're a million. I am so good at pretending. Keep on smiling in my tiny bubble, like a movie without ending. Spending time like it was going backwards. Posters covering my walls, but they fall down. Diving deeper in the books that we read blind. Breathing in and breathing out to get smarter. Not working out for me, yeah. Got no money on my mind, tell my mommy I'm alright. Even laughing at the jokes you tell me. Keep myself inside the lines, neat and tidy all the time. If you ask me, I am fine. Got no money on my mind. Repeating patterns like the others. Meditation through the yoga lessons. Going greener by the minute. Soon I can't wear any other colors. Posters covering my walls, but they fall down. Diving deeper in the books that we read blind. Breathing in and breathing out to get smarter. Not working out for me, yeah. Got no money on my mind, tell my mommy I'm alright. Even laughing at the jokes you tell me. Keep myself inside the lines, neat and tidy all the time. If you ask me, I am fine. Got no money on my mind.
Welcome back, ladies, gentlemen, and everybody in between. My name is Kexman. I am joined by Eddie and Barndor, and this is the Method Mayhem NA RBG tournament. And what an incredible game we started off with. Jim Slugga boys taking the best of 3 series 2-0 against SEAL Team 6. But we now move down to the lower bracket. We're going Skitsou versus the Vengeance Dream. These teams will be playing for their survival in this tournament. Whoever loses this drops out of the tournament entirely. And you've got to say, Eddie, Vengeance Dream, they played some fantastic games. They seemed to get better as the tournament went on yesterday. The more games they played, the better it seems that they became. Skitsou, however, we've seen them put together some good performances, and it's unfortunate to see them down here in the lower bracket. Is there any favorite for you at this point in time between these two teams?
My favorite is personally the Korean team's Skitsou with the 4 Taiwanese. We have to be correct today. And the reason why is I think that their overall macro understanding and I guess, strategy availability. They can play double rogue. They play hunter. You know, they play a lot of different things. So I would give them the slight edge. Now I think the Vengeance Stream is probably gonna try and redeem themselves on a flag map if they have their core lineup, as Barn mentioned earlier. So yeah. They will of course play a factor, but my overall, I'm slightly giving it to Team Skitsou, and I think it could be a 2-0.
Yeah, maybe a 2-0 for Skitsou against the Vengeance Dream, according to Eddie. Barndor, would you agree with that, or do you feel as though Vengeance Dream potentially might be able to sneak this one?
I think I am going to go against Eddie here, and I'm going to throw it for the Vengeance Dream. Partly because I'm a believer in the Vengeance Dream myself, but also because, you know, I have had a little bit of a chat with the Vengeance Dream earlier today, and talking with them, they have some players today that they didn't have yesterday, and they were very adamant that yesterday was not their best performance, and even though they managed to stay alive in the tournament, that they would do much better if they had their main team. And I know today they have a big addition, Zaven. Right, Zaven is a very good druid, meaning that they would have Tub on the rogue potentially, or Tub would go back to the bench. Therefore, we'll see what that change does. I mean, I'm sure you guys, understand the idea of playing with your main team in a tournament, right? Having to get alternates for a tournament is rough. They don't know how you play. There's so much to explain. Hey, when they do this, we do this. This is our strategy here. This is our strategy there. So having your main team is that much better for you. So I expect big things out of the Vengeance Stream today. And I do expect that we do see them potentially redeem themselves on a flag map.
Well, we're going to have to find out exactly what map we go to here for the first game in this best of 3. Of course, it does mean that we go to our map roulette. We haven't seen Temple of Kotmogu yet. We have seen every single map apart from Temple. So maybe, fingers crossed, we see Kotmogu right now. But let's spin that wheel. Chat, what do you want to see? Let's find out exactly what we get. Is it going to be a Twin Peaks? Is it going to be a Rathi Basin? That seems to be the favorite for the map roulette wheel at the moment. So fingers crossed, it is spinning. It is spinning. Is it going to land on that Temple, or is it going to trick us with Arathi Basin or Twin Peaks? It looks as though we are going to be going to Arathi Basin here, and Arathi Basin, 2 roulette spins in a row. Sometimes roulette can be a cruel mistress, but as mentioned in the series before, Eddie, Arathi Basin, a pretty solid map to start off with against these two teams, because it is one of the OG maps, one of the OG RBG maps that you would consider in World of Warcraft.
Yeah, it is, and I think Team Skitsou are definitely happy with this pick. I think we're going to see double rogue right from the get-go. I think we're going to see them try and ink, but I also think that the Vengeance Stream, now since they can't play multiple tanks, they're probably going to opt into the Guardian Rogue for defenders, so Michelangelo is probably going to go Havoc here. But I would have liked to maybe see them try to utilize the tank if it's what their team is relying a lot on normally on the ladder. I would like to see them try and adapt that in. And I mean, you can defend with a Boomy. It's not like they are bad either. So if you really want the Vengeance, it is a possibility.
Yeah, we were talking before, obviously, before we went live today, and you were mentioning, Bandor, just how effective Vengeance Demon Hunters can be at defending these flag points, can even be, potentially taking the flag points as well. We saw them yesterday on sort of these maps, they tended to play the Guardian Druid. Are you expecting that to continue today?
See, if I'm the Vengeance Stream, I'm conflicted, because they, of course, want to play Vengeance. Their leader is a Vengeance Demon Hunter. She's very hardcore Vengeance. But every game that they did win in this tournament, it's hard to deny, she was playing Havoc. She didn't win a single game as Vengeance. She won those games as Havoc. So, if I'm on the side of the Vengeance Stream and I'm seeing Arathi Basin, they already won Arathi Basin in this tournament with her as Havoc. So I would expect to see Havoc here. Now, I wouldn't be surprised if I saw the Vengeance, just because she's back to, the main team comp. She's, a lot more familiar. She's got a lot of her, go-to players. But at the same time, I think it'd be more advantageous for them to have that Guardian Druid and then have that Havoc. So I expect to see that. I wouldn't be surprised if they still play that Vengeance.
Yeah, I mean, it is option. I mean, the Vengeance Dream is there in the name. I mean, maybe that's what it is, the Vengeance Dream, and then you wake up and you play Havoc like pretty much every other Demon Hunter out there. You know, we'll have to wait and see. But once again, Skitsou, we've seen them put on some fantastic performances here. Obviously, it is relatively late where they are. I imagine it's probably around about 2 a.m., 3 a.m. where they are currently, Eddie. But that's peak gamer hours. That's peak gamer. That is where gamers are at their strongest.
True.
So, are you expecting maybe a little bit of a sweep here for Skitsou, or do you feel as if the Vengeance Dream can potentially, put a little bit of a banana peel in the path there for them?
I mean, seeing this map, I'm even more comfortable with my 2-0 call, and I agree. Yeah, you can say it's peak hours for them. They will probably hope to peak in the final, though, not now. But still, they're in the lower bracket, and they need every bit of strength they can get. So for Team Skitsou here, it's gonna be something they're very happy with, and I mean, it's all up for the Vengeance Dream. They probably know that Team Skitsou is going to opt into double rogue, so how would they counteract this? Are they going to go for more teamfight reliant comp, take it really safe, just spin mines, get LM, teamfight BS, like the standard one we saw for the SEAL team versus Team Slugga boys as well, where they was fighting a lot for BS. So yeah, it's probably going to be around that, but I think Skitsou, not the team, but the rogue himself is going to ink a lot. So yeah.
Yeah, we're going to have to wait and see exactly what happens as we take a look at the beautiful green fields of Arathi Basin, soon to be stained red with the blood of both the Horde and the Alliance here. The Vengeance Dream versus Skitsou, game number 1 in this best of 3 in the lower bracket. These teams are playing for their survival here in the Method Mayhem RBG tournament. Barndor, we're expecting to potentially see that Havoc Demon Hunter, but maybe we will see something slightly different. We're going to have to wait and see. Walk us through the first 30 seconds of this battleground.
Well, I think the play is going to be who goes down to mines. We're definitely going to need to see what that is. And then right here, we see a Havoc Demon Hunter as expected, right? Havoc Demon Hunter and then a Guardian Druid. Now, I will point out one thing that's going on that you can see. This Havoc Demon Hunter might be going for the fast cap. So one thing that you can do as a Havoc is you can get on top of this gate. You can stand on top of this gate, and as soon as this gate, opens, you can float down. You can double Fell Rush with the Vengeful Retreat, and then use the meta, and then you can go for the fast cap. But it looks like they're not going to do that here. Just wanted to taunt us with standing on top of the gate there. But we do see... Sorry, I was wrong. I was looking at the wrong Demon Hunter. We do have a Vengeance Demon Hunter. Sorry, chat. I was looking at the wrong Demon Hunter. That was my fault. So we have 2... I didn't expect to see 2 Demon Hunters. I'll be honest with you, Eddie, here. We do see Vengeance coming out of the Vengeance Dream here. So we've got QTkins, the sub in today. That is their main boomy that they are definitely expecting. So we've got Veng over here opening onto the DK Martime. And Eddie, do you think this Vengeance is going to give him that edge?
I mean, maybe. I at least think if you're playing Vengeance, maybe you should have sent it LM to throw people off. Regardless, in this situation, they're going to use the Vengeance for spinning. We see that it was only her and healers at BS, so that is fine. Nice step back in from Fenril with the soul shape. Chicken tag nearly getting the knock there. Now we see the clone cap here. It shouldn't be enough time. He weren't capping from the get-go, and he got spun by the monk anyway. So, but again, looking at BS here, they're just trying to survive the Venge Dream, and that means that their baskets are in the LM base. But with A-Ramp...
Zaven's going for a cap on farm.
He should be okay. But again, looking at BS, the Vengeance Stream is struggling. The Palace dead. Michelangelo is the sole survivor now, and if she drops, that means that Skitsou will secure Blacksmith.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, when we take a look and we see we actually have a healer going down on the side of Vengeance Dream. We have the instant replay. QTkins, aka Zaven, their main boomy from the Vengeance Dream, able to play today. This is going to be the first day. But we do see that the Vengeance Dream takes LM. So the Vengeance Demon Hunter actually managed to help secure that LM with that distraction at BS. So what's happening right now is the Vengeance and a healer are just by themselves with Fayrol, and now QTkins has rotated back. They were holding that blacksmith so they could, as Eddie said, put all their eggs in the LM basket. It worked out for them. They now have 2 bases to 1. But who's going to take BS? And more importantly, who's going to take mines?
Yeah, we're going to have to wait and see. Looks as though that Vengeance Demon Hunter is working out. Currently, Michelangelo is dead, though. However, she's playing that Necrolord, which you obviously mentioned the other day, Barndor. That Necrolord Demon Hunter can be very, very potent in these battlegrounds. Taking a look across the rest of the map, it does look as though we do have a brawl forming here at Blacksmith. LM has been taken completely now by the Vengeance Dream. Mine's still contested between these two teams as well. So the Vengeance Dream starting to eke out a small little point advantage here. It's nothing massive, but even though these little points here don't necessarily look like much at this point in the game, later on they can mean the difference between a win or a loss. It does look as though Bangkok here is struggling against Martin, but still able to do enough to stop Mines going over to Vengeance Dream here. But if Vengeance Dream were able to take Mines as well, that would potentially spell disaster for Skitsou early on in this Arathi Basin, Eddie.
It would, but Bangkok, he should never be in trouble. When you're against a DK like this, worst case, you can always just max range and spin him with Moonfire. He can just root the DK and run away, so he shouldn't be in any trouble, even if he's dropping low. So for him, it's fine, but I mean, I think right now it all comes down to this BS here with the cap here from Skitsou. They need to now go heavily onto mines. Hopefully, if they're smart, they rotate Bangkok back to BS so he can defend, so they can have all their DPSs down at mines. And I mean, Andy here looking maybe for a sneaky cap.
I mean, yeah, when we take a look at the rogue on the side of the Vengeance Dream, I do want to point out Caliph. Caliph is actually played with Team Camel in the past, right? That's a very, very good rogue. So you want to keep an eye on Caliph to potentially make some plays for the Vengeance Dream as well. And we do see they are up right now, and they managed to take Stables? Wait, they just took Stables. Vengeance Dream just took Stables.
Yeah, they've taken Stables, and
3-1.
They're 3-1 up at the moment, and they're also stopping Skitsou from taking the mines here. We do see at the same time up in the top of your screen here, we can see Emirates coming down as well, which means that slowly but surely Vengeance Dream are getting more and more players down here. This is now a 4 versus 3. They don't necessarily look as though they may win this. External taking a bunch of damage, but they're doing enough to stop Skitsou from potentially taking mines. However, the danger they've got is they've spread themselves out. They've taken Stables. They've now got 3 players here. Stables have been taken back by...
They get both.
Yeah,
really
they've got Skitsou have been able to take Blacksmith, and it looks as though they have also taken. Stables back here. Now, again, this is Skitsou coming in. Obviously, here it looks as though he has identified that Stables was taken, and he's going to take that away from Vengeance Dream. Fantastic play here from Skitsou, just making sure that has switched. The problem we've got is the Vengeance Dream may now have spread themselves a little bit too thin around this map, Barndor.
I mean, yeah, when you take a look, I mean, you're expecting your rogue, you're expecting your boomies here to make some plays, right? But the thing is with that Vengeance Demon Hunter, you are now lacking some damage. So when you bring it to a team fight v team fight, favor does go towards Skitsou. It really does. But Vengeance Dream have put themselves in a very good position to where, honestly, nobody could cap mines. They could just sit there and spin it for the rest of the game, and the Vengeance Dream will win if that is the case. But of course, this is an RBG. We see deaths coming out on both sides, right? Very hard to stay alive for the entire time. So we don't expect that to happen. We see Vengeance Dream taking Stables potentially.
They take it back. So what basically happened, just a quick recap, was that Oh, they recovered Skitsou rank corps, but the priest actually got one shot in PS. She still had, or Glacier still had, Nausea still had both Barrier and Rapture, but the Convoke from Qtins came from the back, so they probably weren't aware of that. But now, great recovery here from Pika Bural. He just came in the last second and stopped the DK and the Druid from capping it. And I mean, right now, the Venge Stream is still in the lead, right? They are constantly attacking bases, forcing Skitsou's team to have people leave the team fight, and when that happens, then that means that the pressure from GM is getting relieved, right? So it's only in the favor of the Vengeance Stream.
Yeah, we're seeing a big mine fight here. Who's expecting the mine fight on their bingo card here in the Method Mayhem RBG tournament? We do see Skitsou, as mentioned, they are down by about just over 100 points against the Vengeance Stream here. 2 bases between the two. Mines is everything to fight for. And it almost feels, Eddie, as though this game is a constant back and forth between these 2 bases. And the moment a team manages to take and hold a 3rd base, they are probably going to come out victors here in this game.
Yeah, and what you want to do right now as Team Skitsou is, you want to... Sorry, I have a lot of spit in my mouth. You want to rotate your DPSers down to GM, since, as Barndorf mentioned, they are playing with a tank down here. And then, worst case, if you need a floater, you use a healer. And that's what we're seeing right now. 3 healers drop from the Vengeance Stream. The Hunter is dropped. The tank is the sole survivor very, very slowly now. And, I mean, we have seen her survive quite a lot, so hopefully she can hold out. But the thing is that the Vengeance Stream, they're spawning very far away, so it's very hard to reinforce. And this is what I like to see. Team Skitsou, they need to use a healer to float, because the Vengeance Stream is already allocating a tank to mines, and they're inking with DPS. That means that the Vengeance Stream, they only have 4 DPS at mines. And that's
takes mines. They just took mines.
They did.
Yeah, Skitsou was able to take down. They were able to take down the Vengeance Demon Hunter as well as the healers, and Skitsou just takes the 3-2 on the mines, and it looks like Skitsou is in the driver's seat. Now they have a little bit of a point differential to overcome here, but as we said earlier, right, and as we've seen on Arathi Basin, it is so hard to come back once you have that 3-2 disadvantage here. But we do see Caliph, QTkins fell as well. Are they going to make a play? You know, this kind of forces the Vengeance Stream to, they have to make a play. And right now, if you take a look at, you know, external Cyto, they're all going for stables right now. So expect a team fight to potentially break out at stables. And we do see that the Vengeance is trying to do, I don't know, maybe a little distraction over here at BS as well.
Yeah, exactly. One of the beautiful things is that we noticed there is any of the players that died on the Vengeance Stream effectively respawned at farm. So they had the entire map to choose from. They could either go LM, they could go Blacksmith, they could go Stables, they could even go and push Mine if they really wanted to. They had the option, and Skitsou had to react to that, and it was important that Skitsou reacted to that. And so far it looks as though they have done, but this still opens up Vengeance Stream to potentially ink on Blacksmith, to potentially ink on Lumbermill. We're going to have to wait and see, but this match is not over by any stretch of the imagination, Eddie.
No, it's definitely not the Vengeance Stream. They still have a lot of potential to come back. Now, their struggle will be that they have chosen to play with the DH tank, so they will have less DPS on the map, because normally when you're playing with a Guardian tank here, he can defend, and we are not seeing that from the DH, so essentially stay a spot here. Now, they are trying to ink BS, but I mean, 3-man defend, no problem for Team Skitsou.
Well, that actually does put the Vengeance Stream in exactly where they want to be. If you have to 3-man defend against one person, that puts you at a disadvantage at this Stables fight. So what the Vengeance Demon Hunter constantly running at BS is going to do is that's going to make sure Skitsou has to allocate more resources towards dealing with this Vengeance, as opposed to now they can't double sit LM, or they can't double sit they can't double sit one of their other bases like BS. So it makes it a little bit more, you know, advantageous for the team. We do see the Vengeance Stream doing everything they can to take Stables, but I mean, Kexman, if they keep distracting and they keep distracting with that Vengeance at BS, with the numbers advantage, do you think that's going to be enough to overcome Skitsou here at Stables?
I mean, potentially, we saw obviously Skitsou heading towards Lumbermill there, and Skitsou was eyeing up the flag, and then you saw Michelangelo respawning, and immediately her presence just made him question exactly what he wanted to do. Looks as though he is still going to potentially try up at Lumbermill. Is it going to be enough? I don't think it is, though. So Skitsou trying to take Lumbermill. If they take Lumbermill here, that'd be huge. But it looks like they've managed to take Stables. Vengeance Stream have somehow managed to take Stables. Skitsou here currently trying at Lumbermill, but it is 2 versus 1. How they've managed to take Stables, I will never know, because Skitsou were just all over that. Skitsou were just all over it, but they've somehow been able to take it from underneath their noses. Not only that, Michelangelo is going to take Skitsou down here if Skitsou isn't careful. Skitsou being able to get away here. I'm wondering if we could get a replay of exactly what happened there for the Vengeance Stream, but that was insane from them. That was insane, and it looks as though they are going to be able to keep hold of this as well. So this is going to flip back into the hands of Vengeance Stream here. Game number 1 between these two teams, Eddie, has been an absolute barnstormer.
Yeah, and the barn here, Stables, got taken back by the Vengeance Stream, and honestly, just a slight misplay from Team Skitsou. They were all alive, so I'm sure it was just a guy who didn't spin, essentially. I don't think that everyone was CC'd. And this is something that you can maybe blame the rogue Skitsou for as well. Why is he inking? They are against a team who's already playing a tank inking, so they already have less members on the map. You are inking in a 2v1 situation, so it's really hard to even capitalize on this. You could have been the guy to spin, right? And this is what I mentioned yesterday. When you are in a lead, you simplify the game. There's no reason to make it any harder to win than it already is. And now sometimes inking can be the best defense mechanism if you are struggling in the team fight, because you need to thin out the team fight, but that was clearly not the case here.
I mean, yeah, when you take a look and you see Skitsou running at another base, and you see, Say Cloud, you see Chicken Zack, they're the ones who needed to spin that flag, and it looks like Skitsou is just falling victim to the nobody spun, right? I thought you were spinning. No, I thought you were spinning. Well, what happened was Vengeance Stream got the flag out in front of them, right under their nose, and so now it forces Skitsou to have to make a play. Vengeance Stream has actually, every time you force them to have to make a play in this BG, they have made it. And now you see some incoming on Stables. On farm. Caliph has been waiting at farm for anything to happen all game. So Caliph is ecstatic to actually be able to do something right now. And Vengeance Stream just taking a little bit of damage over there on Felra, but Felra is going to do okay. External dying in the middle of the map as well. Looks like Andy might be making a play to go defend LM.
Skitsou have the numbers. Yeah. They had the numbers. I do apologize. Looks as though we do have Emrys coming back in here. Michelangelo is here. Caliph is here. Feral is here. Yeah, Skitsou for a brief period of time had the numbers. They are killing players at the obviously at Stables here. So they at farm. So they may be able to take this. Does this game have a potential last minute spin here for us, Eddie? Is it something that is going to catch us off guard? But it's going to take something special from Skitsou.
So the thing is, the Vengeance Stream have already won right now. On AB, when you have 3 bases, you get 4 points. When you have 2 bases, you get 3 points. And with this lead, even if Skitsou were to convert another base, the Vengeance Stream will already be too far ahead. Now, for Skitsou to come back, they need 4. And I would say that's quite a tall task, considering how well the Vengeance Stream are surviving. We saw the last ditch effort here from Skitsou. They sent all their DPS here to farm, and they got a few kills, but again, the rotation came in from Emrys. He was the first Pala here and stabilized. So good try, but I mean, honestly, Barndorf was correct here. I said 2-0, but I mean, the Vengeance takes this one.
I mean, this is the first game that we've actually seen where the Demon Hunter is playing Vengeance, and they get the dub on the Vengeance Stream coming out swinging. As we said before, they feel more comfortable today. They're back to that main roster. They no longer have the subs, back to playing that Vengeance that she is accustomed to. and big things coming out from Vengeance Dream, and I'm definitely looking forward to this next match here. Looks like bar, a 5-cap shenanigans here, Vengeance Dream is going to take this. But Kexman, where do you think Skitsou go after this?
I think Skitsou at this point, I feel as though they may have had one eye on yesterday's games. The flag maps from the Vengeance Dream weren't the cleanest. They definitely weren't their cleanest maps. They were, yes, they put off some great plays, but Michelangelo wasn't quite in sync with the rest of her team, which was causing issues. Obviously, playing that Kyrian Demon Hunter as well, you've touched upon it before, is probably not the best choice you have available. Certainly not a bad choice, but it's not the best choice that you have available. They may be keeping one eye on that, so we may be seeing a Twin Peaks, a Warsong Gulch, something around those. Something I would say either of those two maps would be my choice if I was Skitsou. And as I say that, we see Vengeance Dream taking game at number 1 here in this best of 3 against Skitsou. And once again, we're in the lower brackets. These teams are playing for their survival here. Skitsou potentially 1 game away from dropping out of the tournament entirely. And it was very, very close at the start, Eddie. You obviously had both of these teams. They were pushing, obviously, for Lumbermill, for Blacksmith, for Mines. They'd secured both of their initial bases, farm and stables. And I mentioned it felt like the game was on a knife edge, and it was going to teeter one way or the other, depending on who was able to capture that second base, capture that third base. And that seems to be exactly what happened there with the Vengeance Dream.
Yeah, it was. And honestly, that cap meant a lot, right? But I would say they were playing the map quite well. But I think that Team Skitsou here is probably going to opt into a more team fight-oriented map. They seem to have the upper hand when it came to the pure fights. So hopefully we're going to see maybe Gilneas, and then Pika Boral, he's probably going to get swapped out for another DPS. We saw them do that yesterday, playing only with 1 rogue. Again, I don't know what they feel like were the problem. I feel like it's honestly just like, as Manon mentioned, no one spun, but in reality, it's on everyone who's there. Because if people are capping, then you're not taking damage or receiving healing, so there's less happening, therefore you should be able to see it, right? It's like, quite basic. Sad to see, but it just hypes up the next game, honestly.
Yeah, makes the next game very, very exciting. I mentioned, obviously, the flag maps, Twin Peaks, Warsong Gulch. If they don't go to either of those two maps, Barndor, would you say it is potentially a mistake on Skitsou's part, or do you feel as though they will have their own game plan in regards to their map picks here? They're playing to their strengths rather than playing to the Vengeance Dream's potential weaknesses.
I think that they may have their own strengths, but I think the flag carry map, when you take a look at Skitsou, a flag carry map would be one of their strengths. And so I expect to see a Warsong Gulch coming out here. But I also expect that the Vengeance Dream, they're ready for it. They know, so not Warsong Gulch, but we see a Twin Peaks coming out here. Yes, this is exactly what we thought it would come out of Team Skitsou. They want to take advantage of Vengeance not being the most meta, not being the most effective. But I think this is something that the Vengeance Dream probably talked about already. And I think it's something they're waiting for somebody to challenge them on this flag carry map, because they had such a poor showing on flag carry maps yesterday. They want to come out and they want to make a statement today. I think that's what it is. I think the Vengeance herself, right, a very proud Vengeance, and I think she wants to make a statement. I can still make this work, right? Everybody else gave up. I'm the last Vengeance Demon Hunter in North America. I can still make this work. So I think
don't know
that's
she's the last Vengeance Demon Hunter. I'm pretty sure there are other people playing Vengeance Demon Hunter. We'll have to see. Yeah, exactly. Craigs is can we? I don't know if we can get confirmation on that statistic there that she is the last Vengeance Demon Hunter in North America. But this could be the last map for Skitsou here. Looks like they have chosen Twin Peaks, and Twin Peaks is a flag map. Actually, I think if you're playing Vengeance Demon Hunter, you prefer to go Warsong Gulch, because realistically, if you're a Vengeance Demon Hunter, Warsong Gulch, you get a grip plus your double leap, you are effectively across the map. Doesn't happen on Twin Peaks. And Twin Peaks, for my money, I would say it probably does. It probably favors a Guardian Druid because one of the things that we mentioned yesterday, obviously when we saw Vengeance stream, is yes, once the Vengeance Demon Hunter has the flag, relatively solid flag carrier, one of the best up there with Guardian Druid. The only difference is the Guardian Druid has a much better time at actually getting to the flag, Eddie. Is that going to be the big difference in this map here, do you think?
Yeah, especially on such an open map as Twin Peaks, it's way easier to connect the DH. The DH can't line in the base. You know, you can still run outside of the base, you can run inside of the base. When we're talking Warzone Gulch, it's quite a big area compared to these small compact bases we see in Twin Peaks. Regardless, though, we did see them use the outside area on Twin Peaks now for the Demon Hunter when she was jumping back and forth. Now, I would argue that is not an ideal spot, because I would argue that spell cleavers will always be able to hit the tank. So, but they made it work, especially because they caught it in and out of locks. So in that sense, it can work. But yeah, they are on Horde side here, so it's going to be quite a bit different. And inside the base here, you can jump up to the second floor as DH, but it's even harder on Horde side than Alliance. And if I hope we will see her use the spots. There's like 3 spots you can use. Hopefully she's aware of it, and you can really line on this side as Horde. But again, it's not Warzone Gulch.
Just wait for the confirmation.
Have to wait and see. We will have to wait and see. We are going to see if we can get confirmation of exactly what each team is playing here. Looks as though Bangkoker is going to be playing that Guardian Druid, and I believe Michelangelo is going to be playing the Vengeance Demon Hunter. Here we are, Twin Peaks Skitsou playing for their survival in the Method Mayhem tournament. Vengeance Dream 1 game away from advancing on. But are Skitsou going to be able to take us to a game number 3? What do you think, chat? Are we going to see a game number 3, or is Vengeance Stream going to wrap it up here and now in this lower bracket game? Eddie, walk us through the first 30 seconds here.
And here we see Bangkoker. He is just paying a bit of respect for the Vengeance Stream now. He should have quite an easy crossing. And Michelangelo here, moving up with her team, really utilizing the fact that the enemies will be able to see her all game, so there's no reason for them to lay in wait for the enemy tank, as he will just run around and stuff. But she seems to get through here, and she has her Pala Empress. That is good, because we see that Skitsou is lying in wait already in the base, probably gonna get a solo opener here. But right now, so what Team Skitsou wants to do is they want to utilize their own DK to slow the healers of the Vengeance Stream, and then the rest of the DPS from Team Skitsou can then connect to the tank and the Pala. And this is quite hard to coordinate. It means that you need to be aware on the map, and it also means that your DK that is slowing has a healer to help him, because otherwise he'll just die. But it looks like Michelangelo here will eventually get the flag here. Chicken Sack is on her, but she will probably jump back out as well. And yeah, I mean, quite standard opener from the Vengeance Stream.
Yeah, I mean, the hard part's taken care of, right? She's got the flag. That is the hardest part for a Vengeance Demon Hunter, is being able to get the flag in front of, like, while the enemy team is getting on you from the start. So the hard part is done. Now, I do want to point out, this is the first time we've seen her playing that Necro Demon Hunter since yesterday. We saw Necro in some of the other matches, but every single flag carry map she was a Kyrian Demon Hunter. This is the first Necro that we've seen. So those self heals, do you see that Fodder to the Flame Demon proc right there? We'll see that Fleshy C, that Fleshcraft Shield, immune to CC, probably going to be very useful for her as well as that Fodder to the Flame Demon proc, which is going to be a big heal for herself, right? Actually get you healed up based on a percentage. Therefore, being a tank is going to be even more of a self-healing right there. We do see that she's... Yes, there it is. That's what we've been waiting for since yesterday. We've been waiting for a good priest grip. So now we do see their team. I gotta say, Kexman, Eddie, this is a completely different Vengeance Stream. I really see... Yeah.
It's entirely different from the team that we saw yesterday. They're completely coordinated. The one thing I want to point out, though, that is very, very different from what we saw yesterday, whenever Vengeance Dream played in these flag maps, they were playing against a DK, they were playing against a grip, and every single time Michelangelo, every single time that she tried to get away from every play with these leaps, immediately gripped back by a DK. Take a look on the side of Skitsou. They are not playing with a Death Knight. They aren't playing with that grip, which just means that the job for Michelangelo just got a lot easier. And if I'm a Vengeance Demon Hunter, I'm looking across at the enemy setup and I'm seeing, oh, there's no Death Knight, and I'm licking my lips, Eddie, at that thought.
And honestly, maybe a slight misplay here from Team Skitsou. Glacier opting to follow their tank back into the base. Now, I do understand why Caliph was not shown, but Bangkoker should be able to survive the rogue solo. He can always just kite back out to his team if he were in trouble. And as we see now, Team Skitsou's offensive struggling a bit. The Monk is still alive though, but they lost Nausea, they lost Skitsou. They're probably going to lose Pika Brural here very soon with the DH. So their offensive is essentially neutralized. So, I mean, again, Glacier is here now, right, on this opener, but Bangkoker should be fine. He's only at 2 stacks, so he should easily be able to kite out. I wouldn't...
Let's go.
Yeah, he needs to kite out. Good. He can't face tank. He just needs to kite out and run back up again, yeah, like this. And Glacier jumping down here is not ideal. Honestly, he should just have ran back up again and keep going circles. There's no reason to make this any harder than it already is. They're both Stilfos who's after him were shown. Anyway,
this is what the Vengeance Demon Hunter needs to do. Like we said, this is a completely different team than we've seen yesterday, and we even said this yesterday. I'm imagining that this team may have even watched the VOD, did their homework from yesterday. As we said, the way that you win as a Vengeance is your team supports you. The enemy team all bears down on you, and then you wipe them and go offense. And what was the first thing we see in this matchup? We see the entire defense of the Vengeance Dream supporting their Demon Hunter, keeping her alive, and then wiping the offense. So honestly, this might just be the difference of one team doing their homework, watching the VODs from yesterday with a how do we improve mindset, versus another team of, okay, let's just go in tomorrow and try to win.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. Very, very true. Very true. I mean, it looks as though we do have what we expected here. It looks as though there is going to be a little bit of a standoff. And this is one thing that we've spoke of many, many times, Eddie, here is the need for you to balance your offense and your defense. And realistically, if I'm on the side of Vengeance Dream here, I wait until the offense comes in, I wipe out the offense, and then I immediately make a beeline across the map to be able to take the offense in. I'm not shy about being able, especially this early in the game. But speaking of this early in the game, Michelangelo gets absolutely chunked and taken down there. The flag has been returned. It has been picked up there by Caliph straight away. So they do obviously have that little stall available there, but is it going to be enough for them? Because Caliph is currently in the flag room here, trying to take down Bangkoker as well, just seeing if they potentially get a reset on these flags. The offense is going to be pouring in now from the Vengeance Stream, but that is almost a worst case scenario there. They don't want to lose Michelangelo that early on during these flag carries. It is 7 stacks, so there is still a lot of damage there, but the offense seemed to be slightly stronger here from Skitsou, Eddie.
Yeah, slightly stronger, but sadly their miscommunication was a bit off. They instantly returned the flag, which meant that Caliph, who was in offensive, managed to get the pick. Now he's getting engaged on here by Skitsou off screen. If Caliph managed to die here, it will spell big trouble from the Vengeance Stream. It looks like it's going to be a kill here. He drops the flag even, and it is a return and the cap for Skitsou. So very, very well played, even though they instantly returned and it quite punished Bang. Caliph picking up and running out essentially also saves Bang, as he then lacked the rogue on him. Now, this situation is really, really hard for the Vengeance Stream. Now Team Skitsou will allocate every single player in the game to go after Michelangelo. This will mean that she will essentially fight 9 players now, and Bangkoker is just gonna sit back in the enemy base and relax and wait for her to come close. And this is why Demon Hunter tank can be hard, because you are essentially always sort of behind in the race. But again, she gets a pick up here. Skitsou is quite far away. She has a pallet close, and I mean, she will eventually cross, but again, they are behind.
Yeah, I mean, when we take a look, we see actually electing to go with Emery's out the other side. Way too many enemies coming up on that broken ramp right here, but running right into Menquill, the Warlock here, eating every single fear. Got to use those CCs to get by there. We do see she's electing to kind of go in towards her team, and this is what we want to see. Using her team, using all of the resources that she has, because when you see a demon hunter that gets opened on in open field by themselves, they're just dead. So you definitely need to make sure that you use your resources, use your team to peel, and this is what they did in the first place that did so well for them. Of course, they had a little blunder when it came to the defense for sure, but what works so well is that she utilized her team to wipe the enemy offense and then sent an offense. Now, I think when you take a look at what went well and what didn't go well for this first opener, right, and we do see good ring coming out to stop that bomb right there from Sido, but when you take a look at what went well and what didn't go well, what went well is the team supported the Vengeance, which went amazing. What didn't go well is the defensive capabilities. Once they sat still in that base, External did not get the Shadow Rift off, and they weren't able to kill anybody of the offense from Skitsou before they were able to just completely pressure down the Vengeance.
Yeah, exactly. You see a great ring of peace coming in there, denying obviously that leap there. You see Quinn's peekaboo rule here, just taking on Quinn's, just saying, I'm just going to kill you for fun. The Vengeance Dream there, losing obviously one of their boomkins in the middle. And Skitsou, you've got to say at this point in time, they are in the lead, even though it is only 1-0. The Vengeance Dream, they are getting across the map, but Skitsou seem a little bit more comfortable, obviously, in defense. And this is one of the problems that you do have when you run a Vengeance Demon Hunter, as we see Michelangelo taking a bunch of damage there in that bomb. Looks like they are able to survive. But one of the dangers that you do face is, yes, you are crossing the map, but you just have the entire enemy team chasing you. And the moment that you get into your own setup here, the moment that you get up into your own base, you'll still have all of those players there. Unless you wipe the offense, there is no chance for you to set your players out and try and retrieve the flag from the enemy team. So, it is nice to have Michelangelo on this flag right now, but it is very, very difficult for Michelangelo to be able to, for the Vengeance Dream to get any sort of semblance of offense on the go here when they're spending so much time defending and helping out Michelangelo here. And Michelangelo's going to need all the help that she can get because she's dropping so low. We do see Caliph here, though. Caliph, it looks like
it's a 2v1.
He's just opening up on Bangkok.
He's going down.
He's got to be dead. He's got to be dead here. There's no way that they've got to take the win here. It looks like they are, so they're not going to return the flag straight away, though. Very, very clever. You've touched upon this, Eddie. Not returning that flag instantly.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, but Michelangelo dying here, neutralizing the kill so very well. And I was about to say when you're casting here as well that her healers are completely and you see here again, like every time we see the leap, it's only one. I would really like to see a grip double leap, and a good way to get your double leaps in clean, because there's no global cooldown on leap compared to a normal global cooldown, so it's even stronger, is if you use mouse over. If you have mouse over on your leap, you can essentially double leap super fast, and it seems like that's not really what's going on, because every time she leaps, she's essentially getting engaged on again, and you need to try to get away at least. Now, Bank over here, they did what I said. They pushed hard with all healers, and he chose to play on spot. Now, they did get the cross kill, which was good, but he was actually pretty close to dying there and throwing the game. He should, as soon as he see them open, probably just soul shape out of the base with Incarn and run back to a healer. But they managed to secure the cross kill, and Team Skitsou here, again, resetting stacks should be in their favor.
I mean, yeah, when you take a look at Team Skitsou getting almost a complete wipe on the Vengeance Stream here, they're going to be put in the driver's seat here. We've already got 5 stacks that are coming out here. So getting across being able to get across this map while you have the entire team on you is already hard enough. Not to mention you've got 5 stacks, 6 stacks now. The fact that Bangkoker was able to just run across the map uncontested, you've got to have Caliph on him, right? Caliph has got to be on top of the enemy FC, especially if there's going to be 6 stacks, because anytime you try to run across, right, with 6 stacks, this is what's going to happen, right? You're going to get up 2-0 Skitsou over the Vengeance Stream.
Yeah, it looks as though Skitsou are taking advantage, and we mentioned that the Vengeance Dream, their flag maps are not quite as strong as some of their other maps that we have seen from them. There is still time for the Vengeance Dream to come back into this, but as mentioned, I mean, you take a look at the Vengeance Dream, everyone's dead, everyone's coming back to life now, but they've just had a stagger death on both Martin and Ciado there, the DK and the healer respectively, so they're going to have to wait for those to come up to get a proper push across the map here. And the Vengeance Dream, as mentioned, you want to see those grip into the double leap, and I don't think we've seen a single one, have we, Eddie?
No, we haven't. I don't even think we have seen a double leap. Now, it is sometimes hard to coordinate. They only play one priest, right? And they are against 2 rogues. But there's no offensive boomy. And honestly, you're playing a DK in D, and half the time, both the rogues are literally on your ass. So when you have a DK, the only problem you will have is the rogues. The only thing that can kill her is DH and Rogue. And if you have a DK and just one more DPS, you can literally take one guy each and they should never be able to connect. Now, Quinton's here, moving quite well across here. It seems like he will move towards his own base, and Bank over here will also pick up the flag. I think they're gonna try to get the swap. Yeah, they are. Okay.
Yeah, they're gonna go for the swap right now.
Perfect. And now, now, so as a tank, right? You don't just leap once or twice. You stand still, you eat the enemy CDs. When you're off stun DR, you say, guys, I want to double leap now. And then everybody knows, okay, my tank is going to double leap. Then it's not my job to do DPS, it's my job to CC the people who's going to run after. And this is what you need. You need this coordination. This is why this tank is hard. And that's why you need to be very vocal as a team, and you need to constantly talk. And I hope they can do still. They still have around 5 minutes, but again, the pressure from Team Skitsou is just unrelenting.
Yeah,
I do just want to
absolutely piling the pressure on. I was just going to ask there, Barndor, if you're the Vengeance Dream here and you know that you have X amount of players that you need to defend Michelangelo as she crosses the map, what do you do to potentially turn that on Skitsou? Is there anything you can do at this point, or do you just have to play this out considering the class you have carrying the flag?
Well, honestly, you take a look at their team comp, you look at the Vengeance Dream, Caliph and Felra and Cutikins should all be on top of Bangkoker the moment he picks up that flag, right? They should be pressuring him. That should be their offensive push. Everybody else should be back on D, right? So that way you have that 3-man stealth hit squad. But what's happening, if you even look, Bangkoker just now had to use Incarn, got all the way across the entire map without having to press Incarn once. And so, you know, that's the thing is you have 2 goes in order to have a good kill opportunity on the Guardian Druid. The first go is to get the Incarn. The second go is for the kill when Incarn is down. And we do see Michelangelo taking a ton of damage, goes down, Say Cloud securing that return right there. It looks like Skitsou is going to get up 3-0, potentially. No.
Quinton's here saving his team again with the pickup. Now, will he be able to make it out? If he still has his wild charge, he's probably going to flap across here and essentially meeting up with Michelangelo.
Oh, the flap.
Amazing flap. Yeah, it's amazing. It just flap into the arms of Skitsou though, and he is on 6 stacks out of form. Nice swap into bear form. That's very important. But again, now it's up to the fingers. Can Michelangelo click the flag here? I'm pretty sure that Quintess will die no matter what here. It's all about who can click the flag.
There we go.
But the tank is so far away.
Is that right click going to come out? It looks as though it has been returned here. So we do obviously have Bangkoker. Bangkoker just needs to obviously get across the map now as quickly as possible. They are 2-3 up now. So Skitsou do have a little bit of wiggle room. They can play a little bit more reckless than Vengeance Dream here. Vengeance Dream just needs to, they need to nail absolutely everything. But Michelangelo is dead as well. We've lost QT as well on the side of the Vengeance Dream. Players are dropping left and right. Andy on that.
He's hiding outside of his own base. He could have just kept the flag.
He could have. The reason why he went out is because he already saw that the enemy were in position to repick it. So there's no reason to jump down into the enemies if they just pick up the flag. So he basically chose to run out to his team and just survive. It's actually a really smart play from Bang here. Hopefully he can get back on spot. But again, this cap doesn't really matter. It just matters that he survives. Oh, they will get it now. They're all there.
Yeah, exactly. There we go.
Yeah.
Looks like there is nobody there. Looks, yeah, Skitsou quite handily taking Twin Peaks here. 3-0. Vengeance Dream does mean that they are now 1-1. There is everything to play for in this final map here. So once again, whoever loses this map 3 here in this best of 3 does unfortunately drop out of the tournament entirely. And after seeing Vengeance Dream playing an incredibly solid Arathi Basin here, we did mention that their flag maps seemed to be one of their weak points yesterday, and it looks as though it has come back to haunt them here, Eddie. Skitsou now with the momentum going into game number 3. Does this favour Skitsou, do you think? Or do you believe Vengeance Dream are going to pick something that will potentially throw a spanner in the works?
I mean, I think they maybe play something like an Eye of the Storm. They really like the DH tank on these objective-based maps, so Eye of the Storm would favor them. They also had a good game on AB, right? But yeah, the flag maps, even with full lineup, it's clearly not working out completely. And again, like I would point out, it is super hard to execute. You need to be on point, and your whole team, it's not just you, it's your whole team who needs to understand what is going on right now in this game situation. And that's what makes RBG hard. And that's also what makes the best RBG teams, because they don't have one guy telling everyone what to do. Everyone has a feeling of, oh, we are dying. I need to peel now. I need to do X, Y, and Z. But again, well deserved victory here for Team Skitsou. I think Bangkok, one of the better tanks I've seen here in NA. He actually understands to utilize his druid. He uses his soul shape. He uses even a tireless pursuit before he goes into his soul shape, so he has even more movement speed, playing really well. So big shout out to them, and I mean, what more could you ask for? 3 games.
Yeah, absolutely. We are going into a game number 3. A brilliant 2 maps coming out from Skitsou and the Vengeance Dream, and I imagine the third one is going to be just as good. And as we mentioned, obviously there is crowdfunding for this. If you are enjoying what these players are doing, ! Crowdfunding in chat. There is a link that will take you through to exactly where you can donate to the prize pool. It is currently a minimum of $2,500, but that will grow with the crowdfunding. And also, any subscription to the Method channel whilst this event is live will also donate $2.50 to that amount as well. If we can get to $150, Barn Door will do a dry scoop in honor of getting to $150 extra for that one. We mentioned obviously a flag map, not necessarily what Vengeance Dream are known for, but if you are, if you are Vengeance Dream, you are hoping for a Warsong Gulch or a flag map. It's a much shorter map. They can leap across that one, Barn Door. If you end up in a situation, are we doing this?
We're just.
Are we doing this?
we're trying.
No. Let's see if
we got it. We got it.
Man,
we got it.
RBG.
There
we go. But yeah, you've got to imagine they probably would have wanted to have seen a Warsong Gulch there. A Demon Hunter can pretty much leap across the entire map. If it was Warsong Gulch, do you believe as though we would have seen a slightly different result there for Vengeance Dream? And as I say, result with the third map is Eye of the Storm. So thoughts on if Warsong Gulch would have made a difference there, Barndor? And also, how do you feel about that Eye of the Storm pick?
So first of all, I feel great about this Eye of the Storm pick because we did see Vengeance Dream actually take the dub on Eye of the Storm yesterday, so we know they're very strong. So this is going to be one of their go-to maps. But I think Warsong Gulch may have been different just because of the Vengeance's ability to get across the map would be a lot easier. But I think Warsong Gulch or Twin Peaks, the biggest misplay that I saw coming out of the team was not putting Andy in on the Warrior. So the best defensive comp, period, is Warlock Warrior. You have the Rifts, you have the Intervene, you have the Rot, and you have the kill potential. You have Hellstones, you got everything you need defensively. They did not have Andy in on his Warrior, right? So therefore, I thought defensively that was a misplay. There was no Intervenes for the Vengeance Demon Hunter, which is, if anybody needs an Intervene, it's a Vengeance Demon Hunter for sure, right? So that was, I'm sure Kexman can agree, he would always love to see some more Warriors in there. So I think if it was a Warsong, if it was a Warsong Gulch and they had Andy in on the Warrior, I think the dub goes to Vengeance Dream. I honestly do. But moving forward, they might be able to go back to the drawing board. They might be able to, hopefully they can realize that. But Eye of the Storm coming out, I have the Vengeance Dream winning this. I really do.
Yeah, I mean, it's you got to end up in that sort of position where you have to game number 3. You have to put it in your own hands. You have to say, okay, we're going to give ourselves the best possible opportunity that we can in that sort of situation. And realistically, Eddie, they're doing exactly that.
Yeah, I mean, they're definitely playing to their strengths, the Vengeance, and also, I mean, they seem to play decently here on these base maps, mostly due to the fact that they at least have the basic stuff that, okay, so we have a base we want to contest and something we want to spin. Now, the only contested base here is the middle, but I'm pretty sure we're going to see Michelangelo inking with this DH, maybe trying to throw people off Mage Tower, or Blood Elf Tower, regardless of which side they're on. And but again, I mean, Skitsou, they can play double rogue, and we have to remember that they lost AB because they didn't spin the base, not because they died. So I think that's quite important as well.
Yes, Bandor, Eddie, I've just got to quickly I do apologise. It's an IRL thing that's just literally just popped up. I'll be 30 seconds. But yeah, let us know. You mentioned obviously Vengeance Dream, Skitsou. You said it was going to be a 2-0, Eddie. We're now 1 apiece, game number 3. Do you still think Skitsou are going to take it?
Yeah.
I mean, Eddie, what do you really think about like Skitsou's chance here to take the Vengeance Dream? Because I'm siding with the Vengeance Dream. I think they've got the advantage here. But what does Skitsou need to do in order to overcome this Vengeance Dream on Eye of the Storm?
In the middle with Menquil. Menquil have been showing quite a decent performance this tournament, I must say. Always at the top of the meters, always a lot of kills. Now, this is not everything, of course. There's much more that goes into it, but at least it paints a picture that he or she is performing well. But the reason why I'm such in favor of Skitsou is that I think they are used to a Demon Hunter tank inking. I think they would be, at least because they're playing, or not essentially a Demon Hunter tank, but they are used to at least getting attacked. They are playing these double rogues, so it's something they like themselves. And usually, if you like a certain style, you're also quite found by playing against it. But yeah, I don't know what your take is. You think the Vengeance Dream can really utilize that comp?
I think the Vengeance Dream are favored here on Eye of the Storm, just because with the Vengeance, and as much as they've played, they're used to maybe not always winning the team fight. Therefore, they're playing for the off nodes. So I think Eye of the Storm, you're going to see the Vengeance Dream go for off nodes, but I think you're also going to see them potentially stall out middle. If they can get the good knocks, if they can get, some good Crackling Jade Lightning, some Shining Force knocks, even some trap knocks by Andy there, right? I think they can definitely... and the same thing for Skitsou. If Skitsou can get the knocks, right, then they're going to be able to control that flag. But Kexman, welcome back. And I got to say, while you were gone, I was admiring that Halo helmet in the back. I really was.
Yeah, there's a selection. There's Halo, there's Warcraft, there's...
Actual game?
I like the... I like the Warcraft collector. Is that WoD, the collector's edition right there?
So we have... So that's the one over this shoulder. That one is Warlords. If I turn that way, that's Warlords, and then that one there is Burning Crusade Collector's Edition. And
wow!
Somewhere off screen, you can. There's also the Wrath of the Lich King Collector's Edition as well. Which
I wish I had some World of Warcraft Collector's Editions. I just don't. I just haven't been able to secure any.
You should get some.
Yeah, I need to get myself some. Yeah.
Yeah, it needs to happen. And Eddie, your background is...
Yeah, you can see, you can see the picture here. We have my family. Over here, we have my collection. Can you guys see it? Am I insane?
Yeah, it's definitely there.
You know what?
It's slightly there.
I actually heard this take once from quite a smart guy who said, sometimes having white walls is good because it allows you to not think, and therefore you think even deeper. But I'm not sure how it works in reality, but I'm quite minimalistic. He also spoke about white walls, and looking into that would make you insane. So, maybe we're onto that part as well. Regardless, No, my room is quite boring. I have a lot more stuff over in these areas, but I'm trying to keep it PG because I could have some funny pictures hanging if we wanted to.
No, makes sense. So obviously we do see Eye of the Storm. You mentioned, it is a very, very interesting map. You've got to control that center period, but there's also lots of opportunities for you to ghost, for you to take different sort of like nodes on the map. And we've seen Vengeance Dream doing exactly that. We have seen them taking these nodes. We have seen them, sneaking around the map on a Rathi basis. So maybe we will see that coming in here. Someone's saying Kexman is Horde Pride. I've got the Horde logo tattoo. So, I've got to rep it somehow. Absolutely have to rep it somehow. But what is chat going to be repping? Chat, are you repping the Vengeance Dream or are you repping Skitsou? Here we are in game number 3 in this best of 3 in the lower bracket. Whoever loses this drops out of the tournament entirely. Whoever wins this moves on in the lower bracket in the Method Mayhem NARBG tournament. Eddie, you said that Skitsou potentially going to take this 2-0, but here we are. We do obviously have this game number 3, not quite as you expected. Talk us through how this is going to start, and are we going to obviously see anything interesting from these compositions here?
I mean, already the double Destro Warlock from Team Skitsou, I think they want to put a lot of pressure onto middle here. Now, the thing is, opting into the double rogue with the Guardian, that means that we're most likely going to see Picker Boral and Bangkoker defend. And Skitsou maybe is going to try to do some shenanigans where he attacks the enemy rogue and hopefully his Guardian is opposite of that rogue so he can ghost and help him with a cap. But again, the Vengeance Stream, double Boomy, it's not bad on this map.
You look at Felroll and QT-Kins, those are 2 very, very good boomies. So look for QT-Kins to potentially, both playing Night Fae, so look for them to potentially go for, take a look in the top left-hand corner of your screen. You see Bangkoker actually went to go see if they can spin a base before QT-Kins got there. Wasn't able to make it in time, so we do have a little bit of a side battle right here between the Guardian Druid and the Vengeance. This is where, you might see the Vengeance actually throwing somebody off of the side here on this Eye of the Storm. So we do see Skitsou as well, not just the team, but the player going for QT-Kin's base, almost looking like he can see him in stealth, but he's not able to find QT-Kins here. Nobody dead in the middle yet. Actually interesting here, but we've got these Warlocks casting away. I'm just waiting to see somebody get knocked here.
Yeah, that's what we had, a knock of the storm, obviously, or Eye of the Knock, it depends on how you want to call it. That's what we were waiting for. It doesn't seem as though it has happened as of yet, but a relatively regular opening from both of these teams here, but we've already seen a little bit of a play. It looks like Feral is leaping away. I thought that was a knock there, but that doesn't seem to be the case. Feral just potentially helping to defend one of the bases up here. It looks like we do have some pressure going on. Big knock coming out there on the side of Skitsou, I believe. It doesn't look like we've lost anybody. Does not look like that was successful, but immediately you can see these teams knowing exactly what they want to do here. We do have an instant replay here, so we do see Michelangelo and QT playing here. Michelangelo jumping around and actually does manage to find Skitsou. Does manage to find Skitsou, so that is a huge leap going around there, just making sure they can find Skitsou, and that may give them the opportunity to potentially cause some havoc in the back of, or vengeance even, cause some vengeance in the back area here. But it looks like Feral potentially trying to take obviously the Fel Reaver Ruins. That isn't working for them either. Looks like this is going to be a 2v1. They're going to get out of there very, very quickly. It looks like it is going to be a kill onto Feral here. Let's wait and see. Is Feral going to be able to get away from here? It doesn't look like that is going to be the case. Nomster looks like Nomster has been knocked off, so we have had our first knock off there on the Eye of the Storm here. It does look like it is Nomster on the side of Skitsou, but that isn't going to cause much issue for Vengeance Dream because they've also lost one of their healers, Ciado, on that monk. And even Stevens at the moment, as we watch Noisa also flying off the map there.
I thought Felroll flapped off and accidentally jumped off, but managed to save it there. That would have been a big oopsie. But when you take a look at, what do you think about this team fight so far, Eddie? We see knocks coming out on both sides. We see I don't think anybody's managed to land a kill yet. I think everything's just been knocking. Andy actually getting knocked here as well. Everybody is just going straight for the knocks here.
Yeah, we definitely see a lot of knocks, and it just tells the story of a chaotic team fight. Now, I would love to see. Now we see Skitsou moving into mid, but I would actually like to see this before. Pick up Brural here, got the nice zap off, really well played. He should be able to get reinforcements, but Emrys here flying off, and honestly, this could be quite good for Skitsou. If they can manage to convert this kill onto the healer into even more kills, we see the lack of cooldowns on both Priest and the Monk. They will have trinkets here very shortly, so that's gonna be okay. But I mean, so the thing was, before we saw Skitsou, he drew people from the Vengeance stream out of the team fight, and when you do that, you need to just hit mid hard and then flow out again, and then hit mid hard and then flow out again. Because if you drag the enemy tank into the team fight, I think many teams would prefer having a rogue in a team fight than a tank. I'm not sure about you, Bandov, though.
I mean, yeah, I mean, Rogue's actually going to be able to do damage, going to lock down the back line, going to do, a lot of just utility. The tank, all it's going to do is make sure that you don't lose that, right? And even then, the spin, yes, it's gonna get away from like those things that we saw in Arathi Basin, where Skitsou just failed to spin the flag. But as long as you've got those spins, there's really no benefit from having the tank in the team fight. That's why I do like seeing the Vengeance stream, the Vengeance Demon Hunter, playing out of the team fight. Now, we do expect that if Vengeance stream really starts getting a little scared for their team fight for that flag, that they're gonna rotate the Vengeance in. But as I say that, Skitsou does get the flag out from under the Vengeance stream. So right now, Glacia is trying to run back, but potentially could be getting knocked. If you end up getting knocked with the flag, just that
was super close. Goblin jump coming in, absolutely so important there. Would you see Michelangelo is here?
Nope.
Doesn't look like the throw comes in, but there is so much pressure on Glacier here. Yes, they have picked up the flag, but is it really going to mean much in the grand scheme of things? But also, keep an eye on Skitsou. They're going to keep a couple of players in mid so they can keep, obviously, that play there. We do see Martine. It looks like Martine hasn't yet been thrown off. They were super close, though, but Glacier, I've got to imagine, is going to be able to cap this flag here. Skitsou are going to be up in points, but it is not going to be by a lot.
No, but very, very important cap for Team Skitsou here. If you notice the points right now, the Vengeance stream is actually in a 2-point lead, and if they, let's say, could spin mid forever, then they essentially already win the game, right? So you can actually play like this if you speed cap your bases, get a slight point lead, and then you just constantly ink the enemy bases, because then they have to float out from middle, and hopefully that means that you can survive even longer and constantly just hold middle as in like a chokehold. No one is winning, but no one is losing either. Now, and that's what we were seeing here from Michelangelo. She was trying to key them out from mid, so her team essentially can just hold that, and they win the game after 20 minutes. But I mean, great cap for Team Skitsou here, and really important as well.
Yeah, what we really need to see coming out of the Vengeance stream is I really want to see them not just make a play at another base. Like, they need to get a cap if they want to be alive here in this Eye of the Storm. They are losing this mid fight. Their healers are getting knocked. Emrys is getting knocked, right? Nausea is just doing a great job with those shining forces there. And so if the Vengeance stream wants to come back, they have to either get a third base or they have to stop the bleeding in the mid. As I say that, we do see Emrys sitting at half health, getting destroyed by these Destro Warlocks right now. While we have Alley Ramp going down, External almost getting knocked, has to port back. You know the enemy team is feeling confident when they try to knock a Warlock.
Yeah, exactly. And it is, and a lot of people, I know that there are some people out there that don't like Eye of the Storm, and it looks as though we do actually have External being knocked here. So there we go. They've knocked the lock. That's basically what you're doing, is you're playing a game of knock the lock. We do see Skitsou here trying to take Dreno Runes. It's not going to quite work out for them. QT Coins is there to help stop that. And we also see Ali there as well on that Disc Priest. So Skitsou not successful with this one here, trying to potentially ghost one of those bases. Doesn't look like that is the case. And at this point, Skitsou are in control on the points, and the Vengeance Dream don't look like they are close to potentially claiming this flag in the middle. It looks like Skitsou are slightly ahead in the team fight here. If you're on the side of the Vengeance Dream, Eddie, do you potentially change things up at this point?
Yeah, you probably have to try attack a base, because just when I spoke about before that they inked with DH tank to thin out the team fight, Skitsou is essentially doing the same thing right now. We saw both Fenrul, nice knock here, nose here, but the thing is, will it amount to much? We saw when Skitsou inked here, both Fenrul, the priest, were out as well, so he literally drew 2 more people away from mid, and that is good for his team. Now, again, like with this constant floating from him, I mean, it's really hard to actually convert this priest kill to anything from the Vengeance stream. And honestly, we just see Emrys here constantly spam clicking the flag. Hopefully, he can get a sneaky one there. And I mean, whoever gets the next cap essentially put themselves into a lead. I mean, the Vengeance stream, they will at least come back, right? Because they have a slight speed cap from the start.
Yeah, I mean, I do.
That 2-point advantage. I mean, if it comes down to that 2 points there, we do see Emrys dropping down on the side of the Vengeance stream as well, unable to cap that flag. If we see that 2-point lead coming down, you know, we do see Vengeance stream, for example, capping a flag, and it comes down to that, that will be possibly the closest this game could ever be, Bandor.
I mean, you know, actually, we could see a draw coming out, talking about game being really close here. I've seen draws happen before in Eye of the Storm. It's extremely rare, but it can happen. I'm sure we've got rules and we would refer to our admins if that was the case, but I don't think that's going to be the case coming in here. But we do see Skitsou with the bomb cap right here, going to be stopped by that Fury of Elune right there. Great job from QT-Kins to get it at the last second there. QT-Kins going to be one of the druids that was not here yesterday. Definitely showing the value why you want to have that main team right there. Now, Eddie, we do see that Vengeance Dream is showing a little bit of life in the middle. Menquill is dead. Nomster is at 40% health. Elfin just rezzed, right? It looks like Vengeance Dream is winning the mid, but they're not winning fast enough, in my opinion. They need to be able to compound those kills. They're getting 1 kill. They're getting 2 kills. They're getting a knock. It's good, but it's not enough.
Yeah, it's definitely not enough, and you could just take a look at their 2 boomies. They are in cat form, and they have been in cat form for pretty much most of the game. Now we know that Quintins is defending, and Fenril is floating array, right? So, I mean, honestly, it's just the pressure from Team Skitsou. They're constantly inking, constantly forcing them to float, and it's very hard to win middle in those scenarios. And we see here Michelangelo actually stuck in the wall. She can jump out or get gripped out. It is quite hard though, but it should be possible, especially as DH. But even so, I mean, looking at this Eye of the Storm, I feel like that Skitsou, they feel comfortable. They don't feel like they're struggling mid. They have only lost 1 every now and then, and you know, that's it. And you need more, as you said. You need way more than that.
Yeah, absolutely. You need to make sure that you are taking it in. You mentioned there, Bandor, the fact that they were managing to get traction in this team fight in the middle. They were taking down, you know, they took down Menkel. We saw that Glacier and Elfin Heal obviously dropped off as well. But they had probably a 2-player, 3-player advantage, but they could do absolutely nothing with that. They weren't able to push in hard enough. They still had to deal with Bangkoker on that Guardian Druid, which is going to be doing a lot, of self-healing, is going to be able to accept a lot of punishment from the opposition team. And it never looked as though they were able to push in hard against that. You've got to imagine if they want to do that, Bangkoker is going to be the one player that they do need to be getting rid of.
Yeah, I mean, when you take a look and you look at Bangkoker, it's the one player they really need to get rid of, but it's the one player, you know, that's going to be the hardest, right? Because it's that Guardian Druid. So you got that Incarn, you're not going to cap on them. They can essentially hold a base by themselves for 30 seconds, giving their team enough time to get back and, you know, kind of float. So if I'm the Vengeance Dream right now, I will say I'm trying to either grip or do something with my Demon Hunter to get them.
There we go.
You know, there it is.
Finally, yeah. I mean, she could have gotten out way before. You just need to jump upwards. It happens sometimes when you get knocked out.
Oh, is this going to be a knock? Mess.
There we go. There it is.
That's That's the knock.
There we go.
we're looking
Glacier
for.
just goes flying off there. So that is one healer down on the side of Skitsou. Now, this is the opportunity they want. As soon as they see that healer down, the call should be pressure. Put pressure onto Skitsou now. Do as much as we possibly can. But the problem is they have Bangkoker in the middle there. Bangkoker is just doing everything they possibly can to disrupt. They're not even doing much, although saying that, Bangkoker doesn't appear to be in the mid. Are they potentially doing something slightly different here? It looks as though we do have a play here on the side of Skitsou over to the tower. Is it going to be enough? I don't believe it is. Skitsou also keeping one eye out as well. So they're just waiting for somebody to show themselves. I'm sure the call, yeah, Feral comes in as well. So now the call has been made. This is probably going to be defended on the side of the Vengeance Dream. But it's starting to get to the point now where Vengeance Dream needs to make a play for either the flag or they need to capture one of these bases, and they need to do it quickly, Eddie.
Yeah, they do, and I mean, time is on the clock, and you either need a base or one flag. It's quite simple now. I think the best choice is to go for a base, as we see here. Michelangelo inking the Guardian again. Oh, the Rift here?
Oh,
Okay.
so one thing I will say, because I've been watching these rifts in the middle, I don't know if it's a Warlock communication issue or with the Ring of Peace issue, but I see a Shadow Rift onto the edge into a Ring of Peace that gets a multiple knock. I have yet to see any Warlock land the multi-knock with the Ring of Peace Shadow Rift combo here. It looks like they're just Shadow Rifting them to, the lower thing right there. They're not really going for knocks with those Shadow Rifts, and I don't know if that's a misplay. We obviously do see these priests getting those Shining Force knocks, and the hunters getting their explosive trap knocks as well. But I mean, you can do the Shadow Rift Ring of Peace knock and get 3-4 players. You just have to communicate.
Yeah, exactly. And that is one of the things that I think is so important. And this is a game where we've got two very evenly matched teams on Eye of the Storm. And Eye of the Storm is one of those maps, you've got to say, Bondor, that when you do have two teams that are this even across the board, it is going to look this close. You're not going to have players dying. You're not going to have players, you're not going to have players capturing the flag. It is going to be a war of attrition. And it looks as though these two teams are doing everything they possibly can. Glacier nearly knocked there. Looks as though it was going to be a rocket drop, but we do have a base that's been taken. Looks as though the Vengeance Dream have been able to take a base. So we're going to have to... It looks as though Fell Reaver Ruins has been taken. Fell Reaver Ruins has been taken by the Vengeance Dream. We see Skitsou moving over here, potentially trying to stop that. Is that going to be enough, Eddie, if they do take this base?
It was enough, but at that moment, Skitsou also got the flag. So, honestly, quite unfortunate for the Vengeance Dream. They nearly kept the dream alive here with the base cap, and honestly, amazing play from them, but sadly, the pressure at middle was just a bit too great, and with this flag here, it just spills over. Skitsou really, taking the game into their own hands with these captures in mid.
Yeah, two caps, yeah.
The Vengeance, those two caps, obviously, that was it for the game. If they hadn't have done that, the Vengeance Dream potentially would have taken the victory here. It does look as though Andy is in the middle here, potentially trying to see if they can get some form of retribution here, potentially capturing this flag. It doesn't look like it is going to happen in time, though, and it does look as though Skitsou have been able to claim the tower. So once again, it looks as though we are back to two bases apiece here. Not quite enough for Vengeance Dream. Vengeance Dream doing what they needed to do, but it seemed to be too little, too late for them here in this lower bracket best of 3 against Skitsou. It does look as though Skitsou are going to advance here. We are unfortunately going to be saying goodbye to the Vengeance Dream in the Method Mayhem NA RBG tournament. Ladies, gentlemen, and everybody in between, give your love in chat for the Vengeance Dream. They have put on some absolutely incredible games, including, a brilliant Arathi Basin they played here at the start of this best of 3 against Skitsou. But here it is, as we tick over into the final seconds, Skitsou look like they are going to be taking this game, and you've got to imagine not necessarily the start that Skitsou would have wanted, Eddie, but the fact that they are still in this tournament, it's a victory for them.
Yeah, it's definitely a victory for them, especially considering how some of the games were looking against the Vengeance Dream. They were playing an unorthodox style. I really like that they tried something different, especially with the DH tank on flag maps. It didn't give them the wins, but it definitely amounted to some very fun games, especially for us and hopefully the viewers and everyone participating as well. So a big love to them and big love for them for coming out as well. And hopefully we'll see them in the next NA Gauntlet.
Yeah, fingers crossed, fingers crossed. So there we go. Skitsou 2-1 victors in this best of 3 series against the Vengeance Dream in the lower bracket. And right at the end there, we saw Vengeance Dream taking one of those points, and obviously also the pressure told, because then Skitsou were able to take the flag. Was that a case of just too little too late for them there, Barndor, or could they have done that earlier?
So it could have been a case of too little too late, but I think they did it with enough time. They would have won. What really spelled disaster for them is when they took the base, they probably got that rush of, we can win. Oh my gosh, we're going to win, right? We're going to get this. And then took their eye off of the flag. And because there were people still alive, right? It's not like, it's not like they were all dead. They were all wiped in middle. I'm pretty sure if I was looking at the same thing that you guys were, there were people still alive in middle when they got that third base. They probably just got that rush of, oh my gosh, we're going to win. Look at the base. What's going on? Do we have incomings? Oh crap, took my eye off the flag. Now the enemy team has the flag. Now we lose again. Yeah. So I think it's just a case of maybe tournament experience and tournament focus, right? This is the first time we've seen the Vengeance Dream come out to an RBG tournament, and we expect to see them back, and we would love to see them back as well. They playing an off-meta comp, and they did incredible. But I would say, if they were to just keep their eye on that flag for just another 60 seconds, honestly, the game was theirs. The game was theirs.
Yeah, exactly. I think that the one thing as well is that you mentioned that they almost took their eye off the center point there. They were so focused on taking Fel Reaver Ruins, and they managed to take them. They had 3 or 4 players there, but then all of a sudden, it just opened up this path, because there was technically only one base that Skitsou could take the flag to, but that one base was just a straight run for them. There was there was nobody there on the side of the Vengeance Dream that could potentially stop them from doing it. So as you mentioned, they took their eye off the ball. I mean, do you think that Skitsou were going to be happy with that performance, Eddie? Do you feel as though they know that they've got a lot to work on going forward into this tournament?
I mean, I don't think they were completely happy. Usually if you have a very dominating game, you're very happy. They did lose the base, right? Luckily they got the mid flag. So they can for sure take some of the mistakes with them further into the next series, and I also hope that they try to use the fact that when Skitsou is attacking their rogue, they also try to use the fact that when they're floating out, then they attack even harder mid. He can go back to mid and then attack again. So regardless, it was really well played from the Vengeance Dream, and Skitsou is gonna move forward into the lower bracket.
Yeah, exactly. The next map that we do have coming up, we will be talking a little bit about as well before we go to the break. Obviously, Free Thugger, SEAL Team 6, the team that is going to be playing, the team that wins that best of 3 will go on to play Skitsou. I mean, we've seen, SEAL Team 6 so far today. They put on a fantastic performance against Jim Slugga Boys, just didn't come out on top there. Do you feel as though either of those teams will have watched this and they will have just, they're not going to be too worried, Barndor, or, is there another level for Skitsou to go up to, as Eddie alluded to there?
Yeah, no, I think that's one of the things that we really need to take a look at, is that Skitsou, they did win the series. However, they started off on the back foot. So again, and this is what happened yesterday. Look at Skitsou versus Free Thugger. Skitsou won the game, but it was 2-1. It was very close, right? So Skitsou has not shown the next level of, hey, we're dominating our teammates. They've shown, hey, we can improvise, adapt, and overcome. What I really want to see coming out next from them is their ability to hang in there with an upper level of play, right? Because we now see the next matchup in the lower bracket. Skitsou will face the winner of SEAL Team 6 versus Free Thugger. And that's going to be another level than what they currently just faced, the Vengeance Dream. They may even have a rematch versus Free Thugger, which they've already won that, but it was a 2-1. It was a close series. Maybe if SEAL Team 6 wins, right, that's going to be another level that they haven't faced before. So I think Skitsou, definitely take the dub, definitely celebrate. Hey, we got it. We're still alive. but realize that you have had mistakes, you have had problems, you have dropped games in every series you've played so far, right? And now take a look at the drawing board, how you can clean up your gameplay. Yeah.
Absolutely, absolutely. Seeing a couple of people in chat asking if me and Bardor planned this in regards to matching our shirts. We did not. That was completely unplanned. He effectively said about 30 minutes before we went on air, hey, I think it feels like a flannel kind of day. I was already wearing this at the time, so we both decided it was a flannel kind of day. You know, it's just one of those things. We didn't plan it, but oh boy, am I glad we did, because we look dapper as hell. And if you want to make sure that you are looking dapper as hell, I recommend you check out the Method merch store, ! Merch in the chat. And there is still some very, very small amounts of legacy merch available in there as well. So make sure you are checking that out, as well as the crowdfunding for the tournament. ! Crowdfunding in the chat will give you a link. All of the donations in that will go to the prize pool for the teams. But speaking of teams, our next map coming up, it is Free Thugger versus SEAL Team 6 in the lower bracket. The Method Mayhem NA RBG tournament rolls on after this.
What happened to us? What happened to all the love we always took for granted? Are we stranded? Is it too late? Is it too late to color feelings that have faded? Complicated. I'm waiting for an answer, waiting for a sparkle to come to ignite love. I need no second chances. I'm tired of romances without love. So where do we go when we can't find our way? I don't wanna be alone. I need you tonight and I don't wanna wait. I want you to show me the way. 'Cause I'm a satellite around you tonight. Nothing's gonna bring me down. As long as the stars in the sky, as long as the stars in your eyes, as long as the stars in your eyes, as long as the stars in your eyes. It's breaking my heart, it's breaking my heart to see you acting like you don't care, like a nightmare. What happened to us? What happened to all the love we always took for granted? Are we stranded? I'm waiting for an answer, waiting for a sparkle to come to ignite love. I need no second chances. I'm tired of romances without love. So where do we go when we can't find our way? I don't wanna be alone. So what do we do when we're lost and afraid? I need you to show me the way. 'Cause I'm a satellite around you tonight. Nothing's gonna bring me down. As long as the stars in the sky, as long as the stars in your eyes, as long as the stars in your eyes, as long as the stars in your eyes. 'Cause I'm a satellite around you tonight. Nothing's gonna bring me down. As long as the stars in the sky, as long as the stars in your eyes, as long as the stars in your eyes, as long as the stars in your eyes. I'm so good at pretending. Keep on smiling in my tiny bubble, like a movie without ending. Spending time like it was going backwards. Bruises covering my walls, but they fall down. Diving deeper in the books that we read blind. Breathing in and breathing out to get smaller.
Welcome back, ladies, gentlemen, and everybody in between. My name is Kexman. I'm joined by Eddie and Bardendor in the Method Mayhem NARBG tournament, and a little bit of breaking news here. Obviously, in that last map that we did see between the Vengeance Dream and Skitsou, we did see that Michelangelo was stuck in the rocks for a short period of time, around about 90 seconds. After the match was finished, Skitsou actually made a point of saying that they were happy to do a rematch with the Vengeance Dream. Incredible sportsmanship that is currently being played off stream. As soon as we have any information and as soon as we are updated about what has happened in that match, we will let you folks know. Some fantastic sportsmanship from Skitsou, an incredible thing for them to do. It was something that they offered completely, so we absolutely love to see that. So once again, as soon as we get information from that match, we will let you folks know. But let's focus on this next match coming up here. Free Thugger versus SEAL Team 6. What an absolutely fantastic match this is going to be. And interesting because we've seen SEAL Team 6 play here already, Eddie. We've seen SEAL Team 6. We know they're kind of warmed up. Free Thugger are coming into this. They would have probably queued into a couple of, ladder matches. They might have queued into a couple of rated battlegrounds to warm themselves up, but it's very, very different from a tournament setup here. Is that a danger for them coming into this match potentially a little bit cold, especially considering it's in the lower bracket where they could drop out of the tournament entirely?
I mean, it could definitely be a problem that they haven't had a game yet, but Steel Team is, they play quite well, especially the healers. I think they seem to be on point. So I think it's going to be quite intense this next matchup. Also, according to Revsy's tier list he did with me the day before the tournament, he placed both of these as a tier 3 team. So I'm pretty sure it's going to probably go all 3 games. And I mean, I couldn't be more excited for that.
Yeah, it's going to be... It's going to be incredible. Sorry, Bondo, before we get to you, I just want to make sure that we are getting this spin for the first map. So as we are spinning for the first map here, we go to the map roulette wheel, see what is going to happen here. You want to say Kotmagoo, you want to see that Kotmagoo. We're going to see exactly what happens. Game number 1 in these best of 3s is always done.
It's been 2 days, man. I need a Kotmagoo.
Is it going to happen? Here we go, Bondor. Is it going to happen? It doesn't look like it's going to happen.
Oh, no.
It doesn't look like it is going to happen. We are, however, going to start with our first Silver Shard mines of the day. We saw a couple of really, really solid Silver Shard mine games yesterday. For folks that are watching that are, unfamiliar with Silver Shard mines, walk us through what teams really need to achieve in this map to effectively not only win, but to gain control of the map, Bondor.
So for Silver Shard mines, there's kind of always one team fight and 2 off nodes. Now, you normally see the one big team fight at lava, but it could be at other nodes. But you normally see, somebody is gonna have the team fight at lava and then send their boomies, their rogues to the off node. So normally it's a 2v2 or 3v3 in the middle, the water node, and usually it's a 1v1 or a 2v2 up in the top node as well. So in order to have the winning strategy here, and this is what I expect to see out of SEAL Team 6, is I believe they're going to go for that team fight. They feel very confident in their fundamentals in their team fight. So what I see SEAL Team 6 going for is to control the lava cart, because the way the math works out with Silver Shard mines is if you cap every single lava cart and just 2 off node carts throughout the entire game, by the time that last lava cart caps, you will win the game. So all you need to do is make sure you get 2 off nodes and every single lava cart. Now, Free Thugger, I think, will elect to go more towards the off cart game, maybe not so much focusing on the team fight, but making sure that they do keep the enemy team engaged in that team fight, so that way they can control where the enemy is in the map. And I think they will take a different approach, which is instead of trying to win the team fight every time, they're going to go for the last second ninjas on the cart. They're going to go for the last second 2v2, 3v3, 3v4 win on the cart. So look for them to be playing the water cart, the top cart, maybe even potentially swapping the tracks so that way lava goes up or the top cart goes up as well. So look for some potential play there. The goal here, guys, the goal for both of these teams is to cap more carts than the enemy does.
Yeah, that is the goal, and I know we've done a couple of these, Eddie. We've done a couple of these Method Mayhem tournaments, and I know you are a big fan of Silver Shard Mines. You do enjoy the play that happens during these. Is there anything that Bonder, pretty much nailed it on the head there, that you do effectively, if you control the lava cart and you can get one or two of those off carts, you're in a pretty solid position. If you're Free Thugger, you're going up against SEAL Team 6 and you know that their team fight is looking relatively solid. Are you focusing on those off carts, or are you going to potentially try and beat SEAL Team 6 at their own game here?
It all depends on who actually gets the Horde or Alliance side. So I mentioned this in the previous Silver Shard we had, that Horde has the best position for water, the middle card. So that means that's also the card that caps the first of the two off cards. So they always have the choice: do we reinforce our lava, or do we try to attack top? Now, I agree here. If you want to play into Bondor's strategy where you focus around lava cards, you just need to reinforce that after you have secured mid. And this also means that you already secured one of your potential two off cards. Now, if you want to counteract this as an alliance team, the best way is to just early ink middle with three DPS. Usually it's Rogue Double Druid, at least in EU. And basically they take the fight there. If they win that fight, then they also get top, and they play around the off cards. So it's usually the alliance team who's actually on the back foot here in the opener, and I think that would be very critical for the teams and when it comes to what they're gonna do, right? And again, SEAL team's team fight looked very, very strong, so I assume that Thugger is gonna try some off-card shenanigans.
Ooh, off-cart shenanigans. By the way, anybody that is looking to take part in the next Method Mayhem tournament, off-cart shenanigans is quite possibly one of the best team names that you could come up with. So if anybody is looking at setting up a team for the next Method Mayhem RBG tournament, off-cart shenanigans. If I don't see an off-cart shenanigans in the next one, you are going to have a disappointed Kexman. That is all I'm going to say. That is all I'm going to say. Is
the first map they
happen.
pick better be a Temple of Katmagu. That's all I'm saying. Look, if there's any team leaders out there, if Camel's listening to me, if Jim is out there, somebody choose Katmagu. I don't want to make it through the entire tournament and just not ever see it once. I just want to see it once. That's all I want, man.
There was a Method Mayhem tournament a little while ago. I think you were there, Eddie, as well. And it came down to the grand final. It was a best of 5. And there was an underdog team against a favorite team, and it came down to the 5th map, and we were all just praying that it was going to be Temple. We wanted the two teams in this 5th map to effectively just go, right, okay, all we're going to do is we're going to go Temple, we're going to sit in the middle, we are just going to juke it out and see who takes the victory. And it was absolutely incredible. It really was. Temple of Katmagu, and I don't know if you remember that one specifically, but Method Mayhem always manages to throw us up great games such as that. And if you want to make sure that you folks are obviously continuing to support Method Mayhem, check out exclamation point crowdfunding. You can add to the prize pool. It is a minimum of $2,500, but any donation that you give adds to that. You can find the link on that chat command, which is once again exclamation point crowdfunding. And on top of that, any subscription to the Method channel whilst this event is live will also add $2.50 to that prize pool. Not only are you directly contributing to these players and the fantastic games that they are putting on, but you are also supporting the Method Mayhem tournaments that we want to do more of in the future. We want to keep bringing you this fantastic setup. We love casting it. It's always great fun. Myself, Eddie Bondor, we love casting it, and I know that the folks at the Method Mayhem, they love watching these tournaments as well. And I hope that you folks are enjoying these tournaments too on top of that. So Silver Shard Mines, map number 1. Sorry, Bondor, go ahead.
Kex, real quick, I just wanted to check and see. So when you're saying that somebody gifts a sub to somebody, it gives $2.50 towards the prize pool. So
any sub,
as a gifted sub right there, you're telling me that I just helped give $2.50 towards the prize pool? Is that what we're saying here?
Exactly. That's exactly what I'm saying. $2.50 to the prize pool has been added from that subscription.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that I understood the way it worked.
Yeah, that's exactly how it works. Absolutely beautiful. And on top of that, not only do they add to the prize pool, but they also get extra benefits as well. They get some fantastic emotes. They get an ad-free viewing experience, and they also earn channel points at at a quicker rate. So it's a win-win. It's a win-win, Eddie. Why would you not want to do it?
I mean, I'm already subbed, as you can see, so I'm very happy to support this tournament, and I hope that everyone else will chip in with what they can. It's very important to note that all this money is going to all the players, and it's not only going to the number one team, even the second and third is also getting a cut. So, I mean, the more the money that's in the tournament, the more hype it will also get, the more participants we'll have in the future. So every bit of penny makes a difference here, and I really hope that the people would chip in with what they can.
Yeah, it is fantastic. We love to see more of these RBG tournaments happening. We love the RBG community. It is a fantastic group of people. And I've said that, and someone's going to quote me on that now. I guarantee you someone's going to quote me on that.
Hey, Kex, you said it's a fantastic group of people. No matter what chat says right here, you said it's a fantastic group of people, so...
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, I think... Taking a look, Silvershard, I love these RBG tournaments because, arena tournaments, they are fantastic. They are fast-paced, and the skill to keep up with that is incredible. But you've got to say, Barndor, that the skill that you see in RBGs it's a different skill from arenas. As we said yesterday, you can be one of the most high-ranking 2v2 players on the planet, but you can go into an RBG and it'll be an entirely different environment. Yeah, sure, you might take a 1v1, you'll be very good at a 1v1, but guess what? You're not exactly going to know how the map is going to play. You're not quite, you don't know how the team is going to synergize. There's a lot of various different factors going into a map, in an RPG. And speaking of maps, it looks as though we are loading into our first map here in this best of 3 between Free Thugger and Seal Team 6. Silvershard Mines it is, as we obviously take the Donkey Kong Country route through the map. That is a reference for some of you boomers out there that remember Donkey Kong Country. I'm super excited to see how these teams go on. We've obviously seen SEAL Team 6 so far. We know how potent their team fight is, but is Free Thugger going to be able to negate that with their off-cart shenanigans? We're going to have to wait and see. Eddie, walk us through the first 30 seconds.
First 30 seconds we see here a quite traditional comp from both teams. Double Boomy Broke. I expect that both these teams are going to send 3 people off card. Again, at first glance, it looks quite similar. The only big difference is that Seal Team is opting into 3 melee with the Warrior Red DK, whereas 3 Hogger is only opting into the DK Red and then double Warlock. Now, in the team fight, I would slightly favor the double Warlock, especially if it gets very stalled out. Also, if we remember correctly from yesterday, looking at the mana, Free Thugger, their healers were running quite quickly. So right now, I'm going to keep a big eye on their 2 priests here in the initial opener to see if they can keep up with XCC and XMe2.
Yeah, I mean, we see Fear Lock X coming in on the side of Free Thugger. That is a multi-rank 1 AWC level player right there. So expect to see big damage coming out from Fear Lock right there. Want to make sure that, as Kex said earlier, he may be an arena player. He may be on the top of the ladder. He may be, competed on different AWC teams, but that doesn't mean he's going to know what to do here in this RBG. So, in accordance to that, we do see that Team Seal, Team 6, as predicted, going for the big team fight. They are winning the lava cart, and they are actually winning the water cart right here. Looks like SEAL Team 6 going to win that 3v3 in the middle right here. So going to secure that lava cart here potentially, and going to secure that middle cart, putting them in the driver's seat for the first minute of the Silvershard Mines, Kex.
Yeah, exactly. They want to make sure that they are setting up, and if you can set yourself up solidly on the lava cart, it does give you a little bit more room to roam around the map. It means that you can, that you've already got lava cart sorted, so you can kind of play around the off carts a little bit more. The other side of that is, if you know that they are getting lava cart, you can turn around and say, okay, you're going to get lava cart, we're going to get 2. congratulations. It doesn't quite work that way. It is a very, very interesting map to play around, but at this point in time, SEAL Team 6, once again, we've spoken about how potent their team fight is, and just look at the health bars on the side of Free Thugger. Tider's dropping down. We're losing Gaten as well, losing the 2 priests. All of the healers are out of mana on the side of Free Thugger. All of the healers are already completely tapped. They are running on fumes. Meanwhile, the mana on the side of SEAL Team 6, not exactly looking great, but is he changing it? He is changing the tracks. Interesting there from Benny the Jet. So changing those tracks, making sure that Lava Cart is not one that is easily picked up once again. But as mentioned before, these healers need to start getting a mega pint of mana, because otherwise they are going to fall even further behind as they lose players. And these staggered deaths, not great on Silver Shard Mines.
Yeah, and the story kind of plays out like we just mentioned in the opener. Both the 2 priests of Free Thugger are struggling with their mana allocation. And the thing is, when you're playing double disc, it's very important that you heal through atonement. And that is why you play Purge of the Wicked as well. There's many priests who play Purge of the Wicked, but they don't understand the usage. And the usage is for a disc that you just want to dot as many targets as you can. And that's also pets, it's dummies, it's whatever you see fit to have a dot, and then you make sure that you have complete uptime on your atonements on your teammates. And that is what I think SEAL Team is very good at. Their disc are constantly keeping them alive. And I mean, 3 Hogger here, 500 graveyard. It looks like they're about to lose mid as well here. The SEAL Team is pushing in. It looks like Lazarus here is gonna get knocked out of the card, essentially spelling doom for 3 Hogger here.
Yeah, I do like what I see coming out of Free Thugger as far as their strategy change up. Now, we do see that, obviously they're losing that lava team fight. So what they did was they elected to change that lava going up. Therefore, it's giving themselves more time to regroup, more time to, potentially hit some other nodes. Now, it looks like it did backfire a little bit, because I think that they tried to commit more resources towards that mid cart while they didn't have to worry about lava, but they ended up still losing that mid cart. That's a big kudos out there to the off cart team from SEAL Team 6, still managing to keep up on that lava cart and the water cart. So right now, I mean, Kex, we just see SEAL Team 6 is just running away with this one so far. They've taken the lava, they've taken the water. The only carts that Free Thuggers even got have been the top carts.
Yeah, exactly. It is one of those things that I mentioned, the danger of coming into especially the lower bracket, coming into a tournament slightly cold, as it were. You do need to warm up, get a sense for the game. It is something that does happen. It happens whether you're raiding, it happens whether you're obviously doing PvP. There's a lot of various different things that it can cause issues with if you just come in and you haven't practiced enough. Not to say that Free Thugger haven't. I don't know what they've been doing to warm up, but SEAL Team 6 have already played a game. They've already won. They've already lost a series here, but they have played 2 very, very close games. So, they will kind of understand how this is working. They have kind of got into the swing of things. Now, Free Thugger, this is game number 1, so there's still an opportunity for them to come back into it. But for my money, Eddie, you take a look at the team fights, and SEAL Team 6 have just been bullying Free Thugger around this map.
Yeah, again, and I think it just comes down to the healers as well. If you have 3 great healers, you are most likely not gonna die in team fights, right? And that is the strength of a team fight. If you can stay alive, sure, you may not win it, but if you're not dying, you're at least still in the game, right? So big shout out to them. And 3 Thugger, they are running the double warlock, but again, Trixie, every time we see the soul rod live drain from the locks, he's just gonna revival it and cancel out their go. So honestly, the SEAL team are really playing to their own strengths, and I really like it. Even though they lost earlier, I think they had a great showing. I think it really came down to the wire in many of the scenarios. And I mean, Benny, he played really well in the other games. He's trying hard these ones, but if you're already losing the 3-3 off card against SEAL team, it doesn't matter how much you think you can do alone.
Yeah, I mean, when you take a look at SEAL Team 6, they were right there with Jim Slugga boys. I mean, it was a 2-0, but I don't know that the score really reflects how close those games were, especially that first game that was just on a knife edge for sure. And honestly, taking a look at, SEAL Team 6, they just appear to be on another level when it comes to Free Thugger. Now, maybe this is just Free Thugger's worst map. Maybe they'll be able to go back to the drawing board, maybe go for, something like a Gilneas, maybe something like a, flag carry map. but it really looks like SEAL Team 6 is absolutely dominating in this Silver Shard Mines.
It does seem to be a domination. I mean, you take a look at the scoreboard at this moment. There's over 1,000 points in it. It is safe to say that this has been one of the most dominating maps that we have seen. And, you know, if you're Free Thug already, we've spoken about sort of morale. We've spoken about the mental game. I mean, take a look at they have 4 players alive. They have 3 players alive. 2 players alive on the team. They have 2 players alive on the team. SEAL Team 6 have all 3 carts. From a mental standpoint, from a morale standpoint, this has got to be super difficult to come back in from.
It definitely feels a bit demoralizing, not only losing the off cards, but also the initial team fights here at Lava. And maybe we can get a bit more look into the healing done here in the end. But I mean, just if you spam Radiance on cooldown, you're gonna go and I think that's something that we see Free Thugger do quite a lot. The priests were completely dry by the first card, and you know it's kind of normal that you are around these parts, but if the enemy team is sitting at 50%, they are clearly pressing something different. And I mean, it's something they can consider. I think maybe that Free Thugger is gonna opt into maybe a base map or something. At least I think it will give them a bit more chances going up against SEAL Team.
Yeah, I mean, we see here Free Thugger, they already know it's over. They're electing to go next, just hopping on that mount. Big shout out to Kapala with that big blizzard bear there. Gotta love seeing that mount. But for sure, we do see they're gonna elect to go next. And SEAL Team 6 dominating in the first Silver Shard Mines. You gotta think here, Kex, that this really puts them mentally on the back foot. I mean, they're coming in cold. This is the first game of the day, and they just immediately get just dominated in Silver Shard Mines. Now,
I mean, you say domination. I don't mean to interrupt you there, but I just saw that scoreboard. From what I saw, it looks like Free Thugger didn't kill a single member of SEAL Team 6 throughout that entire game. They did not get a single kill on SEAL Team 6. However, I do want to bring you a little bit of breaking news in regards to the game that was played off stream. Obviously, the rematch between Skitsou and the Vengeance stream, a match that Skitsou off their own back offered to the Vengeance stream. That was nothing that we had planned. Skitsou were the ones to offer that. Fantastic sportsmanship from them. The breaking news is that the Vengeance Dream actually did win that rematch. So the Vengeance Dream are going to be advancing in the tournament, as far as
you can see how happy I am.
As far as I'm aware, it does look as though Vengeance Dream is going to be advancing. So once again, commiserations to Skitsou. I want to see hearts. I want to see all the love in chat, not only for the brilliant games that they have brought us throughout this entire tournament, but also the fantastic sportsmanship that they showed off their own backs. They saw that Michelangelo was stuck in the rocks, and they went, "Hey, would you like a rematch? We'd be happy to offer it. We'll have a repeat. Let's go." And that is exactly what happened. So, fantastic performance from Skitsou, but the Vengeance Dream stays alive. They do move on, and they will be facing the winner here. But from that performance from SEAL Team 6, Bondor, you've got to imagine that, the Vengeance Dream have watched that, and they're going to be a little bit worried.
Oh, yeah. I absolutely think that the Vengeance Dream, as soon as they just won that last game, kept their tournament dreams alive. They had about 2 seconds of, yes, good job, right? Just little nerd screams in there, like about 2 seconds. And then they took a look at the bracket and realized we might have to go against SEAL Team 6.
Yeah,
and so
it was rough, especially, and I think I do have had it confirmed that 0 kills. Free Thugger got 0 kills against SEAL Team 6 there. So their team fight is brutal in this tournament. But as we've mentioned, team fights, not everything, Eddie. So if you're Free Thugger, what are you picking here to potentially negate that?
I think...
No, it's absolutely not Temple.
I think at least...
Temple.
If I recall from when I spoke with Rev as well, he was talking a lot that this team is very reliant on Benny the Jet, and he likes to play around, literally bases and inking. But also, if they opt into a flag map, they like to play 5-man D. And I think since RevC mentioned this, maybe it's something that they're actually quite good at. But again, SEAL Team 6, their performance was great, even though they got knocked down quite comfortably by Jimbo's boys. I still think that they actually have quite a good showing and will come back in this tournament.
Eddie, what do you think about this map pick here? Arathi Basin coming out from Free Thugger. I don't know that that's where I would have gone.
I mean, if you want to play into your rogue, and it is a good map, but again, right, we did see that they struggled in the 3v3 on Silver Shards, and Silver Shards is a map like an AB where you both have the skirmishes and you have the existing main team fight. So, I mean, 3 Thugger, they have to come in with something different. Maybe some early ghosts put some big pressure on BS. Like I mentioned in the very first game, you send your rogue, he ghosts, he can go back as well. You try, get a base early. So yeah, I mean, good luck to them at least, but I think my vote is still going to fall onto the SEAL team. I think generally they have been playing well, even though they have lost.
Yeah, the SEAL Team 6, I mean, they came up, Jim Slugga Boys, Barndor mentioned just how powerful that team is, but at the same time, SEAL Team 6 showing maybe that, once again, they could be warming up into this tournament. You know, the danger is that you play against a team like SEAL Team 6 in the upper bracket, and then you face off against them 2 games later in the lower bracket, and you think, we've beat them before. But now they've got a couple of games under their belt, they're getting into the swing of things, and that's where the danger really starts to show. As mentioned, Arathi Basin does seem to be the pick here between SEAL Team 6 and Free Thugger, which honestly, for my money, seems to probably be the best decision for Free Thugger. You know, it gives them the opportunity to potentially spread out across the map. But at the same time, you know, one thing that we did see in Silver Shard Mines, you do have the off carts, obviously a slightly different scenario to Arathi Basin, but even when they weren't in the team fight, Eddie, they seem to be bullying them around the map. And, you know, Free Thugger have to be very, very clever in, you know, their macro around the map to avoid that happening to them.
Yeah, they definitely have, and also we have to remember they were a Lion side on Silver Shard Mines. So when you're opting into the 3v3 in middle, you always have to show first as the card is already turned for the enemy. So your druid has to leave stealth and get opened on. So they're always playing on the back foot, right? But I still think you can outplay it. It all comes down to remember to your own rogue bumping your own druids to stop enemy convokes, etc. You could do a lot. There's even some shenanigans where the both druids are standing together, both spamming raw, because as we see in NA as in EU, people play their anti-CC trinket. That means that you are essentially immune for the first 2 initial stops, and it's very good when you're playing convoke boomies. They can't be stopped. So we see a lot of teams double stacking, so they can raw the trinket off and then beam. So I like to see stuff like this where they actually try to apply a strategy to what the enemy is doing. You know they're going to do this, so we have to come up with a counter.
Yeah, exactly. And we do see Arathi Basin here. Free Thugger versus SEAL Team 6. SEAL Team 6 currently 1-0 up in the series in this best of 3 during the Method Mayhem NA RBG tournament. And a question for chat and a question for you two as well. Barndor, I'll come to you first. I want a 1-word answer or a 2-word answer depending on where you're going. So you're in Arathi Basin. You've got a choice. You are either going lumber mill, blacksmith, or mine. Out of the 3, which one are you going to?
Yes.
Fantastic answer. Eddie, same question to you. Arathi Basin, you're going lumber mill, mine, or blacksmith. Where are you going?
I would always opt for LM and BS.
You can choose one.
BS.
BS, so Eddie is going blacksmith. Chat, where are you going? Are you going lumber mill? Are you going blacksmith? Or are you going to mine? Barndor, where are these teams going? Walk us through the first 30 seconds here.
And then we'll see, we've got a double Boomy coming out on the side of Free Thugger, and then Guardian Druid coming out of SEAL Team 6. Right here, Free Thugger, they just have to, they're in the Mayhem tournament, but they still have to find the right method to keep themselves alive, because SEAL Team 6 is going to be bearing down on them here at Blacksmith. I foresee SEAL Team 6 definitely trying to bring it to a team fight, and we see the way that they tend to play their Arathi Basin is more traditional, get 2 nodes and then win the 3rd node via team fight, right? They're not really trying some, off-node shenanigans, off-cart shenanigans, anything like that. But we do see down here at Mines a Boomy Rogue versus Boomy Rogue Boomy.
Yeah, and again, it looks like the upper hand slightly going towards 3Thugger in this one. There's a lot of pressure going on to the SEAL team now. We're swapping back to LM though. I think LM is gonna be a stale. I would like to watch GM instead of LM, because at LM now we have 2 healers. Yes, back to GM. This is what we like to see. Now Zura here really holding it now. I think he will lose it though. This will be a full blind and a cap over. Oh, what?
Oh, wait.
Oh, the ghost.
The Boomkin is going to punish the ghost here. 3Thugger is up 2-1 bases so far. Sorry, SEAL Team 6 is up 2-1 bases so far. The Boomkin with the great play to punish the ghost, and Lazarus is going to come back, try to take that back. But, man, that's a very good play. Very good heads-up play by the SEAL Team 6 right there.
And that's why he saw that okay, it's very smart adaptation here from SEAL team. Benedict opting for the ghost of his own base to get mines, sadly losing his base in the process. But honestly, I mean, this is what you want to see, right? You want to do something different, and ghosting is one of those things. Again, LM, a lot of pressure is going on from SEAL team, and the mana though this game looking quite better from Thugger. Maybe they spoke about it. I'm really happy to see this, because mana is essential. If you have the best healers in the game, you're most likely going to win. And here,
a big convoke.
Yeah, they try to get back farm, but it's double defended by the Boomkin and Ashpal. Great rotation in from Ashpal, and I mean, now it's just lost contest.
Oh, that grip.
Great
did you see that grip from Lit? Yes.
That grip was lit. Indeed, it was fantastic. Obviously coming in, saving Furlox there. Now, obviously we see 3Thugger. They have claimed mines here, and it looks as though SEAL Team 6, they've obviously got, they do have stables. They do obviously have farm as well. Does this, the fact that 3Thugger effectively are either going to be respawning at mines or they're going to be respawning at base, does that potentially make the respawns a little bit more difficult, Eddie?
Actually, it won't affect the respawns much. They will now just rest at mines or their own base, depending on where they're standing on the map with their devs. But again, the SEAL team capping Lumbermill here. I mean, their pressure is just on today. They are really putting 3Thugger up against the wall here. And we see here though, Benny the GB. Oh, he is laying in wait here. Maybe they can actually get the cross cap here. We see the knock from Lit. He wants to get him out. I think Benny wants to sap XZ, but he didn't. Oh, and with this knock here, XZ has a trinket. There's a blind.
That's a cap.
Oh, he should have trinketed the he should have trinketed the blind early, because you should expect that Benny the G would bump him. But honestly, great play from Ben. Oh, they didn't get it?
No, he got back up. Back up.
Okay, that's quite
probably just showed up to save the day.
Oh, but well played by Benny though.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Ashpal coming up to save the day. Benny the Jet, right? If Ashpal doesn't show up, Benny the Jet 100% gets that base. So great play by Benny there. I know we talked about it earlier. 3Thugger really looks for Benny to make these plays, right? He's definitely going to be one of the heroes of that team. So look for him, look for Capello, look for Fearlock to, do everything they can to try to make those plays. But SEAL Team 6 is just on another level so far. 3 caps to 1. And this is when things can get out of control. If you're 3Thugger, you have to commit all of your resources towards getting that second base. Even if you're still down 2-3, the fact that you're down 3-1 right now is so detrimental, and it creates such a gap. And the way the scoring works here on Arathi Basin is just, you have to get that second base as soon as possible, because otherwise the time it takes for you to, be able to get 3 bases and still win just gets, that much sooner.
Just got BS, and with this, and we saw them stand a bit AFK on BS, they need to directly go for GM. When you have killed the enemies on BS, they will spawn at LM, and SEAL teams' bases right now are very hard to defend. They have they have farm, they have they have stables, they have GM, and they have LM. That means that when you die at BS and spawn LM, you have to run all the way to GM, which is quite a distance. But it seems like 3Thugger opting for a complete other take here, going towards stables here, want to put pressure onto Nefs here, and if Nefs managed to die here, they only have one healer here, Trixie, right now. They need to convert onto Trixie here. He's currently solo healing, so this would be a very good target.
Yeah, I
This would be
mean,
a great target for them to take. And Free Thugger, if they're able to take this as well, that means that they would be 3 bases up against 2. They do still have, they're still losing in the points, but this doesn't. SEAL Team 6, obviously, a great start to the map. They were able to get a couple of bases there. It looks like they do take Trixie down as well. So this potentially could be Free Thugger turning it. They have a couple of extra players here now, so they weren't quite quick enough, in getting over here to make that advantage count in getting Blacksmith. But now they have Blacksmith. This is still one of those difficult positions. 2 bases down against 3. You do need to make sure that your macro around the map and the way you are moving the team around the map is super important. We do see Neff here going up against Kepala, obviously the Warlock versus the Druid. Gonna see how this plays out here. Both of these just battling out, and you've got to imagine if Neff is able to take this, it doesn't look like Neff is going to be able to, because lol Warlock. As I say that though, Kepala doing a great amount of work. It looks as though Kepala is dropping pretty low. Is Neff going to be able to take it? It does look as though Kepala is dropping out. So is this an option for Neff to take this fight?
He's got the Infernal.
He's got the Infernal there, so it is super unfortunate for him taking it there. It does look like the Cyclone comes out. It looks as though they may be able to take it.
No, he's going to get the res.
Yeah, he's not going to be able to get it off.
Spin.
That is huge for Kepala. That could have been a massive turning point in the game there. That could have been a huge turning point in the game, and Kepala there potentially saving the game for Free Thugger Barndor.
What a play. I gotta say, hats off to Kepala right there. What a play to res. So where he died was strategic, right? This isn't just, he didn't just run away to die, right? To let him get the flag. He ran towards his graveyard, so that way there was no chance that Neff could have grabbed his body and made him sit the full res timer. What he did is walk toward the graveyard. When he died, he was right next to his body, resed, immediately took the gate and got the spin. That is the sign of a good heads up player, right? Knowing exactly what the situation is, and even finding a way through a death to still spin the base. I mean, Eddie, what do you think here? Because I really see SEAL Team 6 just dominating Free Thugger right here, and Kepala had a great play, but they're losing players. They're not. I don't see that they're really making the offensive plays. We see defensively Kepala doing great things down here at Mines, but all that's doing is securing that 2 bases. They really need to grab a third. Eddie, what do you think Free Thugger has to do to come back in this Arathi Basin?
So they had an initial chance, as I previously mentioned, when they secured BS. But now what they should do is they should honestly send their Monk down to GM and defend instead of the Warlock. You need every capable DPS on the map if you want to come back right now. You need damage. You don't need healing to get a base. So I would love to see them send their Mistweaver down to defend GM. It's a bit easier for him to defend because he can stand up on the roof, he can use his ring, he can port back up, etc., etc. And then for Free Thugger, they need to collect all the enemies, preferably onto LM. And from here, they're gonna use their own DK. Oh no, sorry, not the DK. They're gonna use the Warrior and the Athlete Warlock just to slow people and then attack. You need to always cross map when you're behind, and that is basically that you force all 3 healers into one place and you attack another. It's quite simple.
Fearlock.
They're getting knocked though, and
Fearlock just took LM for Free Thugger. That's 3-2 Free Thugger.
Yeah, that's
Yeah, that is a great take. I mean, we do see on the side, obviously, at Mines, we do see Kepala here dropping back to help out against Neff here, trying to take Mines here. Is it going to be enough? It doesn't look like, because Walkdown is now leaving, Kepala is here. So this is a 2v1. I don't imagine Neff is going to be able to take this one. So this is going to be looking relatively safe for Free Thugger. Now, the only question is, do they have the time? If they can hold this 3 base, Eddie, give me some quick maths. If they hold this 3 base, is that going to be enough to surmount this lead that SEAL Team 6 has managed to get?
Sorry, but I'm quite sure, according to my math, that it won't. When 3Hugger gets their 3rd base turned over, they are still down at least 750 points, and they get 4 points per tick, so you just divide 750 with 4. For SEAL Team, you divide 550 with 3, and you do the math. And right now, it is still an advantage for the SEAL Team. That is also why you see 3Hugger here. They are putting attack here onto farm.
Yeah, exactly. I mean,
it looks as though It is still slightly in the advantage for SEAL Team 6. Do you think SEAL Team 6 are they sweating now, Bandor, seeing this?
Oh yeah, they're definitely sweating, but not as much as if they were down, right? So what they did in the start, remember we talked about it, where they got 3 bases and they were able to keep FreeThugger from even taking that second base initially. That's why it's so important, is even if you are behind and you just get a 3-2 and you're behind, right? It's so important to not just get stuck holding 1 base, because now I guarantee if they had gotten 2 bases from the start, and wait, are they going to get stables here? No, FreeThugger 4 caps. FreeThugger turns it around in 4 caps. This might be enough for them to win. Strike what I'm talking about. Nobody cares about that. FreeThugger is got a 4 cap right here, showing signs of life, and this could turn in their favor.
Yeah, absolutely looks like it is going to turn in their favor. This is a huge deal for FreeThugger. They could be taking this to a game number 3 here, once again in the lower bracket. However, SEAL Team 6, do not count them out. Their team fight is still super potent, and it looks the Lumber Mill has been taken once again for SEAL Team 6, so they are once again switching these. But during this points where FreeThugger have 2 bases, SEAL Team 6 have 1 base, this could potentially be just enough to maybe turn it in FreeThugger's favor, Eddie.
So the quick math before was that when we saw the bases, so FreeThugger, they needed 200 ticks of points, and SEAL Team needed 160-ish ticks. So the SEAL Team, I think,
Neff's gonna get this. Neff's gonna get this. Benny has no trinket.
No, he stopped it. Benny just stopped it at the end there. That was literally the closest you could ever imagine, and Neff is moving away here. So is this going to be enough? We see another big team fight happening here, obviously over Lumbermill for FreeThugger. They need to be careful though. They're putting a lot of people here obviously on Lumbermill. They need to make sure that their 3 bases are currently secured, but this could be coming down to the absolute wire, ladies and gentlemen, here between SEAL Team 6 and FreeThugger. Game number 2 in this best of 3. Are we going to see game number 3 here between these 2 teams? It's going to be so close. I mean, I don't even know if Math Master Eddie is even able to determine exactly who's taking it here.
It is still in favor of SEAL Team, and unlucky with Neffs there that I think he got the clone off on Benny, just didn't quite start the cap in the same time, and it can be quite hard because the moment your clone lands you need to start capping as well. You only have 6 seconds, so even a slight misplay would actually mean that they won't get it. But again, I mean, the SEAL Team
have taken Blacksmith.
Yeah, and with this, this would solidify their victory.
Yeah, that's the thing is a cap takes exactly 6 seconds. A clone lasts exactly 6 seconds. So if you are able to get cloned or get the clone off and then start the cap at the exact same millisecond, right? You will get the cap. But if you are off by just the initial, right, half a millisecond, that's enough for them to get a global, an instant off when they come out of that clone. And if it's an instant, that's going to interrupt the cast, as we see Benny the Jet, was sitting there already having it keyed up. He's smashing his keyboard trying to get that last second spin. And I guess he's just got low enough MS, low enough ping to where it actually worked in his favor. He was able to do it. A little bit of maybe a misplay on the side of Neff, but at the same time, right there, maybe his ping, maybe, there was nothing he could do there. But right now, SEAL Team 6 in the driver's seat, up 3-2 against FreeThugger. FreeThugger are going to need a 4 or potentially even a 5 cap to come back here, which, isn't against the cards. I mean, we see SEAL Team 6 actually in the graveyard right now. 4 members are dead. Looks like they may be able to take Lumbermill back, but it might be too little too late. SEAL Team 6 already at 1350 points. So they're going to need, a 4 cap might not even do it at this point.
No, it needs to be a 5 cap from FreeThugger here, I imagine, to potentially, as they have taken Lumbermill. We do see a lot of SEAL Team 6 in the graveyard. them. So there is an option, but SEAL Team 6 have also taken stables now. SEAL Team 6, even though Free Thugger have been able to take Lumber Mill, they continue on with stables. So they are obviously, they're keeping it. Is Benny the Jet going to be able to turn this here from Ashpala? Ashpala not allowing that to happen. I believe Ashpala there did use the trinket to stop that from happening. And I think that this is going to be game for SEAL Team 6. But Eddie, my word, what a performance from Free Thugger.
Definitely a great performance, and I hoped that they could have taken this game, brought it into the last one, and again, I mean, Benny he tried to carry. Sadly, he couldn't pull his team over the finish line today, and I mean, SEAL Team, honestly, applaud for them as well. I think their healers are showcasing why they were the players to watch, and also just a quick return here to the BS fight. I mean, it looks like that in general that the SEAL Team they had the upper hand in this game.
Yeah, it was a great game between these two here in Arathi Base, and SEAL Team 6 taking this best of 3 series 2-0 against Free Thugger. It does mean that we are going to be saying goodbye to Free Thugger, but let us get some love, let us get some hearts in chat for the fantastic games that Free Thugger have put on for us. It has been an incredible time with them here in the Method Mayhem RBG NA tournament. Hopefully we will see them in the next one. But SEAL Team 6, once again, not necessarily the same dominating performance that we saw them in Silver Shard Mines, but even when they were under pressure, Barndor, they managed to handle that very, very admirably. And, not only were they able to come back, they were able to come back multiple times in that one map in particular.
Yeah, no, a very good effort from Team Free Thugger right there. They did amazing when it came to their effort, right? They did what they needed to do. They made the plays, they took the bases, but in the end, it wasn't enough. I really do think it had a lot to do with being down 3 bases to 1 at the start. Every time I've ever played in Arathi Basin, even if we come back and we take 7 bases, we take base after base after base, if we're down 3-1 and we can't secure that second base at the start, the point differential just goes out of control and it always turns into an L. It always turns into a loss. So I'm not saying that it's impossible to come back, but I'm saying is that percentage-wise, when you're not able to get that second base in the opener, your chances of coming back, no matter regardless of how many good plays you make, just becomes so much harder. So big effort from Free Thugger out there. They did amazing. SEAL Team 6 just on another level, taking the 2-0, proving they want a rematch. They want to go back up against Jim Slugga boys. They got a little salty from that 2-0 defeat, and they want to go to the grand finals to potentially face the winner of Team Camel versus Jim Slugga boys. But in order to do that, Kex, they're going to have to make their way through the Vengeance Dream next.
Exactly. Vengeance Dream versus SEAL Team 6 coming up next in the lower bracket, and then we move back up to the upper bracket. We are starting to narrow these teams down. Only 4 teams remain in the tournament. These are the best of the best that we have in this Method Mayhem NA RBG tournament. I'm super, super excited to see exactly what happens. I mean, the Vengeance Dream, does it continue on, Eddie, or does SEAL Team 6 shut it down in this next best of 3?
I mean, the Vengeance Dream, they have always proven us wrong and always went against my odds. So I'm not gonna call them out now for sure, but I still think that the SEAL Team has been playing quite well. And the Vengeance Team, I mean, hope we see another flag map. I really like that they try it out, and I think it's fun for the tournament as well that we see something not completely standard. And yeah, I mean, actually, let's get some Temple of Kukmugu, man. Let's the wheel, please come on.
Right, right.
Let's get Temple
once, man.
Yeah, let's get Temple.
We need to see Temple at least once during this Method Mayhem tournament. Maybe we'll see it in the grand final. We're going to have to wait and see exactly who gets there. But when we come back from this break, we will be seeing SEAL Team 6 versus Free Thugger. And during this break, once again, make sure you are checking out the fantastic Method merch that is available. Exclamation point merch in the chat, not method, exclamation point merch in the chat. And not only is there going to be some fantastic method merch, but there's also some very small quantities of legacy method merch available that you can see on your screen now as well. And also check out the crowdfunding that we have going on for this tournament as well, exclamation point crowdfunding in chat. Follow that link. You can donate directly to the prize pool, and any subscription given to the method channel while this event is live will also donate an extra $2.50 to the tournament prize pool. But as we wait in chat, I want to know from you, who's taking this next map? Is it going to be SEAL Team 6 or is it going to be the Vengeance Dream? We'll find out after this short break. The Method Mayhem NA RBG tournament rolls on.
You were my best friend, didn't care about the rules, good on the weekends. I'll be in fools, drifting to deep space. So brave and so stupid, just like the movies. I was gonna stay in the fight with you, just thinking we would do this until we couldn't do it. Each and every high, every night with you, you and me so clueless. We were just broken, shattered, singing along to nothing matters. Stray around like nighttime rumors. We were in too deep. In your worn-out sweaters, thinking we'll be young forever. Driving in your mom's old hatchback, and we were in too deep. Where did it begin? Where did it end? Hanging on loose strings, unable to bend. I never listened, trying to prove it, just like the movies. I was gonna stay in the fight with you, just thinking we would do this until we couldn't do it. Each and every high, every night with you, you and me so clueless. We were just broken, shattered, singing along to nothing matters. Stray around like nighttime rumors. We were in too deep. In your worn-out sweaters, thinking we'll be young forever. Driving in your mom's old hatchback, and we were in too deep. Cause I'm thinking we'll be young, be young, be young. Cause I'm thinking we'll be young forever. Cause I'm thinking we'll be young, be young, be young. Cause I'm thinking we'll be young forever. I know it's a little bit too much for sure. So cold, but we're always coming back for more. Egos in this wicked game, it's all for sure. Oh, I've got you. If we figured out what it's all about, takes a second and then we're back it again. Coaster ride for the triggered minds, but I don't ever want us to stop it. Go ahead, then let me smile for all I care. Just wanna stay close, don't stay tight. Ain't gonna leave you you feel. Shame on me, thinking it was just a phase. Got me like ooh, got me like ooh. And if I'm recognizing your mistakes, got me like ooh, feelings like ooh. Now I brought my worst behavior, throwing a party in my head. Yeah, prayers from all my saviors. Just let it rain all over me, over me, over me, over me, over me. Lost advertising. You were not meant for me, still not surprising. Need no apologies, cause I just don't really care what you think, what you think, what you think. Shame on me, thinking it was just a phase. Got me like ooh, got me like ooh. And if I'm recognizing your mistakes, got me like ooh, feelings like ooh. Now I brought my worst behavior, throwing a party in my head. Yeah, prayers from all my saviors. Just let it rain all over me, over me, over me, over me, over me. Now I brought my worst behavior, throwing a party in my head. Yeah, prayers from all my saviors. Just let it rain all over me, 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 over What happened to us? What happened to all the love we always took for granted? Are we stranded? Is it too late? Is it too late to color feelings that have faded? Complicated. I'm waiting for an answer, waiting for a sparkle to come to ignite love. I need no second chances. I'm tired of romances without love. So where do we go when we can't find our way? I don't wanna be alone. I need you tonight and I don't wanna wait. I want you to show me the way. my tiny bubble, like a movie without ending. Spending time like it was going backwards. Bruises covering the walls, but they fall down. Diving deeper in the books that we read blind. Breathing in and breathing out to get smarter. Not working out for me, yeah. Got no money on my mind, tell my mommy I'm alright. Even laughing at the tricks you tell me. Keep myself inside the lines, leaving tidy all the time. If you ask me, I am fine. Got no money on my mind. Repeating patterns like the others. Meditation through the yoga lessons. Going greener by the minute. Soon I can't wear any other colors. Bruises covering the walls, but they fall down. Diving deeper in the books that we read blind. Breathing in and breathing out.
Welcome back, ladies, gentlemen, and everybody in between. My name is Kexman. I'm joined by Eddie and Barndor during this Method Mayhem NA RBG tournament. We do have our next game coming up, SEAL Team 6 versus the Vengeance Dream in the lower bracket. Very, very excited for this match. And for those, there were a couple of questions during the break just asking about the prize pool. So the prize pool is a minimum $2,500 prize pool that is put forward by Method. And then any donations that you put forward via exclamation point crowdfunding in the chat, you follow that link, those donations go directly to the prize pool. And on top of that, you also have the option, if you have any subscriptions to the Method channel whilst this event is live, we'll add $2.50 to that donation pool as well. So you can directly influence the prize pool for these teams. But as we set up SEAL Team 6 versus the Vengeance Dream, let's head straight to map roulette and see exactly where we are going to be going for these teams. Now, Eddie, Barndor, we keep on talking about Temple. Keep on talking about Temple because we haven't seen it yet.
Man.
I'd be surprised if a team does choose it. But let's see if we can get chatting. Let's see if we can get some Temple energy going on. So chat, just put Temple. I just want to see Temple in the chat. Just put Temple. Let's see if we can get the Temple of Kotmogu energy going here. Let's see if this can happen. Let's see if we can do it. So here we go. We're going to spin the wheel. Let's see if this happens. Let's see if we do end up getting Temple of Kotmogu here. It doesn't like it's going to be Temple of Kotmogu. It
could be Eye of the Storm, though.
Yeah, it's going to be Eye of the Storm. It is going to be Eye of the Storm, which is not a terrible map. We've seen some great games on these. And first map between these two teams, SEAL Team 6, have we seen SEAL Team 6 on Eye of the Storm yet, Eddie? I don't think we have. But we have seen the Vengeance Dream, and obviously this is where this is the map that Vengeance Dream won on to put themselves forward in the tournament. So,
yeah,
advantage Vengeance Dream? Question mark.
I mean, at least they have warmed up today on the map. Also with the regame, again, a big applaud to Team Skitsou for even suggesting a regame. If that happened in EU, that wouldn't happen. Let's just put it like that. Regardless of that, so I think it shows that in this NA community, there's really some great personalities that care about the community and really want to just have a fun tournament for everybody where everybody can participate. And for the Vengeance Dream, I mean, if they were to get a map, I think they're quite happy with this one from the wheel, especially because that they shined previously on the map and made Skitsou go down 3 bases, even though they lost. So, yeah, good map for them, and we're probably going to see Michelangelo back on the DH tank. What do you think, Barn?
You know, I really think that they need to keep their eye on this enemy team here in the Eye of the Storm and kind of take a look and see what are they going to do. Are they going to have this this vengeance, or are they going to go havoc? Now, we saw they lost in an issue where we had to do a remake and everything, but they did eventually win against Team Skitsou.
We didn't have to do a remake.
Yes.
Skitsou offered to do a remake. I just want to make that very, very clear.
And then what I'm getting at here is everything had to be the same for the remake, meaning even though you guys didn't see it on screen, it is 100% confirmation that they won with the Vengeance, right? So they've already won with the Vengeance on Eye of the Storm today. I'm expecting to see them bring the Vengeance out for this Eye of the Storm. However, I do think it's fair to say that SEAL Team 6 is going to be on a complete another level than the competition they've faced thus far. So I think if Vengeance Dream wants to stay alive in this tournament, they want to keep the Vengeance Dream alive, they're going to have to step up their game, and they're going to have to pull something crazy out here on this Eye of the Storm, Eddie.
Yeah, they definitely have, and again, we see that the SEAL team have a very strong team fight, and for the Vengeance Dream to play around this, they need to constantly ink bases, they need to thin out middle, and they possibly even need to speed cap their own bases here in the start to get that slight lead that we see can become a benefiting factor and a crucial factor for most teams in the later stages. So yeah, I mean, look at this cinematics as well, man. It's so beautiful. Actually, the Blizzard UI is shining through again and again.
Yep, the Eye of the Storm is one of the best looking maps. It's so unique in its design, and it looks fantastic. Whenever you see it without UI, whenever you're actually fighting on it and you look up and you see the skybox, it is a very, very beautiful very beautiful map here. Obviously, this is between the Vengeance Dream and SEAL Team 6. Game number 1 in this best of 3 series. Vengeance Dream, they did manage to beat Skitsou eventually, and it was on Eye of the Storm, so this could be a very, very lucky map for them. But SEAL Team 6, we have seen that they have meant business today, as they have obviously, they claimed their victory over the previous team that they did take on, which was, if you please excuse me, Free Thugger, and they look very, very comfortable in map number 1. And the Vengeance Dream going to be able to stop that immediate push from SEAL Team 6. Only time will tell. Barndor, walk us through the first 30 seconds of the match.
Well, we're getting a great view of the skybox there, but we do see that we have Vengeance coming in on the side of the Vengeance Dream. Yes, they are sticking to their guns. They are keeping QT-Kins and Federal on those boomies here. Going Neff, of course, going for that fast cap. Now, one thing I do want to point out is this Vengeance isn't immediately going into middle or immediately going towards another base, kind of taking a second and just checking out what is the enemy team doing. So I think this is either going to be very, very close and it's going to be a nail biter to the end, or this is going to be a very, very one-sided matchup, and that's all going to have to do with this first team fight here. I think we really need to take a look at this first team fight, see what SEAL Team 6 is able to do. And unfortunately, we do have a DC coming out of the Vengeance Dream, the Mistweaver right there. But we have a knock that's also coming out on the side of SEAL Team 6. We have their alley ramp that is gone, so they're down to 1 healer. Embreeze is the only healer that's able to press a button right now. Disaster for the Vengeance Dream.
Yeah, Vengeance Dream currently have SEAL Team 6 have a DK as well called Don't Get Knocked. Now, I'm not saying that if Don't Get Knocked gets knocked off, it is going to be an absolute disaster, but if Don't Get Knocked, oh my god, External, Andy unfortunately flying off there, same with External, a great knock there, obviously on the side of the Vengeance, on the side of SEAL Team 6. What a brilliant knock that we do see there, both of those players, and it looks as though we do have the flag picked up by SEAL Team 6. We're going to see exactly what is happening here. It does look as though we do have the monk. Is the monk back? I'm not entirely sure, but we will have to wait and find out exactly what is going to happen here. But at this point in time, even without that, it does look as though SEAL Team 6 taking a relatively commanding lead here.
Yeah, and really well played here from Trixie here, the monk. He saw that both the Hunter and Warlock, they barely survived, so he gave them the little crackling knock so they could fly the extra mile off. And honestly, this guy has been performing really well. I would argue, at least from what the monks I've seen, he is, of course, not accounting for Dingle, he is one of the better monks for sure on this ladder. Again, quite unfortunate that the Vengeance Dream, they had the DC. It is quite important that you have all 3 healers alive in middle. But again, alley ramp here, flying off again, and they are just playing around, don't get knocked all the time. He's constantly gripping the priests out to bad positions, but here, wow, a big ninja from the Vengeance Stream. Caliph, the highest rated NA rogue, by the way, securing a base from the Vengeance Stream. He's holding the dream alive, and honestly, what more could they ask for?
Caliph, I hope he's wearing his brace, because he's putting the team on his back right now. The Vengeance Stream up 3-2. That flag cap is going to, the extra points from that first flag cap for SEAL Team 6 is going to go away here pretty quickly. What a nice blind. I gotta say, that's a real nice sap into the blind right there. Right? It looks like, I don't mean to assume things, but it looks like the Boomkin used his trinket on the sap, honestly. Because he would have had it for the blind otherwise.
Yeah. So he trinketed the sap and got blinded off. It probably, he doesn't have his incarn bound with a trinket. Usually you'll have a last panic bottom where you press this trinket incarn together, so you make sure that you get the spin, so you don't have to rely on pressing both bottoms at once. But honestly, Caliph here with the fast fingers punishing the Boomkin here for not having a macro with trinket incarn. I'm not quite sure what completely happened. I think it was the sap, and he just blinded into the sap, and maybe we get a replay later. Not sure about that, but again, I mean, all credits to Caliph.
Yeah, for sure.
Fantastic play there. It does look as though the Vengeance Stream have been able to take 3 bases to SEAL Team 6's 1. SEAL Team are getting these flags, but if Vengeance Stream keep this up, then those flags, yes, they are going to obviously help out SEAL Team 6, but as time moves on, the Vengeance Stream are going to slowly but surely tick up these points at a slightly faster rate, depending on how well they can obviously do. Fantastic, obviously making sure that Martinez off the point there. Are SEAL Team 6 going to be able to retake this? But the problem is the Vengeance Stream, they're putting so much in keeping these 3 bases, but SEAL Team 6 almost have complete freedom in the center of the map to take the flag. That cannot be a good position for the Vengeance Stream to be in here, Eddie.
No, it definitely can. I mean, for the Vengeance Stream right now, they just need to try and stabilize here at Mage Tower and at Mage Tower, yeah. And as soon as they are stabilized, they can then allocate a member or 2 down to the mid, just to make sure that the SEAL team is not running primarily flags. But with this recapture here from the SEAL team, securing a slight lead there, not only up with 2 flags, they also got the base back.
Yeah, no, that's going to be great for SEAL Team 6 to secure their lead in this matchup. I do just want to point out that even if the Vengeance Stream manages to hold 3 bases for the entire RBG, if SEAL Team 6, right, and this goes for any RBG on either storm, if you only hold 1 base but you chain run flags, if you get 8 flags, you will lose to the cap. If you get 9 flags, I believe the math works out to where even with holding 1 base, if you're fast enough to get 9 flags through, this is actually going to, I believe, be the 4th or 5th flag that's going to be capped by SEAL Team 6. The math works out to where you can hold 1 base, get 9 flags, and still win the game.
Yeah, we do see XCZ here holding the flag, just making sure that everybody is set up, ready for the next pick. But at the same time, even though SEAL Team 6, they've got a couple of flags, they are going to get this one and move around. They're going to be in the region of about 250 points ahead. You've got to say, Bondor, this map is over for the Vengeance Stream. I mean, that potential go there is over for Michelangelo. She just gets absolutely blasted off the map. But for the Vengeance Dream, the dream is still alive right now.
Of course. I mean, you see the disparity of only 100 points here so far. I mean, SEAL Team 6, they're about to cap the flag, so they're going to make that gap just a little bit bigger. But this isn't an insurmountable, and then we've already seen Caliph's ability to cap on a flag, so you best believe you're going to see Caliph try to go for another base here pretty quickly. They already know that that's a weak point in SEAL Team 6's game here, so yeah, we see Caliph trying to actually defend the base from Neff right now. Looks like Neff may go down in the duel. We do see the Vengeance coming to back him up as well. So this is not going to be a good attempt for SEAL Team 6. They're going to have to get out of there ASAP. But I mean, honestly, Vengeance Dream, they've got to make a play here. They have to stop the bleeding with the flag caps, of course. Maybe get a flag cap of their own to help equalize the points. And then for their win condition, they're going to need to get another base. That doesn't seem like winning mid is feasible. It doesn't seem like that's a way that they're going to win the game, just because SEAL Team 6's team fight is just too strong right now.
Yeah, and we just saw Nef as well trying to ink Caliph, and for the maybe casual viewer out there wondering, why did Caliph blind the Boomkin and not just zap him? The reason why he chose to blind the Boomkin is because he is not sure of where Sursa is, and Sursa was defending opposite of him in the early game. So for him, the safest choice was just press the blind on the Druid, and with that, you are at least making sure that you don't get trinket roared out if you're going for the sap. And I mean, honestly,
Wow.
the SEAL team one-shotting Michelangelo here, and this is what led to the ink of Nefs here as well. But again, the SEAL team, they have quite the pressure middle, even with the loss of their priest and possibly the warrior here. They are still in a comfortable lead with around 2 flags.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah, 2 flags.
836 to 650. Kexman, do you think this is slowly running out of control?
Not really. The Vengeance Stream seemed to have stabilized, but I'm trying to figure out if it is Vengeance Stream have stabilized against SEAL Team 6. As I say, that SEAL Team 6 pick up the flag here. It is obviously on the side of Zix on that priest once again. So unfortunately, the team fight going in the favor of SEAL Team 6 pretty much every single time here. And I was trying to figure out if it was the Vengeance Stream stabilizing or SEAL Team 6 just saying, okay, we've got a 200-point lead. Our team fight's really comfortable. Let's just set our stall out. We don't need to do anything crazy now. The Vengeance Stream are the ones that are going to have to step to them. They're going to have to put the pressure onto SEAL Team 6, and it doesn't look like they are currently able to do that, because the team fight that's happening in the middle is just, it's brutal. SEAL Team 6 are taking kills whenever they want, realistically. Michelangelo doing everything that she can to potentially take a couple of these bases, make the team kind of turn around and avoid this fight in the middle, but it's just not working out for them. And as mentioned, Michelangelo here just getting just chunked by Nef and Zerza here. And realistically, 2v1, yeah, it's impressive that Michelangelo is surviving, but what is it realistically getting the Vengeance Dream here?
I mean, it's not really getting much. What I would like to see there was that Caliph ghosts his base. Now, when the rogue is shown, he can ghost and then back off his DH. He also did manage to stop the convoke, so it didn't mean her death instantly. But yeah, when the DH is inking like that, I think Caliph and her can together still get the trinkets off the Boomy and the Rogue. So what essentially that you want to try to do is that your Demon Hunter will use your Illidari's Grasp to throw either the Rogue and Boomy away from the flag, use your Mark of Fear under that player, and then the Rogue that is then ghosting, here in this case Caliph, will then seize the guy that is not getting grasped away, and he can then follow up on the grasp, because that guy will most likely either trinket or run towards the spot. And of course, then you want to have Michelangelo capping from the inside, so they need to get literally on the flag spot to stop her. But again, I mean, SEAL team here, another flag capture. I think this is the 5th of the game, and really solidifying their great
Could be
performance.
6 right there. Actually, no, that's going to be 7. That's going to be 7 right there. SEAL Team 6 has just been farming these flags for most of the game. That's either 6 or 7, because I know when we were talking about earlier, that was their 5th cap, so that's going to be either cap number 6 or number 7. And, I mean, we saw it earlier. The Vengeance Dream came out swinging. They got 3 bases really early. They had that chance. But SEAL Team 6, the story for them throughout this entire tournament, Kex, has been the basic, the fundamentals. They're not flashy. They're not, out there grabbing bases with, 2v1s. The rogues aren't doing anything crazy. What they're doing is sticking to the fundamentals. They're winning the team fight and holding their bases. And that is what they're doing better than any other team that I've seen so far.
And
Yeah, they're doing a great job. by Ali Rampant. I also believe that priest just flying there, unfortunately. They're fighting over this flag once again, and SEAL Team 6 just showing how effective their team fight is. 2 healers down on the side of the Vengeance Stream, so that's going to be even more difficult. They immediately notify the pressure. Zix is eyeing up that flag once again. Zix is eyeing up the flag, hoping to potentially get that. It doesn't look like it is going to happen here, but time is running out for the Vengeance Stream. And you made a very, very good point there, is that, we're seeing Michelangelo making these fantastic plays at 2v1, surviving, doing a relatively good job in that 2v1, but then getting zero support from the rest of the team. You've got to imagine that at that point, as mentioned, it's okay, I'm doing 2v1. If I have one more player here, maybe we turn this. Maybe we get a couple of players out of mid, which then means that we can potentially put pressure on and get a flag here. It just doesn't seem to be happening for the Vengeance Stream, whether or not it is, communication, or whether or not they're a little bit worried about who is going to be able to ink on certain bases. There just seems to be a step missing, Eddie.
Yeah, that definitely is, and I think it just comes down to the fact that the SEAL team has so much pressure, especially their Destruction Warlock in middle. He got, not only accounting for Nox, but also just accounting for him. I think the Warlock got quite a few kills as well in the middle. At least I saw a few big balls killing people every now and then, and I mean, honestly, I think Vengeance Stream, or the Venge Stream, they're gonna look at this game and be like, okay, so in team fights, we're struggling a bit, but what are we good at? We are good when we try to move into an objective game state, and that's what we saw when she inked and when they got the base, and a big credit again to Caliph for securing the blind onto the trinket of the Boomkin. But yeah, I mean, a great fort, but sadly a loss for them.
Yeah, there it is. Vengeance Dream, unfortunately, losing against SEAL Team 6 here. SEAL Team 6 go 1-0 up in this best of 3 in the lower bracket. And Eye of the Storm there, I mean, the board there it's a little bit further than I think it felt, because even though SEAL Team 6 did manage to capture a couple of those early flags, obviously, meant that they were getting their points a lot quicker, you've got to say that if that hadn't have happened, this would have been a much closer game. If the Vengeance Dream... Oh my god! Excuse me. Oh my god!
You okay over there, Kev?
I'm good. Okay, I'm good. I do apologize then. I'm not sure exactly what happened there. Yeah, you end up in a position where if you don't let the SEAL Team 6 take those early captures, if you manage to really solidify yourself in the mid and are really able to contest for that flag barn door, it then gives you the opportunity to potentially ink on some of the bases, which we did see the Vengeance Stream do. The only problem is the moment that they did it, it opened up SEAL Team 6 to cap 3 flags almost one after the other. If they are able to do that without those flag captures, then that could have been a very, very different game there.
Yeah, of course. I mean, whenever you're able to hold 3 bases and stop the enemy team from flag capturing, you almost certainly always win the game. The issue is the game that I think that Vengeance Dream was trying to play was the hold 3 bases and at least try to stop 1 or 2 of the flag caps. But what ended up happening, because I think the Vengeance Dream already have settled on the fact that, okay, we already know we're going to lose the team fight. We've gone in, we've tried it, we lost. We've gone in, we tried it, we lost. Try to play, find a way to work. And what they did is with Caliph, they found a way that could have worked for them. All they had to do was slow the enemy team so they just didn't end up capping 9 flags while they held 3 bases. But that's easier said than done because they had to hold those 3 bases at the same time. So you either choose to go for a 3rd base or you choose to stop the caps. And what happened was they both strategies just failed. They didn't hold 3 bases and then they didn't stop almost any of the caps. So I mean, you were saying it's a little closer than what it looks. I almost think it's a little further away than what it looks, even though it was only a 500-point difference. We saw only 3 or 4 players on the side of SEAL Team 6 die in the entire BG. So I actually would argue to say that SEAL Team 6 was much more dominant than we saw, right? But that, Caliph put the team on his back and he actually gave them a chance to win, to which, then they just weren't able to capitalize on that opportunity.
Yeah, it was, I mean, if you're the Vengeance Stream, you're seeing what happened, obviously, during Eye of the Storm. You are... SEAL Team 6, again, they looked comfortable. I don't think at any point they were under too much pressure, Eddie. However, the one map that we have seen SEAL Team 6 in the previous series not struggle on, but look a little bit, shaky, Arathi Basin. We have, however, seen the Vengeance Stream play some very, very nice Arathi Basin maps. Are you expecting to see AB here?
I mean, we could see that again if they want to play into their Demon Hunter, and as you just called it out, we will see an AB, and I think it was an AB that knocked SEAL Team out of upper bracket as well when they lost to Jim Slugga boys. So that's also a little redemption for them now if they can take it, because they were playing quite well, but Jim Slugga boys just had the upper hand when it came to the teamwork and the macros. They were playing way better together. They ninja bases, even though they were maybe struggling a bit in the team fights. So for SEAL Team, I'm sure they are okay with the map, but I mean, you always want something that you feel strong on and that you usually have won on, because it gives you a lot of confidence.
Yeah,
Exactly.
Kex, do you think we see the Vengeance here, or do you think we see the Havoc here, Kex?
I think we keep the Vengeance Dream alive. I think we keep the Vengeance Dream alive because Arathi Basin, I feel as though for Vengeance Dream to come out on top here, they need to be able to, their macro around the map needs to be better than SEAL Team 6. They can't just sit and fight over Blacksmith. We've seen what SEAL Team 6 can do. Havoc, yes, it is very, very good, but the Vengeance allows them to potentially take those 2v1s. Even if it isn't necessarily to win the 2v1s, they stall them out long enough to potentially take a flag. They stall them out long enough to get some reinforcements on a flag that they are defending. There's a lot of opportunities for them there. I don't know whether I would prefer the Vengeance or the Havoc. I'm not sure how you feel about that, Eddie. You don't look too sure about the Vengeance Demon Hunter on this one.
I mean, I think that it works if you are like ahead, because then you can use a Vengeance to ink a base and hopefully draw members out, right? And I know I'm kind of repetitive about these things, but it is really important, and it is really important to understand and to use as a team. And even in Europe, even the best teams here are not always playing the perfect game. And again, no one is playing the perfect game. Then we need robots, right? But for the Vengeance Dream here, they need to come in with a clear plan, I think. They need to come in with 2 points they want to focus on. Like, we're just going to send our tank to GM to spin, and then we're going to focus hard on LM, and then rotate to BS. They need to come in with a clear plan. They need to come in with a weak side that they know this weak side is going to lose, and we accept that.
Yeah, exactly. It is all to play for here, obviously, for Vengeance Dream. They need to win this map to stay in the tournament. SEAL Team 6, however, this is our opportunity to move forward and to continue on potentially towards that grand final. Once again, we are in the last 4 teams in this tournament. We are in the lower brackets. So, again, it is one of those moments where tournament play, it can be very, very different from ladder. You have a lot to think about. You need to make sure that you're getting your strategy right, your team are ready. And not only that, you need to have the mental fortitude to say, hey, this is our opportunity to come back. This is our opportunity to stay in this tournament. We need to take it. And Arathi Basin is going to be the site of that potential comeback for the Vengeance Dream here. We have seen many a battle in Arathi Basin over this weekend, but for Vengeance Dream, this is the biggest battle of the entire tournament for them. Are they going to be able to stay here in the Method Mayhem NA RBG tournament? Chat, what do you think? Is it going to be the Vengeance Dream taking this to a game number 3, or is SEAL Team 6 going to carry on in the lower bracket? Time will tell, but Barndor, take us through the first 30 seconds of this match.
We'll see. Vengeance definitely going to be played coming out here on the side of the Vengeance Dream. We've yet to see exactly where they're going to go, but it does look like Vengeance might initially head towards LM. Looks like they're going to go up there with Allegramp the healer. Now, taking a look in the side of SEAL Team 6, of course, they're going to secure that stables just a second before Vengeance Dream secures that farm. So just being a little quicker getting there. We do see Neff with a nice flap all the way down. Doesn't look like it's going to be fast enough to get a fast cap. But we see Vengeance Dream committing 2 players down there to mine, including one of their DK. So that's going to be interesting. Either way, this is going to be a good matchup here. Eddie, somebody better tell Mitchie J to take a back seat because there's no arcane here. This is the Vengeance Dream, their last shot at the tournament. They have to win here to stay alive. Eddie, what do you think? Do you think they have a chance?
I mean, I definitely like the thing that they are adopting here into with the strategy of Vengeance Stream going very heavy onto mine, sending both DK and Rogue, putting a lot of pressure onto Nefs here, and I think Caliph will survive as well the burst from Zurich here. So if they manage to kill Nefs here, that would be really, really good. Oh, what a beautiful bomb from Caliph here, and the re-bomb from Zurich, even getting the re-stuff and the opener here on the DK again. Both teams playing exceptionally well here. The disarm coming up from the Rogue, the flesh grab to stop the damage, Cadley waddling all the way to Nefs, and just a quick throw. SEAL team, they got LM, and we saw what happened at LM. Michelangelo, she was all alone on LM against the DK and the Priest. She was trying to hold it for as long as she could, and this was what we spoke about. They wanted to commit on something and have a weak side, and she was the weak side. And that means that they really need this gold mines, and it looks like they'll get it now.
Yeah, I mean, Nef's the only person alive still on Team SEAL Team 6, and it looks like Nef's just trying to spin as long as he can, maybe trying to get some backup, but no trinket for that blind available. This will be a cap on the side of Vengeance Dream. So we've got 2-2. Everything comes down to Blacksmith.
Everything is coming down to Blacksmith. That is where, you know, we've seen it so many times. We've seen Blacksmith so many times come down to these big moments in these Arathi basins here.
Unfortunate.
But that
so
was
just to
that
say what happened.
there.
Yeah,
Sorry,
so what happened was that when she came out of the MC, she threw the glaive onto the DK. But it didn't spin. It's not always that a glaive actually activates. So she actually tried to spin, but the glaive didn't register. And it's not about her doing something wrong. It's just glaive itself that's kind of bugged. It's the same thing that can happen if you use your stealth detection as a DH and you use a glaive throw onto the rogue. It won't bring him into combat, so the rogue can still zap you. And this is why, as a DH, if you use your eyes, in this case, you want to use your purge. Your purge will always bring you into combat, and the same counts for example, your taunt. And these are ranged abilities that you need to use besides your throw glaive if you want to at least not get zapped. But anyway, we're moving into the classical mid game now.
Oh my gosh!
Going for BS.
The Vengeance Dreams team fight is just struggling right now. External's getting chunked. Felrush is getting chunked. The tank is dead. Saito no mana. SEAL Team 6 pushing this Blacksmith team fight. This is what they wanted. They didn't want anything flashy. They didn't want to play off nodes. They said, you get 2, we'll get 2. We'll meet you in the middle. And this is their strength, right? The team fight, and they are absolutely rolling over the team fight of the Vengeance Dream right now. They have got to do something. They're having a great time spinning. I will give that to them. The Vengeance Dream is doing a great job spinning, but they have got to try to keep these players alive in this team fight.
Yeah, it doesn't look like that is going to be the case. We do see Martin here doing everything that they can. They've actually managed to they've managed to hold this a little bit longer than I thought they were, but this is probably going to be game over now. Vengeance Dream can, as mentioned, continue to throw players into this. They can continue to spin it, but the problem that you do have is the longer you do that, just gives more opportunity for the SEAL Team 6 to gather these points up. They managed to cap that early base, the Lumber Mill, before Vengeance Dream were able to take the mine. The only thing that Vengeance Dream can really do now that we do see them kind of starting to do is spread out a little bit. They know that team fight is going to struggle. If is in there constantly spinning, Blacksmith gives them opportunities around the rest of the map. There is nobody at mines right now. There is nobody at mines for Vengeance Dream. It looks as though they are going for the double ghost potentially here onto stables. We're going to have to see how this plays out for them. But this could be huge. Are they going to be able to do it? What's Eddie? There's a big exclamation from yourself.
Yeah, it's because we see here, he's floating towards the LM. This is the perfect timing here from the Vengeance Stream. Is this the Vengeance Stream or the Caliph Stream? The Caliph Stream really putting the team on the back. Insane blind here for Sousa. He knows that the guy, the Boomy, is standing behind him, ready to press raw in case he goes for the sap. Again, Caliph now, he has to instantly rotate down to mines. The SEAL team, they know it's going to be ghosted, but they probably also know that they're going to go down there. But again, even though they tried here on stables, SEAL team, they manages to secure BS due to their insane pressure.
Yeah, I mean, fantastic pressure coming in there from SEAL Team 6 on Blacksmith as well. They've taken Blacksmith, so it is going to be 3 bases to 2 here against the Vengeance Stream. Vengeance Stream, you see everybody kind of grouping up here. Is there one chance going to be inking on places such as stables, maybe even going for a cheeky ink on lumber mill? Is that going to be the only option they have available, Barndor? Because as you mentioned, their team fight is struggling against this colossus that is SEAL Team 6.
Yeah, I think the Vengeance Dream's only option when it comes to having a potential to win this game is going to be their ability to take an off node, right? They're going to have to take LM, they're going to have to take stables, they're going to have to, force a team fight somewhere else, and then maybe Ninja Blacksmith. I don't think they're really, if I'm sitting there in the Vengeance Dream, you just have to come to terms with they have a better team fight, right? You can talk about it after the game, you can try to figure it out, but as it stands, your team is getting rolled over in the team fight. You have to do what you can to improvise, adapt, and overcome. Yeah. So you have to see what's going on and then try to make a play elsewhere, right? The sign of a good leader is not their ability to always win when their team is up. The sign of a good leader is to recognize what their weaknesses are and to change that up and make it play to their advantage. So that we do see that Caliph is absolutely a monster at taking these bases, and Caliph, one of the best players on their team. If I'm the leader of Vengeance Dream right now, I put my eggs in the Caliph basket and I let him free. I don't make him sit a base, right? And we obviously see that he's not doing that. I say, Caliph, the game's on you. Do what you can. Let us know when you need help.
Yeah, absolutely. Do you think, Eddie, the reason why they are leaving mines so open is at this point in time, SEAL Team 6, they look relatively comfortable in the 3 bases that they have. They don't feel as though they need to take risks during this game. So they're not going to risk potentially leaving one of these bases open to go to mine. And they're even leaving farm open at this point. They're going for a big 10-man push across the map. Is that what they're going for here? Or is this, is that potentially a mistake from the Vengeance Dream?
I think the Vengeance Dream have recognized that SEAL Team is playing very safe. They are trying just to simplify the game for themselves. The SEAL Team, they're focusing on defending. They're not focusing on much else. Now, what I would like the Vengeance Dream to do is they need to attack the Rogue again. And when it happens, they just saw that every time they cap the Rogue space, Sursa is going to use his blind. Now, you want him to use his blind, you want yourself to then reset the go, so hopefully you are attacking the Rogue with your Boomer like we saw before, and then you force Sursa to waste his blind, and by him wasting blind, then you can, on the next go, you can actually win the 2v2 against the Rogue Boomy, because the Rogue will then lack his blind. So they need to think a bit further ahead. They need to... It's like in League of Legends, you need to force the flash and then regang, right? And you can actually do the same in an RBG. If you burn the Rogue's blind, he will definitely struggle in a 2v2 scenario. Again, here we see, though, Michelangelo, she's trying to put pressure on LM, trying to bait them to the edge so she can throw them off, essentially. And she has Q-Chins here laying in wait as well, so they just need one guy to get knocked, and then they can essentially cap it.
Yeah, looking for that one knock. It doesn't look like it is going to happen, though, because Michelangelo is taking so much damage here, looking relatively rough in the health department. Are they going to be able to heal up? It doesn't look like they are. We do see Madam coming up here to clear that up. They've also taken the battle in the middle. So even though they've got numbers in the middle, it seems to me on the side of the Vengeance Dream, SEAL Team 6 just... There's no way that they are being moved from this point. There's absolutely zero way that they are being moved from Blacksmith here. So you have to play around that. But every single time they do, SEAL Team 6 are just, they take 3-4 kills at Blacksmith, and then immediately, hey, guess what? We've got 3 or 4 players that are freed up to move around the map as and how we please. And you just saw exactly that happening at Lumbermill.
I think this just tells the story of SEAL Team here. Even though they are maybe known in NA as the Crumb Collectors, the guy who queues at night, their performance in this tournament has really shot up a lot of, you could say, haters, or you could say at least people who are not so fond of them, and the fact that they may not queue in the traditional time slots. I think SEAL Team here has really shown that they are simply the better team when it comes to them versus the Vengeance Dream. They player for player are just a tad better, and especially when we come to the healers as well. Healers are the most important class in an RBG, because even though you may not kill the enemy, if you can stay alive, you can still do so much. So honestly, the Vengeance Stream, they have one last shot here. They are going to try and kill Trixie here. It is their largest effort, but again, this is a 3v3, right? And Trixie seems like he's not struggling at all.
Yeah, I mean, the monk is going to be one of the big things here. And I love that you've pointed out that healers are definitely the cornerstone of most comps, because they really are. And when you take a look at the performance Trixie has put on so far in this tournament, yes, they did get knocked down to the lower bracket, but I want to say the MVP that I've seen throughout this entire tournament, I've seen Trixie just absolutely keep the team alive against all odds, keep their team fight, and that's one of the cornerstones. We do see SEAL Team 6 taking that 4th base here, almost securing that victory here 11 minutes into the Sarathi Basin. But in my eyes, so far, right, it could change. So far, I see Trixie getting the MVP for almost this whole tournament so far.
Yeah, and it also comes down to how do you define an MVP? Is the MVP the best performing player overall, or is it the guy who makes the biggest impact for his team, right? And you could argue the same here for Caliph. I think Caliph has had a very great performance. If we were to give an MVP to one from the Vengeance stream here, assuming they're gonna leave the tournament after this game. So for him, at least for me, Caliph has been playing really, really well. And again, I also agree with you on the Trixie part, even though that Jimbo Slugga boys managed to knock them down with a 2-0, he has been playing great.
Yeah, exactly. And we do see that Mines has now been taken by SEAL Team 6. It does mean that Vengeance Dream needs to do something a little bit special here to obviously take LM. It looks as though Caliph is doing everything they can to stop the Boomkin, obviously here at LM. But is it going to be enough? We're going to see if Andy's going to take it. If they do, it means that they do end up in a position where it is, 2-3. But SEAL Team 6 still massively in control here. And honestly, I feel as though SEAL Team 6, you mentioned it before, Bandor, is that they just kind of sat there and said, let's just do the basics right. We don't need to have any crazy ghosting strategies. We don't need to turn around and say, hey, let's make sure that we're having a massive go. Unfortunately, you see Andy there just dying to full damage, getting knocked off. It looks as though mines have been taken by the Vengeance Stream. But again, as I was saying, they're just doing the basics right here, Bandor. They're not doing anything crazy, and they are just... because they're doing those basics so well, it's almost impossible to break unless SEAL Team 6 unless the Vengeance Team do something special.
Yeah, and I think that's the thing. I mean, yes, they are in the lower bracket here, but we see SEAL Team 6, they got knocked down here by Jim Slugga boys. And here's the thing. In that round, in that series, the SEAL Team 6 still had better fundamentals than Jim's team. Jim's team just figured out how to come back and how to use their tools, just like the Vengeance Stream just did right now, where they came and they took mines. They actually came back, when we're able to stop that 4-cap. However, right, and we see Caliph trying to put the team on his back again and try to take this, but that's the thing is we see out of every tournament or every team so far in this tournament, SEAL Team 6 has had the best fundamentals. They've played the most basic of strategies, but they've played it to a T. Just like Michael Jordan every day warming up with his chest pass, right? He starts with the fundamentals. That's how you become great. You don't just sit there and try to be flashy, right? You don't have just one aspect of your game you have the fundamentals and you have that down better than anybody, and that's what we see SEAL Team 6 has done. They just weren't able to defend against Jimmy's Slugga team, and they may actually get a second chance against Jimmy's team here coming up after this It was series. I couldn't think of the word series. Thank you. It eluded me for a second there.
Yeah, just quickly, we just saw just before on Stables, we saw a good attempt from Khaled and QT-Kins. QT-Kins did get the raw onto Suicide, but unfortunately for Khaled, he didn't have his blind ready, so he couldn't do the CC out, and it meant that it wouldn't turn over the base. But again, XCC was also there coming up with the rotation, so maybe they could have held it. But I mean, again, great performance by the SEAL team. Kex, take it away.
Yeah, Vengeance Dream unfortunately is over. It is time for them to wake up as they do drop out of the Method Mayhem NA RBG tournament. I do want to point out as well, that score line there that you see between SEAL Team 6 and Vengeance Dream on Arathi Basin is almost exactly the same score that we saw on Eye of the Storm between these two teams. But SEAL Team 6 do move on 2-0 in this best of 3. And I've got to say, we've seen some teams do some flashy plays. We've seen some teams do some crazy things on some of these maps. As we do obviously see SEAL Team 6 move on, they do potentially have that chance at the replay against Jim's Slugga Boys. We'll see if that plays out. That's going to be coming up next. Team Camel versus Jim Slugga Boys. But yeah, we've seen flashy plays. We've seen some incredible moments between these teams. But for my money, I don't think I've seen any team that has done the fundamentals as well as SEAL Team 6 has. And there was a point that was made in chat as well. There was someone that said, how come SEAL Team 6 haven't punished Vengeance Dream for double ghosting? And there was a very, very simple reply. They don't have to. If they don't have to do it, why should they potentially take that risk? One player, maybe two players going and taking those bases leaves you light on other bases, and then suddenly it starts to really cause issues. They don't need to do it, so why even bother doing it? And I think that's one of the things that people need to remember when going into RBG's barn door. Yes, you could do some fantastic hero plays, but if the fundamentals aren't right, it's not going to mean anything.
Yep, I mean, that's one of the big things when you come to RBGs is yes, you can have those hero plays, and you see, right, kudos to Jim Slugga Boys because they have amazing fundamentals as well, and they have those, those players that can make those hero plays. And then when you go to Team Camel, why is Team Camel so dominant? Why have they won all of these tournaments so far? Is because they are brilliant in the basics. They have the brilliant fundamentals. They do everything right. When they guard the bases, they do it right. They know exactly which classes need to do it. They keep track of the enemy team, right? And they're able to float when needed, and they do the fundamentals. Also, they have the players that can make the hero plays. But on Team Camel, they hardly ever find themselves having to make hero plays because their fundamentals are so solid that, it's just never necessary, right? Why would you punish the ghost if you're already up? Same thing on Eye of the Storm. Why would SEAL Team 6 go for another base, right? Why would they overextend and try to push somewhere when they're already up? They're up 100 points. They've got a flag. They've got two bases. There's no need to go for that other base. It's just being greedy at that point. And that's why I love seeing teams like SEAL Team 6, Jim Slugga Boys, and Team Camel be brilliant in those fundamentals, those basics. And then when it comes time to make a hero play, Jim Slugga Boys, we see they're able to do it. And so now I'm really excited for the final three teams to see Team Camel, Jim Slugga Boys, and SEAL Team 6 to see who is going to have the better fundamentals and who's going to be able to make these hero plays when they are needed.
Yeah, exactly. But with that, we do say goodbye to the Vengeance Dream. Let's get some love. Let's get some hype in chat for the Vengeance Dream. What an incredible team that showed some brilliant plays throughout this entire tournament. But we are going to be heading up to the upper bracket. Team Camel versus Jim's Slugga Boys. One of those teams can set themselves a place ready in the grand final. The other team drops down and plays against SEAL Team 6. This is where things really start to heat up in this tournament. Make sure you folks do not go anywhere. And during this break, make sure you check out, obviously, the crowdfunding, !crowdfunding. Give you a link where you can donate directly to the prize pool, and all donations will go to these teams. If we get to $150, Barn Door will be doing a dry scoop. It is going to be absolutely beautiful. But make sure you don't go anywhere. We will be right back after this.
What happened to us? What happened to all the love we always took for granted? Are we stranded? Is it too late? Is it too late to color feelings that have faded? Complicated. I'm waiting for an answer, waiting for a sparkle to come to ignite love. I need no second chances. I'm tired of romances without love. So where do we go when we can't find our way? I don't wanna be alone. I need you tonight and I don't wanna wait. I want you to show me the way. false advertising. You were not meant for me, still not surprising. Need no apologies, cause stats don't really care what you think, what you think, what you think. Shame on me, thinking it was just a phase. Got me like ooh, got me like ooh. Ain't it fun recognizing your mistakes? Got me like ooh, feels like ooh. Now I brought my worst behavior, throwing a party in my head. Yeah, prayers from my saviors. Just let it rain all over me, over me, over me, over me, over me.
Welcome back, ladies, gentlemen, and everybody in between. My name is Kexman. I'm joined by Eddie and Barndor in this Method Mayhem NA-RBG tournament, and we have just had a big donation to the crowdfunding prize pool. We've just had $115 coming in from IceMech. IceMech, thank you for the donation. Once again, there is a minimum $2,500 prize pool, and any donations over this weekend does add to that. We are getting closer and closer to the grand final. We are moving up to the upper bracket. Exclamation point crowdfunding in the chat to find out more information about that one. But here we go. Team Camel finally back here with us against Jim's Slugga boys. Barndor, you spoke about Team Camel, about how much damage they can do. We've seen what Jim's Slugga boys can do, taking a relatively comfortable 2-0 victory against Seal Team 6. So very, very excited about that one. We are also going to spin our roulette wheel as we see exactly which map we are going to be going to in our first game here in this best of 3 series. Once again, these are best of 3 until we get to the final, when it does go to best of 5. So really excited to see how this is going to play. And after we have spun this wheel, Barndor, are you going to do your dry scoop?
Yes, so I believe there is a dry scoop ode to the stream, which we will take care of as soon as we know the match, as soon as we know the map for where we go. So, how about this? If it lands on a temple, I'll do an extra dry scoop. If it lands on a temple, I'll do an extra dry scoop.
Temple.
We want the chat as well.
We want to see. We want the temple. We want the double dry scoop. Is it going to be temple? It's not temple.
No.
It's not. Nah, it's not temple.
I swear
it
it's
is. It's Eye of the Storm again. This map is really favoring Eye of the Storm for this first map that we've seen here today. And Eye of the Storm again is one. It's a very, very beautiful map, and it also can feature some fantastic gameplay. We do have the knocks that are happening in the center. You've got the team fight in mid for the flags. You've also got 4 various different point nodes around the area that you can, ghost and ink on. There's a lot of stuff going on, and we have seen some teams play some fantastic matches. Now, Jim Slugga boys have already played a series here, Eddie.
Yeah.
Team Camel hasn't played yet. Does that open up Jim Slugga boys a little bit more than we would previously expect, because they have warmed up, quote unquote, in this tournament setting versus Team Camel today, who have yet to play?
I mean, it definitely can play a big factor for Jim Slugga boys that did manage to beat the Seal team. So they are coming in warm at least, but we also have to remember it is, I think, 2 or 3 hours ago now that they had that game. So the time has still been running a bit for them. But again, just for the viewers here, if you want to see RBGs from NA, these 2 teams we're going to have right now are possibly the 2 best teams, disregarding the team coming from the lower bracket. So this is going to be very intense. And when I spoke with Refshi, again, one of the players from Team Camel, he's playing DK in this tournament, he was saying, if there's a team we fear, it's Jim Slugga boys.
Yeah, Eddie, I think I think this match is going to be very, very similar to camping. It's going to be done intense, and it's going to be very intense. But speaking of intense, right? I believe a dry scoop is owed to the stream here, boys. So let's get a little hype. Let's get a little hype in the chat. Some dry scoops coming, right? We gotta turn this up to 11.
I just want to point out as well, for a number of reasons, this was nothing that was forced upon Barndor. He is doing this of his own volition. Okay, this is Barndor's idea. He is doing this of his own volition. So yeah, we are going to be getting obviously the dry scoop. This is going to be very, very exciting. We do like to see.
But Kex, you said if I didn't do it, you wouldn't love me anymore.
There is nothing you could ever do that could stop me from loving you, Barndor. Let's be fair now. So let's see how this goes. As Barndor does that one, Eddie, Team Camel versus Jim Slugga.
Here we go,
I'd like
boys.
to get a prediction from yourself as we watch Barndor do this one. Is it going to be Team Camel taking this 2-0, or do you think we could see a 2-1 potentially?
I mean, I'm definitely quite sure that we're gonna go to all 3 games, and I think this Ars Storm. If you're gonna just go back to the second method Mayhem we had in EU. If you listen to what eHero says, the eHero is the best European team. They always say, Eye of the Storm, this is the most versatile map in the game. You can get knocked off, you can get ported off, you can get inked by bases. There's so much potential. So I think if we want to see 2 great teams battle it out, this is for sure a good map to do it on.
Oh, absolutely. Without a shadow of a doubt. Barndor, how are you doing over there?
So much powder.
So much. I was expecting it to be like the cinnamon challenge. Do you remember the cinnamon challenge? Where people were doing that and it was just instantaneous. I thought that was how it was going to be, but that is fantastic. In about 20 minutes, you're going to be bouncing off the walls just in time for the grand finals. It's going to be absolutely beautiful. It's just going to be beautiful. But yeah, as mentioned, you've said the Team Camel are the team to beat here. Jim Slugga Boys going up against them on Eye of the Storm. Are you expecting this to be a 2-0, or, as spoken, are Jim Slugga Boys going to be that team that is potentially going to take not only maps, but maybe the series?
Woo! Well, sorry, dry scoop is very dry. Very, very dry. Haven't had anything to drink just yet.
No, a dry scoop is dry?
But
wow.
as I stated earlier, I did have a good talk with over here Team Jim Slugga Boys. I did have a good talk with Never Torpid before the match, after everything was all done yesterday. And he told me he feels confident that SEAL Team 6 wasn't going to be a factor and that they made this team specifically to beat Camel. They said they've got a real shot at taking this entire tournament, and I don't know if I believed them. Like, okay, you guys got this. I believe in you. Good job. Keep it up, right? But honestly, they came out. They 2-0'd SEAL Team 6 in the start, and I'm starting to be a believer. Maybe Jim Slugga Boys is the team that can take down the mammoth of Team Camel. Maybe they will be. I am definitely looking forward to an exciting tournament. I'm definitely looking forward to exciting semifinals, and I really want to see Jim Slugga Boys just come out swinging on this one.
Yeah, that's exactly what the plan is. Team Camel going to come out. We know exactly what they can do, but Jim Slugga Boys have a point to prove here. Can they take this map and potentially the series off Team Camel? Only time is going to tell. Eddie, it is Eye of the Storm. We've seen it a couple of times. We know just how potent this mid-ground can be between these two teams. You see the flap coming in there, obviously, from I Love My Cat, making sure they are getting to the mid as quickly as possible. Talk us through this first 30 seconds.
Again, welcome to every viewer here. This is the upper bracket final for the NA Gauntlet. We have Team Camel versus Jim Slugga Boys. We take a quick glance at the lineups. Complete mirror. We see Monks, we see Double Disc, we see Guardian, Warrior, Red, Druids, and Double Warlock. This couldn't be more intense. This comes down to who has the best team, player for player, and we already see here now both DKs collecting all enemies and allies into the middle of the map, and we see the domes coming out here from Strive already. And honestly, I Love My Cat here inking as well. Like, there's so much going on, but Nesper, I think it was just to check, but Nesper kept his calm, used the blind. There's no reason to take any other chances.
Yeah, for sure. I just want to point out, in case anybody in the audience is wondering, oh, we see Tachi go down instantly. That was a big, I think that was a Chaos Bolt. That was a big Chaos Bolt. Now, when we take a look, I just want to point out that we see somebody named I Love My Cat XO on the side of both teams. Another nice knock coming out from Team Camel right here. Just so you guys are aware, Jim Slugga boys, I Love My Cat XO, that is Jimmy Pop. Oh, Omnivore and Revsy just got knocked off. What a crazy knock from Jim Slugga boys. Oh my gosh. Yeah, no. I Love My Cat XO on the side of Team Camel. We can just call him AKA Ray. He's commonly referred to as Ray. And then I Love My Cat XO on Jim Slugga Boy is AKA Jimmy Pop.
Yeah, fantastic. Doing it great. Sorry, go ahead, Eddie.
Yeah, I was just about to say that even though they got these great knocks, it seemed that Jim Slugga boys, they are stabilizing. And wow, what a great knock there. But it come in again. We saw the Goblin John from PvP Priest here, and we saw Thug Rose as well with the Wild Charge back in. Ooh, great combo coming out here, but it is only hitting top.
Shadow Rift. Oh, the knock.
Shadow Rift. Oh, three.
Wow.
There's 3 people in there. 2 obviously from the side of Jim Slugga boys, 1 on the side of Team Camel there. What a fantastic knock that was. We're seeing multiple people flying off here. I believe was that 3 on the side of Jim Slugga boys, or was that 1 Team Camel as well? I'm not entirely sure. I'll see if I can double check that one. But good lord, this battle in the mid is proving to be just as rough as we expected. Obviously, between these 2 teams, we see Kebab.
There's the rift again
there as well. Kebab is off, and it's just beautiful. Just beautiful to watch all these. They got the flag. Yeah, they have managed. Team Camel have managed to pick up the flag. They've been, and I think one of the big reasons is they were able to get a couple of kills on the healers. And once again, as we've mentioned before, Eddie, if you are able to get the advantage whenever it is either wiping a team on Warzone Gulch on offense on their flag, or whether it is obviously getting a couple of healers dead, you need to make sure, a couple of healers dead in Eye of the Storm, by the way, you need to make sure that you are turning that as quickly as you possibly can. And Team Camel have done that perfectly there.
Team Camel's pressure here in the opener is just unrelenting, capping the first fracture as well. And we also saw that they had a slight, I think it was 4-point lead to be exact, from the initial cap. So that essentially makes them up by 2 flags right now. Really, really great situation from Team Camel. But again, this is not out for Jim Slugga boys. They know that, hey guys, we're getting knocked. We need to stop this. We need to focus. But again, Kebab is flying off. Kebab Airlines. This is not a great situation for him. And honestly, Striv, he had the grip ready. Maybe he could have saved him. But then again, if you CC the priest on the knock, then he can't help him. So it's always these small mini games going on here.
There's the rift.
The rift's coming off, and the Dingo tried.
The rot did come out, but it just wasn't enough. This is exactly what we were talking about about 2 series ago, is that you want to see the rift into the rot. Striv going for a flight right now too, and Team Camel have just been next level with these knocks right now. And again, you see the entire team basically getting knocked. I'm pretty sure this game has been going on for 4 minutes, and we've seen 10 knocks on the side of Team Camel. So Jim Slugga boys have got to stop the bleeding as far as these knocks and as far as these flag caps. But I will say, kudos to Jim Slugga boys. They're only down right now about a 90-point disparity. They're probably going to be about 150 after this cap, but they are still in it. Right, as long as they're able to get this regroup and they're able to really come back, stop these knocks, Kex, I just think that Jim Slugga, they still have a chance. They can still go for these off notes.
Yeah, absolutely. Eye of the Storm is a map where, yes, as long as you've got as long as you are comfortable, sat quite comfortably on 2 of the points on the map, then yes, the flag is very, very important for you, and it will give the opposition team points, but it's not the end of the world. I mean, we do, unfortunately, especially there, flying off on that DK, not able to grip themselves back up, but it does mean that Jim Slugga boys, once again, do have 1 player advantage over Team Camel. Can they make this count? That is the most important point. You see one player go down. Are they able to make
rift.
that difference? There's the rift coming in. It looks as though
Oh.
it hasn't knocked anybody. The smallest heroic leap coming in from Nivor there. That was the smallest heroic leap I think I have ever actually seen in my entire life.
Knock.
But Todd's jumps back on, manages to jump back on. I believe that was a goblin jump coming back into that. So once again, being able to avoid these knocks is very, very important for these teams. It's looking relatively even in the middle here. Jim Slugga boys, what do they have to do, Eddie, to come back into this, even though they're not that far behind?
I mean, for Jim Slugga boys here, it's very important that they try to stabilize in mid. And a good way to stop these knocks from happening is that when you see the Warlock Rift coming down, the best thing you can do is just to CC the player who is doing the knock, and that is the monks and the priests, right? So you can actually easily counteract it. And again, great knock. But again, they countered. Every priest in this game is playing Goblin, and everyone is playing Night Fae. And I would just like to quickly shout out Team Camel's Warlocks here. Both Decadine, aka Kill, and SKT Fegi here. Both of them secure, like really, really playing well when it comes to this. And again here though, Team Camel struggling a bit. Todd's place is dead.
Oh,
Priest
Tachi with the DC.
Oh, he got knocked into
Tachi
the
just
wall.
got knocked by the he got knocked offline. That's how hard he got knocked.
Yeah.
Right. And Jim Slugga boys got a third base. They got MT.
Wow, and Jim Slugga boys here really playing the macro game as well, and it's the same thing they have it against Seal Team. They are going for the base.
Never torpid.
I mean, yeah, but I think it was a ghost. Honestly, I think it was a ghost. And Jim Slugga boys, they may struggle in team fight, but when it comes to teamwork and base plays, they are just on top, man. Really on top.
Yeah,
I mean,
huge
yeah.
year for Jim Slugga boys. This potentially could be massive for them because not only does this mean that Team Camel have to focus on potentially... they've managed to do it. Yeah, they've managed to take all four. They've managed to take all four on Team Camel. Team Camel have the flag. They have nowhere to deliver it right now. They need to make sure that they are picking up one of these points. But at the same time, this does mean that potentially they have to spread around the map to pick up their points, which means Jim Slugga boys have an opening in mid. This is huge for them. They're only looking... They're 70 points behind now, and that is ticking down smaller and smaller every single second. So this is huge for them. And we spoke about things that Jim Slugga boys needed to do to come back into this game, Eddie. This seems to be it.
It's not just choose. This is game winning. If they have it, they have 4 bases. It's over. It's over. Jim Slugga boys 25
They got the
points.
cap.
It's over. It's actually over with this. If they can just hold this out for 1 minute.
Oh
okay.
my gosh.
Nespa. He's gonna get spun. Oh my god. The Jim Slugga boys actually. What is going on? This one. I'm lost.
You never would have thought it, but Team Campbell, the reigning dominant force, getting 4-capped in their first time. Look out, Team Campbell. Here comes Jim Slugga boys. They're here, and they're here to play. 4-capping Team Camel on Eye of the Storm, and not just 4-capping, but holding it. They are rocketing themselves ahead, 200 points ahead. Team Camel finally getting 1 base back, trying to figure out what they're going to do with their flag. But now they're behind over 200 points, and they've got to figure out a way to come back. Jim Slugga boys, you have to think this has got to put more wind in their sails. This has got to give them the motivation they need to know this team is not unbeatable. This isn't just a Titan. We can take them. We can win this tournament, and this is exactly what we want to see coming out of Jim Slugga boys in this one.
Yeah, absolutely. Team Camel have been able to retake 2 of these bases. They haven't been confirmed over, so the points aren't going over to them just yet. Jim Slugga boys currently with a 300-point lead, but Team Camel still have that flag. It is still in the hands of Thug Rose. Thug Rose is just stood here waiting to potentially take this. As soon as this does switch over, they are going to be able to score a Nespa coming over once again to help out. But this now starts to put a little bit more onus on this mid-team fight. Jim Slugga boys, if they can hold this, and Team Camel only get 1 capture here, Jim Slugga boys will eventually win this. This is huge for not only Jim Slugga boys, but this is big for Team Camel as well. They do not want to go down 1-0 in this best of 3 here. They will be dropping down to the, they would be dropping down to the lower bracket if this does happen. And take a look, Omnivore has dropped down here as well. The heal, there's no mana left on the side of the healers for Team Camel. Only PV Priest is the only one that has a little bit of mana left here. We're also looking, Omnivore is down. They're losing players in these team fights as well. I was not expecting this at all.
This is exactly what we needed to see Jim Slugga boys do in their first matchup, right? And this is exactly what they even said they were going to do. That makes it so much crazy, is they said, we're here to beat Camel. Everybody else, they're just here for second place, right? And Torpid putting his words into action here, but we see he is going to trinket that clone. Great job avoiding the hibernate as well. He wants to make sure that he's not losing a base for his team. Now, he doesn't have a trinket left. He does have Incarn still, so he's going to need some backup, but we do see Dean and Dingle taking the mid flag here potentially. But honestly, Eddie, Jim Slugga boys just has to hold on, and they do more than that. They take a third base. Jim Slugga boys is swinging for the fences, and they are hitting on game 1 against Team Camel.
Yeah,
Jim
this
Slugga
is huge.
boys. Yeah, this is definitely huge, and I think it's Jim Slugga boys' macro understanding. They have punished every single ghost from Team Camel. They are literally in the head of the camel, and normally the camel is known as a quite smart creature, but in this case, Jim Slugga boys really capitalizing on the mind games, because in the end, it is just one big mind game. Team Camel, they had so much pressure that they choose to ghost their bases, and Jim Slugga boys, they just go for it, man. And I think it's Tyler. It's all coming back to him and never Torpid. They're just thinking one more step ahead, and with this capture, I mean, Jim Slugga boys, this one is in the back.
It's a 4-cap.
It's 4.
Four-cap
leaving, man.
again.
Oh my word, man.
How have they been able to 4-cap on Team Camel here twice in the same Eye of the Storm game? That is
my
huge
gosh.
for Jim Slugga boys. And Team Camel looked really comfortable. They effectively were just taking flags. They were running them back. Everything looked fine for them. And Jim Slugga boys identified that. They said, okay, you folks want to fight in mid? You fight in mid. We're going to make sure that, yeah, guess what? You've got the flag. You have nowhere to actually send it. And Jim Slugga boys right now are currently on their way to a huge victory in map number 1 in this best of 3. But let's not forget, Team Camel are considered one of the teams to beat. Harambe here looks like Harambe is 2-for-1. Is it 2016? It is 2016 all over again. Rip Harambe. F's in chat, but it looks like we're also going to have F's in chat for Team Camel here on map number 1 in the upper bracket. Jim's Slugga boys doing an incredible job, and not only am I surprised that they've won this map here, Eddie, but they've won it with a 4-cap.
I mean, from Jim Slugga boys to Jim Shoe boys, man. Cristiano Ronaldo coming in with the clutch plays. I mean, I'm honestly impressed. I didn't never ever expect this outcome, especially after seeing the initial opener, Team Camel in not just control, but in full control of the middle. And the only reason why they lose is because they choose to ghost their own bases and essentially creating an opener for Jim Slugga boys, and they just capitalize instantly. And that's what you want to see if you want to win. And this is what defines great teams again. They're not afraid of what you're going to do. They're not afraid of how you play. We take our chances and we execute. And honestly, big props. And this is just setting up for an amazing series.
Oh, yeah. I mean, if you take a look at the scoreboard that's right in front of us here, too, you can see amazing healing coming out from the side of Jimmy Pop's team as well. You can see Tridento doing 3 million damage, which is a ton for a warrior as well. Definitely putting the team on his back right there. And then we also see, right, big damage, big healing coming out from the side of Team Camel as well. But at the end, it just wasn't enough. You see Mucho Power, right, Warlock, you know, big surprise, topping those damage meters for sure. But honestly, I think, because I'm reading chat here, and then I'm reading you guys, and I'm basically reading the whole situation. I think everybody expected this to be, okay, Team Camel shows up, Team Camel wins, whatever, right, go next, right? But
What just happened?
Jim Slugga boys came out and not just 4-capped Team Camel on the first game, they double four-capped. They four-capped them twice in a row on the Eye of the Storm. And now, if I'm Team Camel, okay, we are no longer the most dominant force in this tournament. We've got to focus up. We've got to regroup. We've got to show these guys why we are the defending champions, why we've won so many tournaments. But honestly, Kexman, do you think Team Camel could be a little bit shaken by this first loss?
I mean, if it was a close game, I don't feel like they would be. If it was a close game, they would not be shooketh. I will tell you that for a fact. The fact it wasn't a close game, the fact that it was relatively even at the start. Okay, they got 2 flag captures. You know, they looked relatively comfortable in mid. And then suddenly it just went downhill for them. They got 4-capped. They got 2 bases back. They scored with the flag, and then suddenly they're 4-capped again. It was, you know, it looked as though not only did Team Camel come into this cold, Team Camel come into this, they need to defrost. They look frozen, Eddie.
I mean, honestly, I just think that Team Camel, they took too big of a bite. They were in such a comfortable lead, and they choose to ghost both their bases, essentially leaving the greatest opener ever for the Slugga boys. And I mean, I think Team Camel, they're going to come into the next game mad. They want to really make a statement of the next game. They want to put them not just on the graveyard. They want to solidify themselves as the best team. So I'm really excited to see what Team Camel brings out, because we have to remember this was Jim Slugga boys capitalizing on the mistakes and the greediness of Team Camel. And I think they're going to come in swinging for the next one, especially on their map pick as well.
If you're Team Camel, what do you pick, Bondor?
Honestly, I go to a flag map, and I think Eddie, you said you talked with Revsy before this, and that they said the flag map was going to be one of their strengths, and I think that's one thing that we have seen in the past Team Camel do well at. But I mean, I've also seen Team Camel lose on flag maps, so I will say that's the first time I think I've ever in tournament play seen Team Camel lose an Eye of the Storm. Period. So I don't know. If I'm Team Camel, I'm 50-50. Maybe they feel like the flag maps are going to work out in their favor. If that's the case, they will go to a flag map. But maybe they go with their bread and butter, which I've always seen their bread and butter being the tactics, right? Being the node maps, being the Arasi Bastion, being the Deep Wind, being the Silver Shard Mines. But right now, Jim Slugga boys pulling out a big stop and saying, yeah, you think you're good at tactics, we're good at tactics too. And, oh, we got it, boys. We got a temple. We got a temple coming out from Team Camel here.
There we go,
Okay.
Temple of Kotmogu. The first time that we have seen Temple of Kotmogu during this tournament. This entire weekend, this is the first time that we have seen Temple. What does this suggest to you, Eddie, on the side of Team Camel? Do they feel as though their team fight is infinitely better than Jim Slugga boys going into this?
Yeah, and that's why they're going for Temple. There's no bases you can lose here. The only thing you can lose here is if you get outplayed as a team. So Temple, it's actually quite a fun map. The reason why is that teamwork is still very much how can you say, a strength here. And when I talk about teamwork, it's when you're in these situations where you have orbs and you're kiting, you always want to kite around a corner, force the melees, usually from the enemies, to overextend into your orbs, and then you kill them. And you always want to take them around corners, make them LOS their healers, right? And that's how you play a very well Temple of Kotmogu game. But here for Team Candle, they want to come in now. They want to wipe them off the floor in the initial team fight, pick the orbs, and then just take a roll from there. And it's up for Jim Slugga boys here to prove that they can actually withstand the strong team fight of the Camel.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see. Coming out from Team Camel, I know they have the potential to have 3 boomies. They can have Camel, they can have Ray, aka I Love My Cat XO, and then Revsy also has the ability to play that Druid. Will we see it? I don't know. I'm thinking maybe not, but I know that that Temple of Kotmogu, traditionally Team Camel has done very well at. And okay, so looks like they are not going to elect to change up the comp at all, right? We are definitely going to see another mirror. Oh, actually, no. We see a swap in coming from the side of Jim Slugga Boys. They swap out the Fury Warrior for an Arms Warrior, and we see the Rep Paladin coming in here as well.
Yeah, a slight change, obviously, on the side of Jim Slugga Boys, but this is potentially a huge game for them. If they win this game, they do move on to the grand final. Team Camel, if they lose this, they drop down to the lower bracket. So this is a massive game between these two teams. Team Camel, we expected them to potentially take the 2-0 here. That doesn't look like it is going to be the case. Eddie, let's see exactly what happens in this brawl. Who is going to come out on top here in the first 30 seconds?
Yeah, we see both teams, they're up to fight on the left side of the map, and I would actually slight favor Jim Slugga Boys in this case. They are running 3 melee into only 2 melee. The more, or actually 4 melee into 3 melee, and the more melee they have, the tighter corridors you want to fight in. We see Nespe here dropping very low, using his vanish as well. Now he still has every other cooldown in his playbook, so he's probably going to set up a major kill coming in here now onto Kebab the Priest maybe. I think it's going to be on Kebab here. No trinket, Strife, no trinket. I love Ali, EXO, no trinket. Actually, no trinkets for neither of the Slugga Boys. We take a look at Team Camel here. They have everything yet in the book, but again, health dropping low, mana 50%. Who's gonna take it?
Yeah, I mean, we definitely want to check out Torpid right here. Torpid's going to be, and then both of these boobies on each side, that's going to be the indication. We see Pig! Oh my gosh! Wow! Somebody just popped off right there, and half of Jim Slugga Boys just got deleted out the face of the map. I think it was, I honestly want to say it was both Dean and SKT Faker, because I think they landed those Havoc Dark Soul Chaos Bolts, and we just saw, so right here, we see the big, massive damage, and the entire team just gets deleted from nowhere right here. Yeah, that's going to be a little demoralizing. Team Camel definitely going to start off on the back foot, or not on the back foot. Going to start off in the driver's position here, and four orbs. Exactly what you said, Eddie. Camel's angry. He's coming out here. Yeah. He's looking for blood.
But honestly,
Camel is.
Yeah, sorry.
I was just going to say. Camel is terrifying, because somebody needs to rename them Thanos, because they just snapped half of this RBG.
Yeah, and honestly, Team Camel now with the 4 orbs pickup, they are trying to play for the bonus points. After 45 seconds, the bonus points will start ticking in. That means if you can hold 4 orbs, you will get more and more points. But the thing is, this is also a very, very rough situation for Team Camel. For Team Camel, they have 4 orbs right now. If all 4 orbs manage to drop in slightly the same time, that just means that Jim Slugga Boys have all the pressure and the momentum of the map. Thug Rose is down.
Goes down.
Hill is gonna dead here.
Dean's down.
Yeah, but this is good for Jim Slugga Boys. If they can keep the momentum going, they need to keep constantly push now. Because Team Camel, I never like picking 4 orbs. You just expose yourself to wiping. You don't want to have too many members dead when you're playing Temple. You want to I always explain that Temple is like a cycling race. As Team Camel right now, we have a 400-point lead team. We just need to hold 2 orbs. We win the game. Just take it as a race. We cycle in the same tempo.
Okay, so we've got Ray, aka I Love My Cat XO, on the side of Team Camel with that big orb, the big Zerker buff. He is popping off with some damage right now. Did manage to land a kill onto that other Druid. We see Never Torpid taking a little bit of damage as well. Team Camel surviving the onslaught, the initial onslaught from Jim Slugga Boys, but they were forced back up, and they are being forced with their back against the wall. Nesper potentially going down right here. Big heals coming out on the side of Team Camel. They did pick up 3 orbs, but immediately Revsy went down as well. And Jim Slugga Boys, they're not waiting for the regroup. They're pushing into the graveyard. They're trying to put their foot on Camel's throat and put it to them. They are pushing them into their graveyard right here. They've got 2 orbs, and they know they're behind. They need to do something to catch up. We see Revsy in the graveyard. I Love My Cat in the graveyard. We see PvP Priest almost out of mana. Kex, do you think Jim Slugga Boys is fighting back here?
Jim Slugga boys are doing everything they can. They've seen exactly what happened to them at the start, and I imagine that was almost an embarrassment for them. Almost the entire team died within a 10-second period. So I imagine they're saying, hey, that is not what we are about. That is not what Jim Slugga boys do. We are the ones that are going to take this fight to Team Camel, and that's exactly what's happening. But Team Camel have managed to get themselves around about 400, just short of 400-point lead here. Not necessarily a massive thing for Team Camel, but it could potentially be enough. We see Thug Rose here with one of the orbs just taking it all the way over to the other side of the map so that they can continue to score points. Jim Slugga boys here dropping the orbs, and honestly, for my money, and I don't know whether you would agree with this, Eddie, but even though Jim Slugga boys are doing a great job in trying to put the pressure on, Team Camel looking relatively comfortable right now.
Yeah. So right now, for the casual viewer, Team Camel is in a very, very good position. If you ever find yourself on Temple of Kokmogu with a 300 to 400 point lead, the basic thing you have to do is just, guys, we need to simplify the game. And how do we do that? We don't want to expose ourselves to wiping, and we don't want to expose ourselves to losing. So what you just tell your team is, guys, we are ahead. Just make sure we always have 2 orbs. And what I mean by that is, when you hold 2 orbs, it just makes sure that the enemy can never get bonus points, and you are always gaining the same amount of points as your enemy. And that just means that you're basically turning the game from a war into a race. And when you are racing another guy in the same pace, you are winning. And that's just very simple, but it's just the best way to play Temple.
I mean, yeah, you say that, but we do see Team Camel right here with 4 orbs electing not to do the simple strategy. I think exactly what Kexman said, what you guys said earlier, is that Team Camel's mad. They want to come out here and they want to put a statement out. They want to get 4 orbs and they want to hold it on top of Jim Slugga boys. They don't want to just win. They want to annihilate Jim Slugga boys in this Temple of Katmagu. They said, no, we're not happy with just playing the safe way. We're not just going to hold 2 orbs. We're going to get 4, and we're going to go to dominate Jim Slugga boys, put them back in their place a little bit here on Temple of Katmagu. That's exactly what's going on right now. You've got 2 orbs on the side of Team Camel, but we have half of Team Camel in the graveyard right now, and Jim Slugga boys is swinging back.
And this is what I wanted to say. When you pick 4 orbs, you expose yourself to dying, and when you can die, you can split res, and you can get pushed on the graveyard. And what I mean by split resing, Temple of Kokmogu, very simple. You split the map in half. If you die on the left side, you spawn on the right side, vice versa. And this is why I say, make it simple. Just hold 2 orbs and always do the trades where you keep killing orbs and you keep taking orbs. Now, Team Camel, they were in such a lead that it probably isn't enough for the comeback, but the potential was there, and that's what I don't like about RBGs. There's no reason to ever put yourself in the risk of losing if you already have the win in the bag.
Yeah, I think it's about just kind of sending a statement here, right, Kex?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah,
of course.
It does feel that way. It does feel as though Team Camel have kind of said, okay, you 4-capped us on Eye of the Storm, well, we're going to wipe your entire team on Temple of Katmogu, and at no point have they looked back ever since then. Jim Slugga boys have done a good job in trying to get back into this game, but Team Camel have shut them down at almost every single opportunity, so it's going to be very difficult for Jim Slugga boys to come back in. I don't think they are going to come back into this game. I think this is done now for Team Camel. They're quite happy with this, but this does open up Jim Slugga boys to potentially pick a 3rd map that could throw Team Camel as well. It does mean that, yes, they are down to 1 game apiece, but we've already seen Jim Slugga boys taking a game off Team Camel. Is there a world where Team Camel drop into the lower bracket? Chat, what do you think? Are we going to see Jim Slugga boys potentially taking this best of 3 series? We are going to be going to a game number 3. If you are Jim Slugga boys at this point, Vandor, what are you looking for the next map? Are you already thinking about the next map, if that makes sense?
I mean, yes, I'm already thinking about the next map. Of course, if I'm Jim Slugga boys, I'm not going to think about the next map until this one is over. Of course, until that victory screen is done, right? There's not too much you can really focus on, but Team Camel holding 1 orb. And I think this is more that statement that they're trying to make. Now they're holding 2 orbs. You definitely look for them to grab 4 orbs right here and just rub it again into Jim Slugga boys' face. So that way they're going to get the wipe and they're going to get the dub with 4 orbs. But to answer your question there, Kex, if I'm Team Jim Slugga boys, I'm thinking we won Eye of the Storm because we we forecapped. We played better objective play, right? But we didn't exactly have the better team fight. So I think they want to go to an all objective play map. So I'm thinking maybe Arathi Basin. I'm thinking maybe a flag carry map as well. That'll be a little bit more objectively and less focused on the team fight. I think they're going to want to avoid Gilneas, and I think they're going to want to avoid Silver Shard Mines, because those will be way more focused on the team fight, and I think that would definitely favor Team Camel. And Eddie, what do you think when you see this scoreboard? You see this breakdown, you see this just reign of dominance come out of Team Camel on this one.
I mean, it was for sure quite a dominating performance from Team Camel. They really, as we spoke about before, they really wanted to make a statement back at Gym Slugga boys. Like, you guys think you can forecap us? Well, watch us put you on the graveyard at least 400 times on this map. So honestly, Team Camel coming out swinging, and as you mentioned, Gym Slugga boys, what are they going to do now? I'm sure they're not feeling too comfortable for when it comes to team fights. Twice they have struggled on it. So it's up to them to, I think a flag map is a good place to take the fights, especially because, as you mentioned, splitting up the fights into an offense and a defense team may be in favor of Gym Slugga boys. So it's not really down to who has the best team player for player, but more so on how do you work together as a team.
Yeah, absolutely. I think at the start of that game there, we obviously saw Team Camel absolutely deleting Gym Slugga boys, and that to me is something that the stars aligned. It is a 1 in 100 thing. You're not going to see that in a regular, in any regular RBG. It's not something that's going to happen game after game after game. It is just one of those things where it was perfect for them. It was perfect, and they absolutely deleted Gym Slugga boys. But as mentioned, there is potentially options here for Gym Slugga boys. They do have map pick. They did lose the previous map, so now they can obviously go into this third map with not necessarily a map advantage, but they will be able to, I believe they will be probably playing to their strengths here. They will choose a map that will play to their strengths. They want to stay in this upper bracket. Once again, whoever wins this does move on to the grand final. So this is huge for both of these teams. It's an option where they can, I mean, if Team Camel potentially lose this, drop down to the lower bracket, there is a world, however unlikely it may seem, where we could have a grand final that does not have Team Camel in it. At the same time, if Gym Slugga boys drop down to the lower bracket, we will see a repeat between Gym Slugga boys and Seal Team 6. It does look as though Twin Peaks is the choice here, Eddie. Is that where you would have gone personally?
I mean, if I were Gym Slugga boys, maybe I would have opted into Warzone Gulch, just because it is, prone to team fights due to, we spoke about it many times, there's a lot of corridors compared to the open map of Twin Peaks. However, I think that Team Camel and Gym Slugga boys both come into this map with a plan, especially if both teams are playing double Warlock. We have seen the effective use of Rifts, which can essentially neutralize an offensive go, and I think it comes down to this, honestly. I think that whoever lands the best Rifts in D is going to win. I think it comes down to this. Which Warlock performs the best?
Yeah, I mean, I definitely think
of the
that...
Warlocks there, Eddie.
Yeah, I mean, speaking of Warlocks, Eddie, I know you've had a little bit of experience dealing with Kill, aka Deca Dean, right?
Yeah.
I know I can personally speak because he was actually one of the members of my tournament team back in the day. And when we were on Twin Peaks, when we were on Warsong Gulch, we would put him on defense, and we had another warrior named Kid Chaos, and they were two of the best players that we'd ever played with. And having them on that defense, I tell you what, Dean lands the absolute best shadow rifts that I've ever seen of any Warlock ever. So I think when you're Gym Slugga boys, you're picking Twin Peaks with the kind of idea that, okay, we're gonna need to get a kill on Team Camel's tank in open field. I don't think they're playing to kill him in their base. I think they're trying to get him, killed in the open field. Where in the world? Sorry, I've just never seen this view of Twin Peaks from the side here. We're
behind the Horde base. We are behind.
I didn't expect that for a second.
Yeah, this is the beauty. We get some fantastic shots of these battlegrounds before we do go into it. But these two teams are going to be going into it with everything to play for. Grand final spot is on the line for both of these teams. Whoever wins this does move on and is guaranteed a grand final spot. The loser drops down to the lower bracket, and they are going to have to face off against SEAL Team 6 to get themselves back into the final. So this is huge for both of these teams. Chat, I want to hear, is it going to be Team Camel? Is it going to be Jim Slugga boys? Who is taking this? We are game 3 here in this best of 3. Eddie, take us away.
I mean, again, just a quick glance here at the compositions. Jim Slugga boys opting into the Resto Druid now. Renner is back in on the lineup, and also they are only opting into one Warlock, and they are playing the Destruction Warlock as well. So very much a heavy melee composition we see from Jim Slugga boys. Taking a glance at Team Camel, it's it's one Boomy double lock and 3 melee. They are still keeping their double disc monk setup. I think they prefer that. It's the only setup we've seen in used throughout the tournament as well. But again, now it's a mind game. I would like to see Never Torpid here. Good, he has the cross already, and we see that Nesper, he is waiting back in his flag room. He is gonna try force Incarn, and here Tyler is actually gonna help Never Torpid, and I think this is actually to the advantage of Team Camel, because if Tyler shows, that just means that Ray, he can pick the flag and starts crossing, assuming Ray is tanking, of course.
Yeah, I mean,
exactly.
when we take a look...
I just want to give a quick thing. Oh, good lord, we do see that. Yep, they just get absolutely deleted by Jim Slugga boys. I do want to give a quick thing, just obviously to the stream, in regards to the 2 druids. I Love My Cat on the side of Team Camel does seem to be playing Guardian here, does seem to be the flag carrier. On the side of Jim Slugga boys, there is also I Love My Cat as well, who also, I believe, is not playing the
He's
flag
playing
carrier.
Boomy.
Yeah, he's playing Boomkin. Because they are the same name, they're on different teams. The UI does bug out slightly. It's something that we are trying to potentially look at, but it is just the way that the game goes. So, but I Love My Cat on the side of Team Camel is the flag carrier. I Love My Cat on Jim Slugga boys is Boomkin, just so you folks know.
Yeah, but when we take a look right here, we see Omnivore and I Love My Cat exchanging a little bit of CC back and forth here. We do see that Never Torpid is the flag carrier for Jim Slugga boys. So we see that Ray, Team Camel's FC, is getting opened on by Tachi and Tyler right here, and he's actually in a lot of trouble. He is actually, taking a bit of damage. Only 2 stacks here, but he's already 50% health. Great Shining Force goes out there to help relieve a little bit of pressure. Renner doing everything he can to keep the offensive up. This is where you're going to see that Resto Druid offense shine, because that's going to keep Jim Slugga boys' offensive team a little bit healthy and help when it comes to those kills and when it comes to the cross CC. We even see SKT Faker going down on the side of Team Camel. And I mean, I know we're only 2 stacks in, but Eddie, I really have to give the advantage so far. Jim Slugga boys have been doing an amazing job.
Yeah, they definitely had a lot of pressure going on to Team Camel, especially with the opener where they got 2 kills. However, they also did choose to show Tyler very early on, which meant that I Love My Cat XO from Team Camel, aka Ray, we can call him Ray in this case, he chose to flap across. Now we see he's gonna cut out of his space, and this is the correct choice to do. He knows that all the enemies are in his own base, so there's clearly no point of being there if you can just go out and avoid a lot of the damage here. And Never Torpid here as well. Great kiting here, but he did get caught here by Camel, aka Thug Rose. And Thug Rose here, he's trying to set up a bit more Fury of Elune. He needs a bit more Fury if you want to do some bit fast sturges here. We see the bomb come out here from Nesper. What the... Oh,
the
so
intervene from Tridento for the save. Oh my gosh, that's the clutchest intervene I've seen in this tournament so far. Big plays from Tridento and Torpid. We did see a situation yesterday where we had a rogue and a druid, including Camel, that just were able to solo an FC. We thought we were going to see Deja Vu right here, but Never Torpid getting saved by his team there. And this is just the difference between the next level. And oh my gosh, taking so much damage right there. Team Camel scores a kill on Never Torpid. They get the flag return, and Team Camel up 1-0.
Great play. Honestly, I felt like that Jim Slugga boys maybe were struggling in bit indeed. I felt like Never Torpid really got into a good position where he could constantly kite and keep track of the enemies. It is also a bit harder when you're playing against exceptional players such as Team Camel. But again, I mean, I'm quite wondering here. What I have noticed a lot here watching these NA games the past couple of days is you're not really playing Mortal Strike and Barndorf. Why is that even?
I mean, when you're looking at the Warriors, right now, a Fury Warrior just does so much more damage than Arms. And, I mean, as far as defensively, there's not much extra that Die by the Sword is really going to do to save you from a Convoke or to save you from a Warlock. Therefore, having the extra damage and the little bit of self-heals. Now, one thing I will point out is on the side of Omnivore, you're seeing that Necrolord, so he's going to have that Conqueror's War Banner that's also going to give all of his party members an additional 400 Mastery, which is going to help his entire offensive team. So we might actually see Omnivore doing what he's doing right now, which is actually playing a little bit of offense, or sorry, he's playing a little bit of defense right now, but he's helping to wipe the enemy team with the kills. Tridento on the other side, electing to play a little bit more defense, playing that Kyrian, so he's going to use that Kyrian spear to be able to keep players off of his flag carrier. So the reason we see Fury instead of Arms is because, honestly, Arms is just not really in a good spot right now when it comes to PvP. Arms is just not the meta for Warriors.
Okay, fair enough.
Makes me sad. Makes me sad. Arms Warrior used to be fantastic to play, but unfortunately it has dropped off just slightly in RBGs. But Team Camel currently, obviously, with the 1-0 here in Twin Peaks. Never Torpedo also taking a bunch of damage. Is that going to be enough? Are they going to be able to return the flag? It looks as though Tridento has picked it up, but Tridento has 0 cooldowns available at this point in time. So Tridento is probably going to be going down in short order as well. The flag has been returned. Are Team Camel going to be able to cap, though? I Love My Cat moving in here. Looks as though it does. We do have an I Love My Cat standoff. Both of them currently have the flags for their opposing team. Which of these druids loves their cat more? It looks as though it is going to be on the side of Team Camel. They managed to go 2-0 up, and at this point in time, they are in the driver's seat, Eddie.
Yeah, I mean, Team Camel playing super well now. Their D is very coordinated. We see Ray here, I Love My Cat EXO. He keeps moving, and the reason why is that they have control of the enemies. They can see Wee Tyler, they can see I Love My Cat, the Boomkin. He is also named Jim, and they constantly keep track of them, and this is why playing only 2 Stealthers on flag maps can be a disadvantage, because when they are shown, it's very easy to kite, especially when you're facing a lot of heavy melee comps as well. Melees usually don't have the greatest mobility unless you're playing a Demon Hunter, so that is something that maybe can be changed as well. But again, I mean, Team Camel, the kiting exceptional, and honestly, I feel like Never Torpid never really gets away, and maybe it's due to the fact that Revsy is just on him constantly.
Yeah, I mean, taking a look at right now, you see up in the top left or top right hand corner of your screen, you see Revsy that is just doing everything he can to get those chains of ice out and to disrupt the enemy team as much as he can. Meanwhile, you see another I Love My Cat showdown here. Looks like Ray is going to keep walking with that team. He's being escorted by Camel himself right here. Thugrose making sure that he's able to stay alive. PvP Priest managing to... oh, wait, no. This is I Love My Cat EXO on the side. Yeah, Team Camel's the only one with the flag right now. I'm just making sure we get our things right here. Team Camel is the only one with the flag right now. Actually has the potential for a fast cap. Now, of course, Jim Slugga Boys isn't going to let that happen. They're going to make sure they stop that fast cap. But honestly, I Love My Cat EXO might have a good spot here to go for the third cap here. And if that's the case, right, this puts Jim Slugga Boys back into the lower bracket against SEAL Team 6.
Yeah, exactly. We do see Never Torpid here just checking just to make sure where everybody is, just waiting to pick up the flag, obviously on the side of Jim Slugga boys. And we've spoken about this before, Eddie, this idea of picking up after your opponent has already made it all the way across the map, and that is exactly what is going to happen here. Never Torpid picks it up and immediately moves out and is going to move through the rest of the team, it looks like. I'm not sure whether that is a case of just knowing that is exactly where their reinforcements are, but that is exactly what is happening here as they go straight through. But picking up second, how much of an advantage is that for Jim Slugga boys?
It's a huge advantage here, and honestly, it's like when we spoke about earlier, playing these flag maps here, if you're against a Guardian, it usually turns into a race. When you're splitting up the map and you're both trying to kill an enemy tank, it comes down to who runs out of cooldowns first. Now, Never Torpid here, it was the correct play for him just to wait back and see if his team could connect a kill onto Ray, and if Ray managed to die, then he could speed cap across. But I mean, honestly, Team Camel.
Oh, the Shadow Rift from Dean.
Yeah, it's a great rift, but also just maybe a bit disrespecting Jim Slugga boys here. I mean, they essentially chose to pick the flag up, even being up 2-0.
Yeah, I mean, when you take a look at it, you see that Jim Slugga boys is actually, managing to kill Dean right here. They're doing a good job of defending this flag right now. Revzy almost going down right here, having to Wraith walk back into safety. And so now's the time, 10 minutes left. Jim Slugga boys isn't out of this yet. I've seen crazier things happen, right? They can still come back with that 2 cap, but what needs to happen is there's been relatively no pressure thus far onto Team Camel's FC, right? And we really need to see, especially with these 3 stacks and that kidney bomb, we need to see exactly this right here. We need to see some pressure onto Team Camel in order to reverse and put them in the backseat.
Yeah, exactly, especially when you do have a spot in the grand final to play for. Jim Slugga boys need to do something, and this is exactly what they want to do. They want to make sure that they are defending this properly, but at the same time, they have to make sure the pressure is coming in. And the one thing that Eddie has spoken about so many times is the moment you are able to defeat, obviously, the offense on the side of Jim Slugga boys, you go, right, let's move across the map. Let's get across the map as quickly as we possibly can to put as much pressure onto their flag carrier. You see Torpid here is just relaxing here, obviously, on Jim Slugga boys. There's a couple of players coming in from Team Camel, but at the moment the pressure does seem to be on I Love My Cat on the side of Camel here, and we're gonna have to wait and see, because obviously 2-0 up now. Team Camel, once again, they have a little bit of wiggle room. They don't have to do anything drastic. We've spoken about this before. We've seen SEAL Team 6 do this as well. When you're this far up, you don't need to do anything drastic. You just need to make sure that you are doing everything that you need to do. There's no special plays that need to come out of this, Eddie.
That's really not it. And one of the things they could do here, Jim Slugga boys, is that they should notice that right now Team Camel is defending with 2 healers, so Jim Slugga boys needs to rotate all the other members back to Never Torpid. They need to wipe the GVS team up Torpid, and then they need to have one large push after I Love My Cat. And if they manage to win with that push, then they need to, after the kill on him, they need to send their rogue to the enemy graveyard to stop him from resting, and then they need to speed cap so they can make a 2-2 and essentially take the game. This is kind of the chance that Jim Slugga boys have. Wipe them off, push, and then cap, and then speed cap, if we had to break it down into steps. And also, one point I would like to mention is Nesper. He's playing Asa, and I will say, when you're playing on these FC maps, I would always be in favor of the Asa rogue. We have seen the power of Sepsis, not only when it comes to defending and spinning a base in the clone, as we saw earlier, but also with the fact that if you catches the Guardian alone, you can essentially one-shot him alone.
Yeah, Never Torpid taking a little bit of damage here. Revzy is opening onto him. Big Shadow Rift coming out from Harambe there to peel for his FC. But right here you see Team Camel's offense somehow staying alive. Dingle, while he's in a clone, doing a great job of getting those that big throughput out. There's a reason why Mistweaver is going to be a great offensive tool for Team Camel. Their throughput is really good. But right here, we do see that they managed to get a wipe on Revzy right there. 8 stacks. The offensive Team Camel is reeling a little bit. Dean does go down. So now it all turns to Team Jim Slugga boys offense already coming in right here. You see Omnivore going back to play D. You see SKT Faker coming back to play D as well. But this really begs the question, at 9 stacks, how much can Team Camel defend here?
Yeah, they have the pressure is going to be on them. They need to make sure that they are, they're in a position where their defense is solid, because we've spoken about these Guardian Druids. They, if it's 6 stacks or lower, they can kind of face tank this, but now they're at 10 stacks. That is not an option that is available to them. And we do obviously see on the side of Team Camel here, they are doing everything they can to potentially defend this. It looks like, I'm trying to see if this is actually on the defense or the offense. It does seem to be as though this is the defense on the side of defense of Team Camel. I Love My Cat taking a bunch of damage here as the flag carrier, making sure they are doing everything that they can to keep them alive. And so far, it looks as though Jim Slugga Boy's offense is slowly but surely starting to rot away. And once this happens, keep an eye on Team Camel. They are going to want to turn this.
Oh.
There we go. I Love My Cat, Zenial, Tachi, they are all dead. Now they're going to... Renner is also going to die as well. They want to turn this now onto Jim Slugga Boys. So now the onus comes onto Jim Slugga Boys' defense. Are they going to be able to keep this as comfortable as they possibly can? Because otherwise, if Team Camel claim this, it's going to be a 3-0 for them.
I mean, this definitely looks like a 3-0. Jim Slugga Boys, they just had the game. They just had the chance to win. Imagine if they didn't have 2 healers in D, but instead reinforced their offensive. They are literally sending 1 Renner into heal 4 DPS in D. It is impossible. It is impossible for Renner to even heal this. It's never his fault. He needs 1 more healer on O, and then sure, you expose Never Torpid to getting killed by Nesper. But if Never Torpid cannot survive with 1 Warlock and 1 Priest, I mean, you're losing the game anyway. And honestly, I mean, great defense by Team Camel. They saw that, I mean, Jim Slugga Boys, they're only sending 1. Let's just wipe them, and then now we have the massive push on 13 stacks.
Yeah, taking a look, Tridento coming here, playing that defense a little bit. Team Camel is A-okay to just sit here and wait, not waste time, but kind of buy out the match here a little bit. Only 4 minutes left in this matchup, right? Team Jim Slugga Boys, the thing is they have to make something happen, and they have to make it happen quick. Team Camel, they want to slow down the pace of this game, so that way, even if Jim Slugga Boys manages to get 1 more cap, it's not going to matter because they need 2 to come back and win. So 14 stacks here, right? We do see Omnivore coming in, Tachi, Zenny, everybody coming in onto Jim Slugga Boys as well. Never Torpid taking a decent amount of damage right now. We see Thug Rose going in for the kill on the other side of the map as well. Which flag carrier is going to drop soon? It's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when, because you got 15 stacks. So definitely keep an eye on these tanks right now. We see Never Torpid taking a little bit of damage. We see I Love My Cat XO having to use that Incarn, having to use a lot of those cooldowns here, but we see Jim Slugga Boys losing one of their boomies on offense as well. That's going to be detrimental for them. Thug Rose, Camel, Tridento, everybody trying to file on top of Never Torpid right there. I don't know. I see a big damage coming out onto Camel's FC. Eddie, do you think that they have time to do this? Think Jim's can come back?
I mean, it looks like if Jim Slugga Boys can convert this kill, they
Never Torpid.
Wow.
Oh, that was quick. Yeah, that was 16 stacks, 100-0, standing on the flag. Nope, it's over.
And just a big applaud there. You saw Ray there in the end. He used Convoke. And for the casual viewer is thinking, why is the Guardian convoking when no one is near? And it's because he's playing the Covenant follower that's called Naya. And Naya's strength in the first row, her very first talent you can say you get, is when you use your Convoke, or essentially your special ability, you increase not only your mastery, but your maximum health with up to 25%, and using Convoke will basically give you already half the stacks. So he basically pre-convokes as a defensive cooldown to give himself more health and more mastery. And this is just one of the great tricks that you can see from a Guardian.
Look at that damage coming out from Kill, aka Decadine. Definitely that Warlock damage being on top, but I will say we did expect the Warlock to be on top, but from the side of Jim Slugga Boys, we see Tachi, right? We see 3 of the top 4 damage coming out from the side of Jim Slugga Boys. So on paper, they definitely still showed up to play. We see, their Rhett, Tridento, of course. I gotta say, Tridento had some amazing plays during this game. I would have loved to see him, back on defense a little bit more than he was, but honestly, like he did, he got the intervenes when he really needed to. And I think it all just come down to the offense of team of Jim Slugga boys. Their offense just was not able to ever get it done when it mattered.
Yeah, absolutely. Team Camel taking it 2-1 here in this best of 3. They do move on to the grand final. Team Camel are in the grand final. The next matchup is going to decide who joins them. Is it going to be Jim Slugga boys for a replay of what we have just seen, or are SEAL Team 6 potentially going to avenge their upper bracket loss against Jim Slugga boys and move on to face Team Camel in this grand final? And for my money, Jim Slugga boys there, they did take that first map very, very effectively, but after they took that first map, as we mentioned, Eddie, it almost looked like Team Camel got angry. They just almost turned around and said, we lost that map in a way that we did not want to lose it, so we are going to make sure that we win the next 2 without any question.
Definitely, and I also think that Jim Slugga boys here is, even though they lost, they're going to take this with a bit of positivity, because I'm sure when they rewatch these games, they can also notice, hey, we actually had a chance to push here. We could actually have done just a bit more. And especially when you're already behind, there's no reason not to push with 2 healers. You're already losing. There's no reason not to. So I think some of these things, they're going to take to heart. They're going to adapt and take it further. And honestly, I think Jim Slugga boys, I was very much pro SEAL team, but I think actually that Jim is going to take it to the finals.
Yeah, it's going to be very, very interesting moving in. Now, Team Camel, they obviously have to wait. They need to make sure that they are ready for the grand finals. Just a quick word from yourself, Bandor. Are they going to be taking a look at this? Are they going to have one very, very, are they going to have eyes on this losers bracket final? Or are they going to go and they're going to continue to potentially queue and get some RBGs, continue to warm up here?
I think they're going to take the time and they're going to watch Jim Slugga boys versus SEAL Team 6. And I think the reason is I think if I'm Team Camel, I'm expecting Jim Slugga boys because they 2-0'd SEAL Team 6 earlier in the matchup, earlier in the tournament. I'm expecting them to come back and reface us in the grand final. And I want to see, we already exploited their weakness on Twin Peaks, and we already exploited their weakness over there on Temple of Katmagoo. But we're gonna have to go to a best of 3 grand final. So I want to see if Jim Slugga boys, shows a chink in their armor in, any of the other things, like maybe an Eye of the Storm or maybe a Rothi Basin or something that they haven't faced Jim Slugga boys on. So I think that the Team Camel's going to be paying attention to this matchup and seeing and they're really looking at Jim Slugga boys, they expecting them to win. And they're seeing if they don't win, or if they don't, win just 2-0 dominant, where is their weakness? So that way, when it comes to the grand final, they can say, if they do drop a game like they did in the semis, hey, we dropped it, we're going back to Temple, because we know we're winning there. And then, okay, you brought it back to another match, and you may have won that. Okay, now, last match, we know we know what your weakness is here, we're going to bring it there. So
I mean, the grand final is a best of 5, not a best of 3.
Oh, sorry, best of 5. Sorry.
Yeah, best of 5. So,
yep.
But they know they're there. Team Camel know that they are in the grand final, and after this break we are going to find out who is going to join them. Is it going to be Jim Slugga boys, or is it going to be SEAL Team 6? And while we're on this break, make sure you check out the fantastic Method merch that we have available. ! Merch in the chat. You can find all of the brand new stuff, as well as some very, very limited quantities of the Legacy Method merch as well. Make sure you go and check all of that out. And as we are heading to the lower bracket final, also the crowdfunding for this tournament, $250 extra on top of the $2,500 that is already available for those teams. ! Crowdfunding in the chat to find out more about that one. But when we come back from the break, we are going to find out who is going to join Team Camel in the Method Mayhem NA RBG tournament final. Don't go anywhere.
You were my best friend. Didn't care about the rules, good on the weekends. I'll be in fools, drifting to deep space. So brave and so stupid, just like the movies. I was gonna stay in the fight with you, just thinking we would do this until we couldn't do it. Each and every high, every night with you, you and me so clueless. We were just broken, shattered, singing along to nothing matters. Stray around like nighttime rumors. We were in too deep. In your worn out sweater, thinking we'll be young forever. Driving in your mom's old hatchback, and we were in too deep. Cause I'm thinking we'll be young, be young, be young. Cause I'm thinking we'll be young forever. Cause I'm thinking we'll be young, be young, be young. Cause I'm thinking we'll be. Where did it begin? Where did it end? Hanging on loose strings, unable to bend. I never listened, trying to prove it, just like the movies. I was gonna stay in the fight with you, just thinking we would do this until we couldn't do it. Each and every high, every night with you, you and me so clueless. We were just broken, shattered, singing along to nothing matters. Stray around like nighttime rumors. We were in too deep. In your worn out sweaters, thinking we'll be young forever. Driving in your mom's old hatchback, and we were in too deep. Cause I'm thinking we'll be young, be young, be young. Cause I'm thinking we'll be young forever. Cause I'm thinking we'll be young, be young, be young. Cause I'm thinking we'll be young forever. I am so good at pretending. Keep on smiling in my tiny bubble, like a movie without ending. Spending time like it was going backwards. Bruises covering my walls, but they fall down. Diving deeper in the books that we read blind. Breathing in and breathing out to get smarter. Not working out for me, yeah, yeah. Got no money on my mind, tell my mommy I'm alright. Even laughing at the jokes you tell me. Keep myself inside the lines, leaving tidy all the time. If you ask me, I am fine. Got no money on my mind. Repeating patterns like the others. Meditation through the yoga lessons. Going greener by the minute. Soon I can't wear any other colors. Bruises covering my walls, but they fall down. Diving deeper in the books that we read blind. Breathing in and breathing out to get smarter. Not working out for me, yeah, yeah. Got no money on my mind, tell my mommy I'm alright. Even laughing at the jokes you tell
welcome back, ladies, gentlemen, and everybody in between. My name is Kexman. I'm joined by Eddie and Barndor here on this Method Mayhem NA RBG tournament, and we are in the lower bracket final. It is Jim's Slugga boys going up against Seal Team 6. Chat, who do you think is going to take this? Is it going to be Jim's Slugga boys? Is it going to be Seal Team 6? Let us know who you think is going to take this one. But as usual, we do have to go to our roulette wheel to decide the first map. Now, we have had our temple, Barndor and Eddie, so we don't necessarily need to worry about that anymore. Today, pretty much all we have had from map roulette has been Eye of the Storm. Let's switch it up a little bit. I want to see a Warsong Gulch game number 1. I want the OG Battleground in game number 1 here.
I think we have yet to see a Warsong Gulch today. I think we saw one yesterday, but we haven't seen any coming out today. So I'm going for it. I want to see a Warsong Gulch too. Eddie?
I think Warsong Gulch would be pretty nice, but I also think for both of these teams that some objective-based maps would be at least in favor for the Gym Slugga boys here. Warsong Gulch could be good, but I'm honestly quite open to all. I think it's going to be a good matchup.
Yeah, it's going to be great fun. I'm super excited to see what happens between these two teams. They obviously had they were both in the upper brackets, Gym Slugga Boys versus Seal Team 6 earlier. Gym Slugga Boys took it 2-0, and they took it relatively comfortably. Don't tell me this is going to go to Eye of the Storm again. It actually is. Eye of the Storm. The roulette wheel is really fancying Eye of the Storm today, but it does mean that we do get to see a fantastic map, which, for my money, Eye of the Storm is one of those maps that, you know, if two teams are very, very evenly balanced on this map, Eddie, then, you know, we're going to see a really close game between these two, because it's very difficult for either one to really get a grip on the map.
Yeah, and honestly, Gym Slugga boys, they had a good performance here against Team Camel on Eye of the Storm. It was also due to the fact that they read the gameplay from Camel very well and figured out that they were ghosting. But again, the Seal team, I think it all comes down to Trixie. I think Trixie is a player to watch here. Can he always, and I mean this is quite classic, but can he press his revival when the rifts are coming? And if he can, I think they're going to be fine.
Is revival, just press that big revival. Which button, okay, if you're a team, which button do you think is bigger, Barndor? Is the revival button bigger, or is the convoke button bigger? Which of those buttons do you think is bigger?
I think it's revival. I think revival is the more important one, because now there are some certain scenarios in which convoke, you know, can one-shot a flag carrier, can do this or that. But I think you got two convokes going off at the same time and a shadow rift gets countered by one revival. Now, the same thing you cannot say, right? You cannot say on the other side, oh, he's pressing revival, we'll just press convoke. It doesn't work like that. That's not going to be a good trade for you. So I think revival is going to be one of the biggest cooldowns, and I think that both of these teams could actually use that to their advantage, to where what they do is they try to win, you know, they do their gameplay, they hold the convokes, maybe they hold the shadow rifts until they see, oh, he pressed revival, okay, we can now shadow rift, we can now convoke, we can now do this, right? So maybe it's a little counterplay, maybe it's a little game to game, right? Especially if they're running those trinkets that stops it so they won't be able to, you know, be kicked on the convoke. So I would say both of these teams aren't playing around the convoke, but they would be playing around the revival. So I think the revival would be the most important cooldown on both of these teams. And you know,
I never said important. I mean, revival's more important. Which button is bigger? So if you're a monk player, you're smashing that revival. If you're a druid, if you're an IFA druid, you've got that convoke, you're smashing the convoke button. You still say revival? You still say that revival is the bigger button to smash?
I still say revival's the bigger button to smash, because you look at that versus convoke could maybe put your team in, you know, a winning position. Revival keeps your team from losing. So
okay.
I don't know. Looking at it like that, it's just, you know, you can press convoke when you're wiping and it just does nothing. But you press revival and your whole team does rocket up to full health for sure.
Okay, that's fair. I want to hear from chat. Oh, I'm getting something from production as well. Just wait with me a moment. Oh yeah, okay. So we're gonna go and spin a random map because obviously we've had Eye of the Storm like 80 million times today. So just to confirm, by the way, if we spin this and this lands on Eye of the Storm, it would be ridiculous. So this is proper map roulette. This is supposed to be completely and utterly random. I swear to God, map roulette. See, there we go. So there we go. We span the map again. It is still going to be Eye of the Storm. This is just to show you that this is completely random. That was Battle for Guinea. So the map roulette is completely random. I don't want to hear anything. It is 100% random. But yeah, chat, what do you think is going to be the bigger button? Is like physical button? Is it Convoke? Is it Revival? Eddie, I'm going to come to you. Which is the bigger button?
Revival or Convoke? I mean, damage-wise, for sure Convoke, but I mean, Revival is just such a strong cooldown, and you also have to remember that Revival not only does
not like actual sort of like which is the bigger corner. Physical button. If you're a monk player and you are a druid player, which one is going to be the physical bigger button that you smash? Like fist, and you just Convoke's up, boom. You know, you just smash. Which is going to be the physical bigger button?
And it's Convoke, man. I have that on spacebar, man. It's easy to hit.
Spacebar?
No. No, but seriously, I think it's gonna be a major cooler. Like Convoke is really now, especially after the added second legendary where you have only a 1 minute cooldown on Convoke. It really changed the gameplay from druids, especially Nightfare druids. But I mean, Revival, man, it's just broken. It gives immunity and it gives you less damage taking as well. So you can even pre-revival Warlock bursts and take less damage. Like you can do so much with it. So yeah.
So confused right now.
Sorry.
What it is? It's just the button. It's all you just bigger button.
I'm confused that we're seeing Eye of the Storm right now. That's why I'm confused.
Why are you confused? We had Eye of the Storm as the choice.
But then why did we re-roll it?
We didn't re-roll it. We were just showing that the map roulette is
we just wanted to
random.
see. Okay,
exactly. We
just
wanted to show
I'm sure I'm not the only one
who
who was a little confused. Okay, so we just wanted to show that it was random, and we just wanted to see the wheel go round again, just for fun. Okay,
yeah,
that's
exactly.
It. Did roll on Eye of the Storm. That's why we're on Eye of the Storm, right? Kex just wanted to see it go round again. I get you.
I just like the pretty map roulette wheel. That's all I like to see. But maybe not as much as I want to see these two teams going at it. Jim Slugga Boys against SEAL Team 6. Once again, lower bracket final. Whoever wins this best of 3 does move up to the grand final against Team Camel. Whoever loses this does unfortunately drop out. So let's hear it from chat. Who is it going to be? Is it going to be SEAL Team 6 or is it going to be Jim Slugga Boys? Let us know. Eddie, walk us through the opening moments of this Eye of the Storm here.
We see a very traditional setup here. It looks like though that Sursa is gonna directly ink Never Topped here. Or maybe it's a fake. I think he baited him. I think he just ran across the bridge to make them look like they're inking and maybe force Jim Slugga Boys to float early. But here, the opener here, we see the Warrior Spear coming in. The Dome instantly to counter. The Warlocks popping as well. I'm sure we're going to see the Warlock Rift coming in now as well. Starburst making every player fly in the game. But again, no one has been knocked yet. No one has died.
Who's going to be the first knock? Shadow Rift.
Who's gonna be the first?
Is it? Ooh, doesn't get anybody. Revival comes out, stops that for sure. But I do want to point out, if you look, you see Weed T actually went for the Ghost right off rip. So I don't know exactly where he's at because we're not looking at it. But Weed T is hitting another base right now. He is not at his base. If you look right here, Eddie Kex, do you think Weed T is going to be, he's going to put this team on his back and he's going to go for that third base cap here quick? Or do you think he's just trying to kind of fake out a little bit?
I think he's trying to get a little bit of information. We just see the 3-player knock. Everybody getting back onto the, everybody getting back mid. That was huge for them there. If they had those 3 players, specifically the Warlocks knock, that could have been huge. We do see on Jim Slugga Boys, Shriv has dropped off, so that is 1 healer down. SEAL Team 6, now they need to take the advantage here and push in on mid. It is still early doors, but getting an early flag cap is not necessarily a bad thing, Eddie.
No, it's not a bad thing at all, and great pressure from SEAL Team. They're also up with 4 points from the initial base caps. And again, just a big shout out to XCC. He actually managed to grip his priest X-Me Wu back into the middle and saving him from the initial knock. And we see here Sentinel is dropped as well. A lot of damage going into Tronchero here. Maybe Tronchero is gonna flop as well, depending on the cooldowns here. Oh, again. look at XCC. He gripped him again, twice, coming to the rescue of his homie.
Wow, I mean, taking a look at these pre-scripts today, they have just been next level. We saw the grip coming out on Arathi Basin earlier today, and just every priest playing out of their mind. But we take a look at the priest right now. Striv is the only one that has mana. It's hard to do anything. It's hard to press that grip button when you have no mana. And we take a look and see who's going to go down first. Jim Slugga Boys, SEAL Team 6. We see that mana definitely favoring Jim Slugga Boys. So we see Don't Get Knocked taking a ton of damage. Neff potentially going down. XZZ also. But Kebab electing to get himself a little bit of mana. This is great drink coming out from him. But it cost the life of one of their players. That Rhett is now in the graveyard. Striv with the clutch Night Fae to save himself from getting knocked, and we have yet to see very many people getting knocked, but I will say this is Striv going down. Triv with the clutch knock right there, uses his last iota of mana just to get the knock. Tridento getting big heals here. Striv does go down to that knock, and man, Kex, this mid is just a back and forth battle right here. We see Neff almost going down too. What do you think? Who do you think's favored here?
I mean, it's tough. Jim Slugga Boys are starting to get the advantage now. They're starting to push. We do see Kebab flying off. Kebab Airlines, once again, in service, is flying off there. It looked as though Jim Slugga Boys did take the advantage. They were pushing SEAL Team 6 back, but now that Kebab has flown off, that does mean that they have to take a step back. However, look at the healer mana on the side of SEAL Team 6. It is not looking great at this point in time. Looking at the points that are scored, SEAL Team 6 is currently up. Liz, are we going to see a big knock here? It looks as though he is going off, unfortunately. So that is another priest flying off here on the side of SEAL Team 6. Jim Slugga Boys still have the opportunity to step forward, but it doesn't look like that is going to be the case. Will we see the knock here on the side of Striv? It looks as though he is able to stay on the map as it currently stands. Actually taking a bunch of damage. This is a knockdown drag out brawl here in the center of Eye of the Storm, but SEAL Team 6, technically, if this carries on as we are seeing it here, Eddie, they will win.
And this is actually a very back and forth game. We see DPSs on both sides constantly dying. Again, I love my cat XO here is dead. And when we say that, the other priest is flying off for SEAL Team here. Constant kills going back and forth here. And honestly, it just tells the story of a great game here. But
Rift?
Again, it's fine. Great save there from SEAL Team here.
SEAL Team 6 is going down though, Eddie. Look at him. And getting knocked XZZ, that's it. SEAL Team 6 is dead. They're in the graveyard. Jim Slugga Boys might be able to take this flag right here, putting themselves in a lead.
They have to. If Jim Slugga Boys don't take this flag now, they are never going to have a better opportunity. We do have one of the healers up on the side of SEAL Team 6, but they aren't there. It looks as though Jim Slugga Boys are going to take this flag. They need to get it back to their base. So once again, this will now start to put the pressure slightly onto SEAL Team 6. The only difference here is that SEAL Team 6 need to make sure that they can get back into the mid, and as soon as that flag is respawned, they are able to pick it up. If Jim Slugga Boys are able to reset, get into the mid once again, so we end up in a team fight, it's basically 50-50. SEAL Team 6 now need to start to put a little bit more pressure over onto the Slugga Boys.
Kex.
Whether or not they're going to be able to do that, we're going to have to wait and see.
Kex, we need a quick rate, 1 to 10. How good is Tridento's Warrior Transmog? What do you think, Warrior Expert?
It looked relatively solid. I couldn't quite see exactly which transmog it was. Let's see if we can take a look here. So, see, this is where people are going to disagree with me. That is using the tier set from Nighthold. I don't like it. I personally do not like the warrior set from Nighthold. I think it looks ugly. I personally think it looks very, very ugly. So Tridento, absolutely cracked warrior. Transmog, not to my taste.
Ooh.
I'm sure his damage would have been increased as well if he was running the old school might set. When I use that, it's always
straight up.
It's always just a bit more damage you can pull off in that gear. But again, looking here at middle, I think the SEAL team, they want to take one more fight here. I'm pretty sure that they actually felt quite comfortable, and it just came down to Striv off again. And Kebab, he didn't have his life grip this time, so we can't really blame him for not gripping Striv here. But honestly, SEAL, they get the knocks, but they just can't convert it.
Yeah, right here you see SEAL Team 6 is doing a great job of kind of doing their fundamentals, sticking to that team fight. The only time we've really seen them struggle in mid, and that's where Jim Slugga boys were able to get that cap, is when they just were unfortunately, having half their team getting knocked over and over and over. And so when you take the knocks away and you just go to a straight team fight, you see that SEAL Team 6 is ahead right now.
They're inking. I want to go to Draenei directly. Jim Slugga boys are inking Draenei. It's both Jim and Tyler. It's a 2 versus 1 ink onto the Rogue here. Sursa is going to be under trouble here in 5 seconds. I think we're going to get a swap there at least. They are ghosting both faces, Jim Slugga boys as well. I wonder what's going to happen now.
This is that double ghost that they did against Team Camel that got them that 4 cap at the start here. Jim Slugga boys, got to remember, they 4 capped Team Camel. This is their map. This is where they shine. So we do see they're going to go for that 3rd cap. They're going to go and they're going to try to secure that victory here. I'm still waiting to see if anything changes over. I see Neff taking a little bit of damage, but he's in mid. On the left-hand side, you want to take a look at Zerza. Zerza, no evasion left. Trinket just used. Tyler, right, getting sapped as well. We're trying to look at what's happening off screen here. So we taking so much damage, goes down, and the ghost didn't work. Jim Slugga boys, the ghost didn't work. Tyler in the graveyard. Zerza with a great defense right there. And now everything goes back to the mid, which when you're going back to the mid, you see SEAL Team 6 is in the lead right here.
Yeah, looks as though SEAL Team 6, and not only that, but they may be able to put the pressure onto Jim Slugga boys in the mid here. Sorry, they may be able to put the pressure onto Jim Slugga boys. It does look as though they are losing a couple of players. Whether or not I Love My Cat being dropped off there as well. So we actually do have Xenial has gone, I Love My Cat has gone, Tridento has taken a bunch of damage. Kebab, also the pain suppression has been used here, so making sure to keep players alive. SEAL Team 6 looking healthy on mana. Jim Slugga boys, they do have mana, but it's nowhere near what the situation is for SEAL Team 6. However, Slugga boys are still ahead on score. They're about 80 points ahead, 81 points of where SEAL Team 6 are right now. So as things stand, once again, we have this standoff in mid. Jim Slugga boys will win if this continues. The onus is now on SEAL Team 6. They have to do something to change this around for them. And honestly, whether or not that is going to be a capture on one of the flags, or whether or not they need to do something with some of the bases, we're going to have to wait and see. But here comes I Love My Cat, potentially seeing if they can take a look if there's any way that they can identify. Xenio also being dropped off again. We've also lost Trixie on the side of SEAL Team 6. They may be losing this mid battle again, Eddie.
Well, we just see here at the moment when I Love My Cat is in stealth, Neffs instantly float out. They know, is there a guy missing? I need to back up my rogue. And it also comes down to the fact that Sursa will have his trinket ready here in 15 seconds. As soon as he has his trinket, he will be fine to defend alone again. But it is very important that you have every spell available in your playbook if you want to solo defend. Now for Team SEAL here, or SEAL Team 6 AM, what I would like to see from them is commit hard to mid. They are only 1 flag behind. If they manage to capture 1 flag, they will essentially be in a lead. They had the 4-point lead from the initial cap as well, and Tachi here is going off, and Trodento is dead as well. Now this is up for SEAL Team just to convert onto the healers. We see Neffs as well inking Tyler here, and we see Tyler, he uses the blind. He's not going to go for the sap. He's not going to get roared out. He takes
SEAL Team 6 got the flag.
Oh, they did? Oh, and now they're back in the game. They're back in the game then.
Yeah, SEAL
back
Team
in
6
the
have picked
game.
up this flag. Are they going to be able to cap it, though?
That's not going to be enough to put in the lead, though, right? Right, Kex? That's not one flag cap is not going to be enough to put them in the lead so far.
Just doing the quick maths, they may be able to come close. It is. Yes, they will be able to. They will be able to. There it is. They are just. They are just in the lead here. It looks as though they are in the lead by, as mentioned, 4 points. But we do see that SEAL Team 6 looks as though with the flag respawns, they're actually in a better position than Jim Slugga boys here. We do have I Love My Cat coming in the back, but they are actually in a much better position to recap this flag almost immediately. Jim Slugga boys need to do something to stop this. I Love My Cat doing a great job, and here they come. Here comes the mid team. They are making their way in. They want SEAL Team 6 blood, and not only that, they want this flag to potentially once again take the lead here in this Eye of the Storm in the lower brackets final.
Yeah, we see I Love My Cat XO going down right there. We see SEAL Team 6 now in the driver's seat. They have the lead here. If nothing else happens, all they have to do is spin and hold on to their flags. They will get the dub here. We're 12 minutes into Eye of the Storm. Jim Slugga Boys not taking this as easily as they did against Team Camel, right? Looks like that was, maybe just a mistake, a misplay that, was exploited right there. And Jim Slugga Boys, we're looking to WT, we're looking to this, these mid-knocks to see. They've got to make a play. They've got to get a third base. They've got to somehow get this flag. Now, Eddie, do you think this is going to come down to a base cap, or do you think this is still going to stay right here in the middle, and this is going to be about who gets this next flag?
I think if Jim Slugga Boys wants to have a chance, I think they have to go for a base. SEAL team here, if they want to simplify the game for themselves as they are in the lead, they can always just send nefs here, and I think we are...
OET.
Yes, this is what we want to see. This is what we want to see. And they're going for Circa as well. And we see Nefs. Nefs is going to the Ghost base. Nef is so smart. This is what I was saying. If he's not defending, he needs to ink. Because this is the only way they can lose. And it's a counter cap. It's 100% counter cap. Wow. What awareness. Oh, Kebab. Wow, Kebab spawned in time. What? He spawned in time. No, you rubbed him, you idiot. You rubbed him, you idiot. What are you doing?
Wow. What a spawn from Kebab there. Maybe Neff thought that is exactly what was going to happen. Maybe he got the call over here. He got the call from Zerza. That's exactly what happened. He got the call from Zerza and he moved over here to defend. He didn't realize that there were two players over here. Maybe he just heard the defend call and immediately rushed over here without realizing that, realistically, Neff takes that against Kebab 100% of the time.
Yeah, and even if Kebab has soul shape to soul shape out of the root beam, he can just cast a clone and it's over. Wow, man. But I understand it. SEAL team, they want to play it safe. There's no reason to pro the game, but they could just have won the game with that move as well. And I mean, with Kebab floating out now, it also means that mid is under a lot of struggle here for Jim Slugga Boys. They're essentially two healing mid, and that's not in a position you want to be. But even though they're two healing, look at the healers. They're dying. X-Me Wu, he's down. XZZ is taking so much damage. Honestly, this is still up for everyone.
The boomkin. Really is he going to take this on? Nope. He's just testing it out, right? We see nobody punishing the ghost on the side of Team SEAL Team 6. Tridento actually going for it a little bit
SEAL
here.
Team 6 is dropping in mid. Jim Slugga Boys are taking the team fight. They are winning mid. If they are able to take this flag, that will be huge for them. There is only 4 points in it. That could potentially be the game here for Jim Slugga Boys if they are able to take this. Neff also in the mid here, stopping that from happening. But once again, they're in a position where it's 1 versus, 5? But there we go. There come the respawns. In come the rest of SEAL Team 6. They are not going to allow Jim Slugga Boys to take this. And as it currently stands, we are in a 4-point game. We are going into the final couple of ticks for these teams. SEAL Team 6 ahead as it currently stands. Jim Slugga Boys needs to do something to win this game.
I mean, we'll see. Eddie, what do you think this is going to come down to a 4-point game, or do you think somebody else is going to get a cap? I honestly, even if it goes down to 1400, right? Right now, if somebody even grabs this flag, say for example, Jim Slugga Boys managed to get the flag right now, all SEAL Team 6 is going to have to do is just slow that flag carrier for another minute or two, and that's going to be enough. We do see Neff going for the Ghosted Bay, but Kebab tries to stop him. Neff might get this. This could be the end for Jim Slugga Boys right here. Kebab playing the defense again. You've got Torpid right behind us, but nobody is managing to take mid.
Jim Slugga Boys taking mid again. They do have Trixie over here, but we do see Ashley being jumped off there. This could potentially be the point for Jim Slugga Boys, but I don't think it's going to work. We're currently 100 points away from the end here. This is coming down to the wire, Eddie.
This is definitely coming down to the wire. Both teams throwing everything they have into the mix. Even Tyler is ghosting here. He's doing everything he can. The Warlock here, he has no trinket. The Warlock
no trinket.
He gets it. Oh my god, Tyler. Oh!
No, Ziz!
He rests in time, but
Ziz saves it!
But they can still get the flag though. They can still get the middle flag. They need to go middle as well. SEAL team, come on. SEAL team. Jim gets it.
They're gonna get it. Wait,
Are they gonna get it? Do they have time
Oh
to
my
run it
God.
back? Is Striv going to have time to run it back? In comes the email. He's got the flag. He's getting away. Does he have time to potentially cap this? We are coming straight down to the wire here. He is being escorted here by Kebab and I Love My Cat. But is it going to be
the
quick
soul
enough?
shape. Zurza
The
by
soul shape.
Zurza,
The soul shape. Is Zurza going to get there? Is Zurza going to get there? He hasn't got there. He got it in. Jim Slugga Boy's getting in right at the death.
Oh my gosh! What a
Circa had
play!
Circa had it, man.
What a play! Zurza just had to press a CC and it was over. Doesn't manage to get it. Jim Slugga Boys with the closest game that we've seen so far to date, coming back from the brink of despair, pushing on against all odds. Jim Slugga Boys. Oh my
Strip, look at
gosh,
Strip.
what a game.
I mean, and even Strip, he knows I can't cap in time. I dropped the flag from my druid, and Strip, I know we called you out for getting knocked 3 times, but right now,
Step
Strip,
sap,
you
the
are
step
MVP.
sap.
Wow, why just blind, press blind, kidney. Oh, it was so close. Oh, I mean, the Strip MVP there, he saved it. He got knocked 3 times, but he got the flag, man. He won the game for them. Insane. What the fuck?
Oh yeah, that's. Whoa,
I
Jim
nearly fell
Slugga
down.
Boys.
What just happened
Wow.
there? What a eye of the storm there between SEAL Team 6 and Jim Slugga Boys. Looks as though Jim Slugga Boys do take it 1-0 in this best of 3. They have the advantage going in on this grand lower bracket final. Place in the grand final all to play for here. Jim Slugga Boys want to go back up to face off against Team Camel. SEAL Team 6, they are now playing for their survival. If they lose this next map, then they are effectively out of the tournament. Bandor, if you are in this position, if you are SEAL Team 6, what do you do now?
If I'm SEAL Team 6, and that's what we saw on Eye of the Storm, is that, you know, if I'm SEAL Team 6, I want to go play to my strengths. And we see it again. SEAL Team 6, of course, they had better fundamentals. They played the basic game of Eye of the Storm better than Jim Slugga Boys did. All that happens is that they forced Jim Slugga Boys, they forced WT to make a hero play. And this is the team that we have seen throughout this tournament that when you force them to make a hero play, they will make that hero play. And they've had to do that every time so far. The question is can they keep doing that, right? Can they always keep, and I'm not saying they're getting lucky because these are very skilled players. WT is exceptionally, he does one of the best rogues in all of North America for sure, right? But Jim Slugga Boys making the hero play. So to answer your question, if I'm SEAL Team 6, I'm going back to my fundamentals. I'm going back to, honestly, Gilneas. I mean, they did lose Gilneas earlier, but if I'm SEAL Team 6, I'm saying we lost Gilneas earlier. That was a fluke, right? Yeah. I'm saying we won the first team fight, and then I don't know what happened when they came back. Maybe I don't know, right? We were supposed to win that team fight. We win the team fights. We're the better team fundamentally. Maybe they go back to Gilneas and hope the result is going to be different.
Yeah, and just quickly before everyone flames Circa, he was... It's so unlucky. When I Love My Cat, he's playing Resolve, right? So he needs to get CC twice before he gets CC.
Man.
So when he steps Sam, he needs to Sam. So unfortunate for Circa. Oh my god. And again, I mean, Jimbo with the clutch Resolve, man. Damn, man. That was,
that's clutch.
What more can you ask for?
The other side to that as well is one of the reasons that we saw Jim Slugga Boys able to actually get that cap, to get that flag in the mid, is because we saw a huge ink going through over onto the Mage Tower, and they were just doing everything they could to defend it, but 2 healers came up. They stopped the cap. The only problem is they stopped the cap. It stopped them from getting to mid to support the rest of the team. And Jim Slugga Boys saw that opportunity, pressed forward with the offense, managed to clear out SEAL Team 6 from that, and then enabled them to pick the flag up. If it wasn't for that, yes, it saved them from that cap, but at the same time, I even think at that point, it would have been up, it probably would have been a victory for SEAL Team 6, even if they'd have let that cap go at that stage.
Yeah, I mean, taking a look at it, and SEAL Team 6, they just had to hold on to that flag for, honestly, it was just another 30 seconds. That's all they need. You didn't even have to have everybody alive. Just hold it, just spin it for 30 seconds. And I mean, big kudos to Jim Slugga boys, because everybody on that team, they're not giving up. They're playing to the last second. They're, when it's 1,000,000-to-1 long shot, you can only make one play right now that can, that will win the game. Every other play, everything that could potentially happen also results in a loss. You stop focusing on the L's, you start focusing on the one way that you can potentially win, and that's what the entire team did. They all peeled the enemy team, right? They gave the flag to the fastest runner so he could have that soul shape, so he could have that resolve, and he could get the flag to the base in time. And now going to SEAL Team 6 versus Jim Slugga boys on Warsong Gulch, Eddie, I still think this favors Jim Slugga boys. I don't know that I would have chosen this map.
I mean, yeah. What's your take, Kix?
I was just going to say, but very, very quickly before we get your take there, Eddie, Barndor said that one of the things that he wanted to see from SEAL Team 6 was to go back to their fundamentals. You don't go, Warsong Gulch is about as fundamental as you get in this game. It is the original battleground. It is one that every single team is going to be incredibly familiar with. So, honestly, not a surprising pick from me, Eddie.
No, definitely not. And I mean, I think SEAL Team is going to be okay on this map. But Jim Slugga boys, man, wow, what a game, man! I'm still actually stun locked from that game, honestly, because there were so many things that happened. Neffs could have stopped. He stopped his own cap to help the base. That could have won the game. Even thinking even more about it, Circa, he can zap kick. There's no cooldown. There's no global cooldown on kick, so he can actually zap, and he gets it. Like, there's so much that can happen, right? It's wow, man. It really comes down to the wire, and I mean, what more could you ask for? Warsong Gulch, the OG map. This will really be a banger.
Oh yeah,
it's going to be huge. The games that we have had today have been absolutely incredible, and this one is going to be no exception either. Jim Slugga boys at 1-0 up against SEAL Team 6 here, going into Warsong Gulch. Chat, I've asked you before, I'm going to ask you again. After seeing the previous Eye of the Storm game that we have seen, who's taking it? Is Jim Slugga boys going to be heading to the grand final with this 2-0, or a SEAL Team 6 potentially taking us to a Game 3 here in the lower bracket final? Let us know exactly what you think in chat. And while you are doing that, also make sure that you are checking out our crowdfunding, because these games have been incredible, and doing this crowdfunding, you are directly supporting the players for these teams. Exclamation point crowdfunding sends you a link where you can learn all about how to donate. All those donations directly go to the players. It goes to the prize pool, which is currently $2,500 plus all the donations on top of that. We're currently at $250. I'd love to see us get past that $300 mark before we get to the grand final. And not only that, any subscription to the Method channel while this event is live will also add $2.50 to that prize pool as well. So make sure you are going and checking out all of those. Now, Jim Slugga boys, they have the opportunity to head back to the grand final. SEAL Team 6, the opportunity to obviously take us to a game number 3. If you're either of the team captains, Eddie, what is the one thing you're telling your team to get them prepared for this?
So, a good thing you always need to tell your team when you are a captain and if you're leading is that it's very important that we all just try to be on the same page and stick to the same plan. If you are the lesser team, you can still win. You can easily win, especially in an RBG. And this is why I love RBG personally. The difference between an RBG and an arena match is, in an RBG, you have 20 variables plus the map, versus in arena where you only have 6. So there's so much more that can happen. There's so many more variables, and that's just what makes it fun, right? And here, as SEAL Team, I want to say, guys, we were performing well. We may have lost to Jim Slugga boys 3 times, but now we take it back.
Yeah, we take it back on the Warsong Gulch, the most basic, the most OG, the most fundamental of matches. As Kex said earlier, we'll see, has SEAL Team 6 been practicing their basic fundamentals, which we already know the answer right there? Or will Jim Slugga Boys, will Weed T, will I Love My Cat XO, Never Torpid be able to pull out these hero plays again on Warsong Gulch? Let's go. Eddie, bring us into this match, my man.
I mean, it's the game. Can the Crumb Collectors beat Jim Slugga Boys here? This will definitely be a hype matchup. And just a quick glance here. SEAL team running the exact same comp. We see the two druids, Druid, Warlock, Rogue, DHDK, and Warrior. So, not DH, sorry, Red DK and Warrior. And I really like this composition, but again, it's completely mirrored by Jim Slugga Boys. So, I mean, this comes down to the player performance. Oh, a quick note, Circa, he's Assassination. Weed Tyler, he's again on sub. And I will say, I disagree with being sub on flag maps nowadays. I think Asa is just better.
Yeah, well, we're going to find out exactly what happens here. The action has started. Here we go. SEAL Team 6, they need to win this to stay in the tournament. Jim Slugga Boys need to win this to get themselves back into the grand final position. Going up against Team Camel, we are seeing, obviously, a mirror match between the two, almost identical with the exception of those rogues. So the Boomkin, ironically, playing Guardian Druid, Never Torpid on Guardian Druid for Jim Slugga Boys. Let's keep our eyes out and see exactly what happens on this map, because this is one of the OG maps. This is where these teams really want to make sure that their bread and butter is sorted. As we see, I Love My Cat moving in, obviously into the base here, but not an, the Boomkin. The rare tree cat just making sure that he is observing everything that is going on around, obviously, this map and waiting to see who is going to pick the flag up first. As we see Never Torpid coming in, picking the flag first. And Eddie, you've spoken about how picking the flag first does put you at a slight disadvantage. Is it going to mean much here going into, obviously, this lower bracket final?
A lot, and honestly, I wouldn't be in favor of doing this. I'm sure they have their own plans for doing it, and that is completely fine. But for me, there's like, if you're equal teams, why would you ever start a race with cooldowns where you essentially putting yourself behind? And we see here, Circa, Never Torpid, he hasn't used his Incarn though, so he is fine in that sense. He still has his skin, he has all his survival instincts, and he has all his wall, so he is fine. But still, man, I don't like it.
Yeah, no, I see exactly what you're talking about, and you can actually see, the Boomkin is still just waiting. Weed T is just sitting there, lying in wait for the Boomkin to come pick up that flag. And right here we see Never Torpid trying to make his way across the map. The Boomkin finally did manage to get out, but Weed T immediately CCing. Is he going to pull the in card? Yes, he does. Weed Tyler, job, check mark, you did your job, good job. He got the in card from the Boomkin out of the flag room. So now that puts Jim Slugga Boys in the driver's seat. They can go turn. He actually got in card and trinket out of the Boomkin. Never Torpid, they got across the map. That's 8+ check for them. Now, what I would have loved to see coming out of Jim Slugga Boys is a little communication from Weed T as, hey, I got his trinket. I got his incarn. We can open him right now, and that's exactly what's happening. You got the bomb. You got the convoke going out. The Boopkin has to get his team to come and save him right here, but he has got the Ret Paladin bearing down on him right now. Ret Paladin just chunking into him, and oh my gosh, the damage.
Boomkin definitely needs to try get away from this spot here. I mean, he's just face taking damage, and with that's
well,
honestly,
he's got away from the spot. It's unfortunately he's gone to his graveyard though, Eddie.
I mean, this
Jim
is
Slugga.
Yeah, it's a easy cap for Jim Slugga Boys. Oh, Neff's coming with a clutch kick. Neff, he got MC'd though. He got MC'd. I mean, it should be okay. There's no enemies in range to kill him. Yeah, Neff's is fine. Neff's is fine.
Yeah, but all the enemies are coming up the flag tunnel right now, and Neff is not a tank. He can go into bear form, but at 3 stacks here, he is going to go down quick unless he can get that swap just like that, the roar swap. The Boomkin Neff with the game-saving play there, potentially, to keep his team alive. But here comes Weed T. Here comes the Convoke. Here comes the Weed T police, making sure you do not get out of that base. Tachi making sure he's not going anywhere with those chains of iso scripts. Pain Sup does come out as well. But
the Boomkin just under so much pressure here, Kexman. And you got to think, SEAL Team 6, maybe they need to allocate more defense because the Boomkin is just going down every time he gets opened on.
Yeah, the Boomkin getting absolutely destroyed. Never Torpid there is actually claiming the flag for Jim Slugga Boys. They go 1-0 up, just under 5 minutes played so far. But yeah, the Boomkin just seems to be in a position where they are constantly surrounded by the opposition and they are just getting opened on. And I'm not sure whether it's, I don't know whether it's a case of they just need to allocate an extra healer or so, but they're getting themselves into positions outside of, outside of their base. I mean, that place there pretty much out completely in the open. The entirety of Jim Slugga Boys around the Boomkin there, just able to do effectively whatever they wanted, and that is potentially the danger of picking first. Neff did a great job in getting it over to the Boomkin, but once again, Neff has picked up the flag once again on the side of SEAL Team 6, so maybe potentially trying to get this over to the Boomkin. It looks as though that has indeed happened. No, they missed. They missed the trade-off. They missed the trade-off. I think Weed Tyler has returned it.
Yeah, I think it was Weed Tyler as well. It looked like he was the only guy in range. Again, Weed Tyler really on point this game. This is why he is one of the greater NA rogues. Let's see it here quickly again. Who is closest here on the Nest? Because we see Nest, he wild charge. He
dropped right there.
Wow. Yeah, I think it was Tyler. I think so.
I think
regardless miscommunication from SEAL Team, because at the moment that Nefs he wild charged to his tank, he got gripped by the priest as well. So coordination not quite on point. But again, I mean, just big props to Jim's boys, man.
Oh yeah, that to stop the swap, that just puts your team in a commanding lead. I mean, 1-0 on Jim Slugga Boys, but it's more than that. Right, they stop the swap. That means that SEAL Team 6 has to start back over from square one, and now the Boomkin coming out again, having to turn around and go and get that flag. Now he does not have in-card available. Weed T has been doing an amazing job on getting the in-card from the enemy flag carrier while he's in that base, setting his team up to be in the most advantageous position to open onto the Boomkin. And now, finally, the team managing to get the Boomkin across, and we're going to a base versus base. This is what we like to see when we're at Warsong Gulch, Kex. That we like to see whose defense is going to be better, whose offense is going to be better, who can hold the flag longer.
Yeah, exactly. This is where the Boomkin wants to be as well, making sure that they are, defended quite handily by the rest of their team. It looks as though they do have a couple of players from Jim Slugga Boys coming up, but the stacks, only 2 stacks, so it is nothing that they realistically need to worry about here. You can see, obviously, on the side of Jim Slugga Boys, Never Torpid once again in the base as well, looking as though they are going to be relatively comfortable. Kiting outside of the base, actually, and we've spoken about these two differences here, Eddie, in the fact that some players like to just stick and face tank the majority of these, whereas some players do like to kite around the base. And Never Torpid actually doing a really solid job of kiting SEAL Team 6 around the entirety of this base in Warsong Gulch.
Yeah, I think just to conclude further on that, we can see that the better the team gets, the more kiting they're doing. And again, Never Torpid has been playing quite well in this tournament. Again, look at the
Boomkin.
I mean, wow, he needs to get away.
Trixie with the cap.
Yeah, but is it enough? Only does he have his port on roof? If he ports to roof, maybe he's fine. But again, I feel like the Boomkin, he just can't get away. And it's not like Team Slugga Boys have too many enemies to track. Essentially, you just need to make sure that the Rogue and Boomy are shown. And then
But
it's
Never
just
Torpid.
to the Boomkin to run. But yeah, I mean, Trix is surviving. Still surviving. But
Tridento doing a great job with those intervenes on his flag carrier right here. Trixie goes down 2-0. Jim Slugga Boys, Weed T and that offense are doing work here on Warsong Gulch on our lower bracket finals. Jim Slugga Boys, they do not want to get out of this tournament just yet. They want to go back. They're salty about their loss against Team Camel, and they want redemption. Right, Jim Slugga Boys coming out swinging here. They won the first matchup. They're up 2-3 or 2-0 in the second matchup. All they need to do is get one more match, one more cap, and they're going back to Team Camel.
Yeah, exactly. That is all that is required. And at this point, Never Torpedoes looks so solid on this Guardian Druid, carrying the flag across this map, but under a lot of pressure right now. 3 versus 1 currently. Neff also coming in as well. Here comes Tredento to potentially help turn that, and it looks as though he has Never Torpedoes managed to get to the rest of his team. The Boom King crossing the map once again, also covered by the majority of his players, but Never Torpedoes still looking pretty rough at this point, dropping really low. If they can get back into their base, Never Torpedoes going to look into a much better position, but they need to make sure they're getting away from this melee group here. We do actually currently have on the side of SEAL Team, it looks as though Matt Dub, we've obviously got Don't Get Knocked, we've got Zurza there as well, doing everything they possibly can. Ash Pala is there as well, making sure that Never Torpedoes cannot escape, but there it is, managing to escape into the base, and now once again we return into this position of which of these teams is going to be able to defend better, which teams is going to be able to have the offense. Boomkin also getting back there, gripped back out though, unfortunately, so still under a fair bit of pressure. And Jim Slugga boys, once again, 2-3 up. They don't have to do anything fancy, Eddie.
No, they don't have to do anything fancy at all, and I also think that Jim Slugga boys are playing very well. The moment they saw the Boomkin used Incarn, we saw that their Boomy, I Love My Cat XO, was already going ahead of the Boomkin, essentially cutting off his path so he can't cut it alone. Nice raw there, but it should still be enough. But again, look, the Boomkin, he can't get away. He needs to have a coordinated defensive attack, and that is like, Monk, do you have ring? Yes, good, now we go. You need to communicate, because you can't just sit here and take the damage. Great stop on the clone there with the knockdown, but again, look, Tyler straight onto his ass again and again and again.
Yeah, I mean, this is one of the most relentless rogues that you've seen. The Boomkin taking so much damage. Oh, a little bit of an overlap. I almost thought the Boomkin was kind of fine there. He was just taking a bit of damage, but I don't think he needed Cocoon and Dome at the same point. I would have loved to see a little bit more communication coming out from the side of SEAL Team 6. Definitely looks like they're having a hard time on defense. I think this offense of Jim Slugga boys has really gotten to him. On this flip side, you see Dome coming out from Jim Slugga boys trying to save Torpid with a clutch grip as well. And they're going to be just fine defensively. 5 stacks, but I mean, he's feeling okay. Meanwhile, the Boomkin is still under so much pressure. He's got Tachi bearing down his throat right now. We've got Weed T coming in. I love all the Monk on the side of Jim Slugga boy doing an amazing job of keeping his offensive team alive. Oh, you think this is it? In the bomb?
Yeah, I think this could be it. The Monk has no cooldowns left. It's only about damage now. Come on.
Yep, that's all it is damage.
Wow.
Fantastic knock there, actually being able to get 3 of those offensive players away from them. Tachi also looking like potentially trying to go for the grip there. Ring of Peace coming in, stopping the Boomkin, cutting him off, and the Boomkin does go down. Boomkin has gone down. This is a chance for Never Torpid to claim it now. Look at the side of SEAL Team 6. They only have about 4 or 5 people left alive. So here goes Never Torpid. It looks as though he is trying. Neff has picked it up, but Neff is going to die any moment now. And there it is. Jim Slugga boys taking it 3-0 here and taking the series 2-0 against SEAL Team 6. Jim Slugga boys are heading back to the grand final, and they are heading back to Team Camel. However, commiserations to SEAL Team 6. Let's get some love in chat for SEAL Team 6. They have pulled out some absolutely incredible games this weekend, but in the end, it's all about Jim Slugga boys.
Yeah, you can see the damage coming up right there. You can see the healing done. That's one thing I want to point out is look at these Mistweavers. 4.8 million healing coming on the side of Jim Slugga boys Mistweaver, and that's their offensive Mistweaver as well, keeping them, keeping his team healthy. That is one of the reasons why Jim Slugga boys offense was so effective, is because the healing from this Mistweaver was able to keep his team alive. As where when you take a look at SEAL Team 6, they're coming in by the time they actually connect, by the time it matters, right? They're down 1 or 2 offense. But Jim Slugga boys, the Mistweaver, keeping everybody alive. That's one of those game-changing, right? Those game-changing plays, right? Being able to keep your offense alive. People may not look at it. You see Weed T, he's playing flashy, right? He's getting the kills, he's doing the bombs, he's doing the kidneys. But the people that are backing him up, the Mistweaver keeping him alive, Tachi, right, keeping players off of him, everything that's going on, it's all to support that offense, and it's all with the single-minded strategy. So definitely effective coming out on the side of Jim Slugga boys.
Yeah, Jim Slugga boys looking relatively strong. They want to go back and they want to show Team Camel, not only can we take Eye of the Storm off you as we did in the first series, we can also take other maps off you as well. Team Camel will probably have had one eye on this, keeping, making sure they're keeping check on what Jim Slugga boys are doing. And they will know that they're in for a fight. They're in for a fight in this grand final, Eddie. And, we're going into a best of 5 now. So the previous games we've seen have been best of 3. This is now a best of 5, which realistically, for my money, makes winning the first map even more important.
Yeah, it definitely does. Because when you're moving into a best of 5, and if you can take the first map, you are already putting yourself in a good position. Because that means that you will have at least 2 picks later on if you are losing, and that can essentially solidify the win. But again, I mean, really well played by Jim Slugga boys. I really want to applaud their defensive capabilities. I really think that their defense was playing well, never torpid, always kiting, communicating with the healers. And I think that's just the last part that the SEAL team lacked. They could never really get their tank away, and it is also hard when you have a DK on you, and as Barndorf mentioned, they have a Monk offensive, so that's not only the DK slowing you, you also have to go through a Monk ring, right? So there's a lot of stops for him, so of course it's hard, but you need to get away if you want to make it, and sadly they didn't this time. Again, Sluggers, I mean, they're looking hot, and I think Camel is shaking a little bit.
Yeah, Camel is going to be looking. They are going to be slightly worried for exactly what is happening. But once again, we are heading to the grand final now. Team Camel, Jim's Slugga boys. It is going to be a best of 5. And whilst we are going to go for a short break before we head to that grand final, make sure you are checking out the donations as well. Exclamation point crowdfunding in the chat. Help support these players during this tournament. And as not only that, any subscriptions during this to the Method channel while this event is live will also add $2.50 to the prize pool. So not only will you be supporting the players, but you also be supporting Method Mayhem. We want to potentially do more of these in the future, but we are going to be heading to a break now. When we come back, we are going into the grand finals. It is Team Camel versus Jim's Slugga boys. Do not go anywhere.
You were my best friend. Didn't care about the rules, good on the weekends. I'll be in fools, drifting to deep space. So brave and so stupid, just like the movies. I was gonna stay in the fight with you, just thinking we would do this until we couldn't do it. Each and every high, every night with you, you and me so clueless. We were just broken, shattered, singing along to nothing matters. Stray around like nighttime rumors. We were in too deep, and you worn out sweat. always took for granted? Are we stranded? Is it too late? Is it too late to color feelings that have faded? Complicated. I'm waiting for an answer, waiting for a sparkle to come to ignite love. I need no second chances. I'm tired of romances without love. So where do we go when we can't find our way? I don't wanna be alone. I need you tonight and I don't wanna wait. I want you to show me the way. 'Cause I'm a satellite around you tonight. Nothing's gonna bring me down. As long as the stars in the sky, as long as the stars in your eyes, as long as the stars in your eyes, as long as the stars in your eyes. It's breaking my heart, it's breaking my heart to see you acting like you don't care, like a nightmare. What happened to us? What happened to all the love we always took for granted? Are we stranded? I'm waiting for an answer, waiting for a sparkle to come to ignite love. I need no second chances. I'm tired of romances without love. So where do we go when we can't find our way? I don't wanna be alone. So what do we do when we're lost and depraved? I need you to show me the way. 'Cause I'm a satellite around you tonight. Nothing's gonna bring me down. As long as the stars in the sky, as long as the stars in your eyes, as long as the stars in your eyes, as long as the stars in your eyes. 'Cause I'm a satellite around you tonight. Nothing's gonna bring me down. As long as the stars in the sky, as long as the stars in your eyes, as long as the stars in your eyes, as long as the stars in your eyes. I know it's a little bit too much for sure. So cold, but we're always coming back for more. Egos in this wicked game, it's all for sure. Oh, I've got you. If we figured out what it's all about, takes a second and then we're back it again. Coaster ride for the triggered minds, but I don't ever want us to stop it. Go ahead, tell them it's my fault for all I care. Just wanna stay close, don't stay tight. Ain't gonna leave you. It's all the trash. You're a million. Explode every time you go and slam the door. Adore how we always end up on the floor. We know how to push the buttons to the core. I've got you. If we figured out what it's all about, takes a second and then we're back it again. Coaster ride for the triggered minds, but I don't ever want us to stop it. Go ahead, tell them it's my fault for all I care. Just wanna wanna stay close, don't say bye. Ain't gonna leave ya. Sabotage, never million. We figured out what it's all about. Takes a second and then we spark it again. Coaster ride for the triggered minds, but I don't ever want to stop it. Go ahead, tell them it's my fault for all I care. Just wanna stay close, don't say that. Ain't gonna leave ya. Sabotage, never million. I am so good at pretending. Keep on smiling in my tiny bubble, like a movie without ending. Spending time like it was going backwards. Bruises covering my walls, but they fall down. Diving deeper in the books that we read blind. Breathing in and breathing out to get smarter. Not working out for me, yeah, yeah. Got no money on my mind, tell my mommy I'm alright. Even laughing at the jokes you tell me. Keep myself inside the lines, neat and tidy all the time. If you ask me, I am fine. Got no money on my mind. Repeating patterns like the others. Meditation through the yoga lessons. Going greener by the minute. Soon I can't wear any other colors. Bruises covering my walls, but they fall down. Diving deeper in the books that we read blind. Breathing in and breathing out to get smarter. Not working out for me, yeah, yeah. Got no money on my mind, tell my mommy I'm alright. Even laughing at the jokes you tell me. Keep myself inside the lines, neat and tidy all the time. If you ask me, I am fine. Got no money on my mind. Don't you worry about me. If I keep feeling like I'm missing something, don't you worry about me, yeah. Don't you worry about. Got no money on my mind, tell my mommy I'm alright. Even laughing at the jokes you tell me. Keep myself inside the lines, neat and tidy all the time. If you ask me, I am fine. Got no money on my mind. not meant for me, still not surprising. Need no apologies, cause stats don't really care what you think, what you think, what you think. Shame on me, thinking it was just a phase. Got me like ooh, got me like ooh. Ain't no fun recognizing your mistakes. Got me like ooh, feels like ooh. Now I brought my worst behavior, throwing a party in my head. Yeah, prayers from all my saviors. Just let it rain all over me, over me, over me, over me, over me. Now I brought my worst behavior, throwing a party in my head. Yeah, prayers from all my saviors. Just let it rain all over me, 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 over me. What happened to us? What happened to all the love we always took for granted? Are we stranded? Is it too late? Is it too late to color feelings that have faded? Complicated.
Welcome back, ladies, gentlemen, and everybody in between. It is grand final time. Eddie is looking spiffing, if I may say so myself. He's finally slightly matching up with myself and Barndor, but this is the Method Mayhem NA RBG tournament, and once again, it is grand time. Jim Slugga Boys against Team Camel. The hype is through the roof here. We are very, very excited about this matchup, and let's get that excitement ball rolling. Let's find out exactly what map number 1 is going to be between these two teams for the final time during this tournament. Let's head to map roulette. Hopefully it is not Eye of the Storm. Let's spin that wheel and see exactly where we end up between these two teams. Now, the previous matches have been best of 3. This is now best of 5. So you're calling Gilneas? Okay, that's a big call. That is a big call that he's calling Gilneas. It looks like it's actually going to be Eye of the Storm again. It's going to be Eye of the Storm. However, this makes things really interesting. Really, really interesting, and I will get to it in just a short moment. But yes, Eye of the Storm is going to be the first game that we play here. Once again, this is a completely randomized chance. I don't know what the odds are for the amount of times that we have had Eye of the Storm. I don't know whether there's anybody in chat that knows that knows maths that would be able to figure this out versus how many spins that we have done in this wheel, but it's gotta be high. It is got to be very high.
There's 7 maps, so it's 1 out of 7. So you take 1 over 7, then you times that by the amount of times that we've spun it. That will give you the percentage that it would, and the amount of times that it's. Yeah,
we've spun it 7 times.
Have we?
We spun it 7 times, and only once it is. I think we've had Temple, and we have had, I think, Arathi Basin. The rest of the time has been Eye of the Storm. So it's got to be pretty high. The odds have got to be pretty high for us getting it that often. But yes, we are going to be moving into Eye of the Storm to start off with. However, before we go into that, let's take a look at the brackets and see exactly what the journey of these two teams has looked like over this tournament, because there is one very, very important thing that I do want to bring up. We have Eye of the Storm here as the first game between Gym Slugga Boys and Team Camel. Now, I don't know, Eddie, if you remember exactly what happened in the semi-finals between Team Camel and Gym Slugga Boys, but we saw Eye of the Storm as the first game, and things were wildly different than we expected them to be.
It's wild. It was very unexpected, just as unexpected as our lumberjack cleave we have going on right now. But I mean, I'm honestly very excited to see, because I think that Team Camel were not happy with that Eye of the Storm, and I think make a statement in this game that us getting 4-capped, this is not something that happens on a regular basis.
Yeah, I mean,
really does not happen. I mean, sorry to interrupt there, Bono. I'm just going to say Team Camel have stayed in the upper bracket the entire time. 2-0 against Get Active, 2-0 against Skitsou, 2-1 against Gym Slugga Boys, and now they are obviously in, they're in the finals now. Slightly different for Gym Slugga Boys. They did take a 2-0 against the Vengeance Dream and then a 2-0 against SEAL Team 6. Lost 2-1 against Team Camel, and then went down to the lower brackets to take a 2-0 once again against SEAL Team 6. So relatively easy victories for Gym Slugga Boys, apart from that one loss to Team Camel, and Team Camel looking relatively comfortable throughout the tournament. This best of 5 is going to be super, super interesting between these two teams. And Bondo, you mentioned that Team Camel was the team to beat.
Yep,
it's
that's
there
what
for Gym Slugga Boys. They can do it.
That's what we've known from the beginning. I mean, Team Camel, they have won every single tournament that they've entered. They even beat E-Heroes over in the EU. They've won all of the G Fuel RBG tournaments. They have won all of the Easy TV RBG tournaments, all the community run tournaments. Team Camel is the team to beat. They are the Titans. They are on the pedestal right now. But as we saw earlier in the semifinals, they did not lose, but Gym Slugga Boys proved that even Team Camel can bleed. So, in this team finals, in this grand finals, best of 5, I'm looking for Gym Slugga Boys to come out and prove that what happened on Eye of the Storm was not a fluke, and it was not just a mistake. Because Team Camel, they are the Titans. They are looking to say, oh yeah, we lost that game, but it was just a misplay. Won't happen again. It was just, sun was in my eyes, right? It happened, right? But Gym Slugga Boys, I'm looking for them to come out, and them to come out hard, just like they did in the semis, right? And if they want to have a chance at taking down the Titans of Team Camel, they're going to have to stick it to them early, stick it to them hard, and they're going to have to put Camel on the back foot right from the get-go.
Yeah, absolutely. By the way, if anybody wants to come up with a nickname for this casting desk, it is two farmer dads and their son. That is the nickname that I'm coming up. Two farmer dads and their son. So that is what this casting desk is all about right now. So yeah, there we go. And there we've even got a beard on Eddie now. So there we go. Look at that. Look at that. Two farmer dads and their son. How beautiful is that? You love. Someone take a screenshot quickly. Everyone smile.
Yes.
There we go. Someone take a screenshot. You can't move. You can't move
I'm trying to hit the mouse.
Do it again. Okay, do it again. There we go. There we go. That's your screenshot.
There you go.
Two farmer dads and their son. But yes, going back to the task at hand, grand finals, very, very exciting. Eye of the Storm, Team Camel, Gym Slugga Boys. You mentioned that you want Gym Slugga Boys to come out and just really push hard and say, hey, this wasn't a fluke. We're going to come in. We know that we can beat you on Eye of the Storm. I want to get Team Camel's point of view, Eddie. They need to make sure that not only do they put their foot down at the start, not only do they put their foot down at the start of this best of 5 series here against Eye of the Storm, which we know that they have already lost against Gym Slugga Boys, but at the same time, there's a world where they are slightly worried. They could potentially be a little bit too overcautious on a map like this, which Gym Slugga Boys means that they're going to take advantage of that.
Yeah, I definitely think that they're not gonna ghost as much as they were in the previous game, especially if they are ahead as they were when they. I mean, you could argue that they kind of threw the ball right back to Jimbo's boys and to take the victory. So I think what we're gonna see is they're just gonna come in, guys. We play normal, 2 defenders, win middle. Let's just make it as easy and as simple as possible, and with that we can win this game. So I think we're not going to see too much shenanigans besides, of course, the Warlock rifts. I think both teams are going to play double Warlock, so we have to keep an eye out for that.
Yeah, it is going to be it's going to be great fun seeing these two teams going at it during this best of 5 grand final here in the Method Mayhem NA RBG tournament. And here we go, Eye of the Storm. The stage is set for these two teams to battle out for the right to be called the RBG tournament champions here for Method Mayhem. Team Camel, Jim's Slugga boys. Everything to play for now. This is it. This is the end. Let's get some hype in chat, because this is what we've all been waiting for. This is the end point of this tournament. This is the moment that we want to see. So here we are once again. Jim Slugga boys, Team Camel, Barn Door, take it away.
Well, we've got, just like we expected, just like last time, we have an exact mirror. Double Destro, Rogue, Boomy, D, Fury Warrior, Double Priest, Guardian, and Mistweaver. It doesn't matter what the team comp is. It doesn't matter who you're playing. It's all about individual player skill. Who is going to play better individually as their classes, and who is going to play better as a team. Last time we saw Jim Slugga boys absolutely did play better as a team, but are they going to be able to keep up that trend here on the second Eye of the Storm? We've got our first initial caps going. Doesn't look like anybody's trying to do anything tricky, so the eyes definitely are going to stay fixed to the center, see who's going to get these knocks, and what is Weed T going to do to try to put his team in the best spot as he can.
Yeah, and honestly, I think the initial opener here will be quite telling. We see a lot of pressure here coming onto the Jim Slugga boys here. Repsy popping his cooldowns. It is getting counteracted by the dome from PvP Priest. We see the Rift here as well. Tronetto. He tried to leap, but sadly the leap didn't quite make it back into the map, so he is gonna be falling off. But look at these Warlocks, balls flying left, right, and center, and honestly, it looks quite intense right now.
Oh yes, this is definitely like camping, because they're so intense here in the middle. Another Shadow Rift comes out. Is anybody gonna get knocked? No, not yet. Right, we do see. Oh, Todd plays. Does he get? Oh, the second. No.
Wow.
Wow. Goblin jump. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. But we see Jim Slugga boys almost gonna lose their Mistweaver. A clutch cocoon comes out there, and Striv goes down. A big bolt coming out from Dean over there to take Striv out, and Jim Slugga boys are reeling on this first team fight. Team Camel came out ready to play, and they are definitely not planning on getting 4 capped here at this next one.
Oh, well, I don't think they were planning on getting 4 capped in the first game either, but one thing that I want to point out is this is effectively exactly the same start that we saw previously. We saw Jim Slugga boys going into mid and losing the fight against Team Camel. They lost the fight a couple of times. Team Camel were able to cap, a couple of flags, and then all of a sudden Jim Slugga boys turned it around. We do see Isle of Valley there dropping off, the Monk falling off for Jim Slugga boys once again. These healer knocks, brutal on the side of Jim Slugga boys. They are one healer down pretty much eternally during this mid-team fight, but we are only 2.5 minutes into this. Once again, keep an eye on what Jim Slugga boys do after this, and Team Camel will probably also be keeping an eye on that as well. They want to make sure they do not get 4 capped again. And here we go, Thug Rose moving in, trying to do exactly the same thing.
Oh, we see the clone coming out. Never Torpid ranging it, doing a great job of defending his base here. Torpid just, again, he knows that range of clone, going in and out of range, making sure to spin. And now Camel is an expert in his class, but Torpid has Trinket available. Being smart, not needing to use it. Camel not being able to take that base. Never Torpid coming up ready to play against the Titan that is Team Camel, and Camel himself not losing his base. We'll have to see, is that trend going to stay throughout the rest? But Tachi and Tridento getting knocked with the ROP right there. Disaster for Jim Slugga boys in the mid. Mucho Power also getting knocked at the same time. Team Camel is dominating this mid play.
Yeah, they definitely are. Team Camel is putting pressure onto the Jim Slugga boys. Now, I will say that I like the initial ink from Team Camel here from
Harambe, no!
and Kebab is off as well.
Sorry.
Wow.
I got flashbacks then. I got flashbacks.
I mean, it's fine. Kebab Airlines, he turned into Emirates Airlines. I don't know, they're making an appearance today as well. Regardless of that, no. Team Camel, even more pressure. They really want to kill this monk here. One more ball coming. Oh, what a great port from I Love Ali EXO, though. And with this, it seems like he's gonna survive.
Yeah, it does seem as though Team Camel, once again, they are putting the pressure onto mid. They're doing they are effectively winning this mid battle against Jim Slugga boys. They are definitely winning this mid battle, but I think Jim Slugga boys are doing just enough to potentially ink on some of these bases, give Team Camel almost a second thought of where they want to be, to stop Team Camel from really taking this midpoint and not only taking control but scoring with the flag. We're going to have to wait and see. As it currently stands, there is 1 point between the teams. Tachi also dropping off again, and you've got to say, Bondor, Team Camel doing a great job in knocking these players off, doing a great job in quote-unquote winning this mid-battle here, but if they're not actually killing anybody, as we see Striv being knocked off as well from Jim Slugga boys, if they're not actually gaining anything from it, this still just means that Jim Slugga boys are still completely in this match, and it is effectively even if we look at score. As we say, Thug Rose.
Wait, Weed T. So Thug Rose actually went to go attack Weed T at his base. This is Weed T defending right now, doing a good job staying alive, but here's the issue. Thug Rose now not going to have that trinket, so he's not going to be available to sit any bases if needed. So we do see that Weed T's been doing a great job of floating, but on the flip side, we see Nesper has been playing more defense. He's been playing more conservative, and I think that's one of the things that we see out of Team Camel is that they don't go for the plays yet. What they do is, here at the start of the Eye of the Storm, they're already winning the team fight. They're already up 1 point over Jim Slugga boys. They aren't gonna, they might not go commit, a double ghost, such as, Jim Slugga boys might commit a double ghost. So we're just looking at the different the different play styles of these teams. Team Camel being a little bit more fundamental based, being a little bit more, conservative in their gameplay. Is that a triple knock?
It is a triple knock. It is.
Gosh.
That is just brutal from Team Camel. Once again, they're getting these triple knocks. Now, this is important. They've got 3 players off at the same time. This means that Jim Slugga boys are going to be 3 players down for the same period of time. Are Team Camel going to be able to take advantage of this? As we do see them, here it comes. In comes the port. It looks like it is going to get them all, and there is the knock.
Almost
everybody, with the exception, almost Tridento dropping off as well. A little mini heroic leap there. But are Team Camel going to make this work out for them? And they have exactly done that. Dingle carrying the flag over there, but we can see Thug Rose also making sure that they are trying to keep Jim Slugga boys, I do apologize, on their toes at the same time. Maybe even Thug Rose playing them at their own game here, as we see Team Camel also making up camp in the middle of the map, saying to Jim Slugga boys, hey, you want a match? You've got to come to us. Let's do this.
Yeah, they are. And again, just a quick glance at Thug Rose here. I really like the way he's playing right now. He's constantly putting pressure onto Jim Slugga's bases. And that is also due to the fact that Team Camel has so much pressure mid due to the double warlocks, really making the rifts count for them. So Thug Rose being here, what a great goblin gun. And oh my god. Okay, touch play. There was a beautiful try from him. First, he Gauntlet jumped. He got then craggled. He Night Fade. He got craggled again. I mean, he couldn't do more. Great attempt from him. Honestly, the guy who could have saved him was PvP.
Ripped. The knock.
And Jimbo.
Close. So close. Once again, potentially trying to get themselves back on. But it's coming thick and fast from Team Camel. They're just knocking these players off left and right. We do see them trying to do as much as they can. Jim Slugga boys to make sure that they are keeping... It looks as though I thought Mucho Power was going there. Mucho Power actually able to stay on another lock. But Omnivore, great leap back onto the platform. You love to see it from a warrior. That's some fantastic warrior play, that is. You absolutely love to see it. If you're Jim Slugga boys here, Bondor, are you potentially looking at doing what you did in the first game, which is maybe going for that double ghost against Team Camel?
So if I'm Jim Slugga boys, I almost think I want to game the game because Team Camel will be they ninja cap the flag. They ninja'd the flag in front of Team Camel, and now Striv somehow is running away with that flag, Rev giving a grip back, and that is exactly what Jim Slugga boys needed to stay alive and have a good shot here at the Eye of the Storm. Now they've got a peel for Striv. They've got to do everything they can to keep Striv alive because Team Camel do not want him to cap this flag. They want to get a kill right here in their back line. And this is exactly what Team Camel, we're trying to avoid, just a mistake coming out from their side that could potentially lead to a loss.
Yeah, but note the difference here between Team Camel and Jim Slugga boys. Slugga boys have been able to take this flag from underneath Team Camel's nose, but they are not able to get away freely. It was almost a free run for Dingle on the side of Team Camel with his flag. Striv not getting the same pleasantry, having to effectively fight to the entire team to keep on moving, but they are able to get through, and it looks as though they are going to be able to cap this flag. Now, the interesting thing is, what does this lead? This now means that Team Camel are slightly out of position from mid. Same with Jim Slugga boys. Are we going to see any incredible plays over onto these bases? Only time is going to tell, but Striv still struggling to get up to that point to cap this flag, but it looks as though it is going to happen. There's the grip. They have capped it, and we are back to 1 point between these two teams.
And again, Striv coming in with the MVP clutch cap we just saw in the previous game where Jim Slugga boys took the victory on Eye of the Storm. It was all due to Striv securing the flag and then trading it to I Love My Cat. And again here, Striv, even though he flew, 3 or 4 times, I mean, getting that flag, it basically covers every mistake he made.
Oh yeah, we do see a potential clone cap coming out from I Love My Cat, so of course Dingle's going to do what he can to stop it. Omnivore coming back in, and we are back into the mid. 1 point separates these teams, and honestly, a clutch cap coming from Jim Slugga boys to put them in, back into striking distance, but it doesn't put them back into the lead. They still have to make plays in order to take the dub here, and this isn't what we want to see coming out of them. We see Striv, we see their Mistweaver getting knocked. This is going to be a potential cap for Team Camel right here. 4 players dead, 5 players dead on the side of Jim Slugga boys, and this is coming off of a great play from Striv. This is not what you want to see for Jim Slugga boys.
Oh, but again here, Team Camel, they are really putting a lot of pressure onto the Jim boys here, and we see SKT Faker as well setting up his for the next rift, and it looks like this will be a flag capture for Team Camel here. No Alliance player left alive in the middle, and honestly, look at I Love My Cat. I Love My Cat has moved in. Is it a ghost? No. It is.
Oh,
they're
it is a ghost.
Spaces. They're setting each other's spaces. Wow. Cap, come on. You got it. Whoever caps first.
Wait, no.
Was it a mistake? Oh, is it?
Yeah, it's the glitch.
No, it's he's just punishing the ghosts. That's all it is. He's just punishing the ghosts. That's it. It's just
the
a
flag in the meantime.
Yeah. I got confused. Sorry. He has an Alliance banner, but yeah, it was hold. My bad.
In the meantime, it looks as though Team Camel did pick up the flag. It looks as though it may have been dropped, I believe. Taking a look at the score, yeah, that's definitely been dropped. They did not cap that flag, but once it looks as though Team Camel
they capped it.
Did they cap it? It looks
they were within 1 point. Now Team Camel has 11:34, and they're at 10:50. Team Camel did get that cap.
Yes, they definitely did. It looks as though we've got another knock coming in. Is it just Striv, or are there other players also dropping off? Looks as though it is just Kebab. Kebab and all 3 of the healers are down. All 3 of the healers of Jim Slugga boys are currently down. Team Camel needs to make this count. If they push it now, there is almost nothing that Jim Slugga boys can do to stop them. So this is big. This could potentially be the game here for Team Camel.
Yeah, but I don't know. I love my Ali XO here, at least glancing at his cooldowns now. He has revival. I'm not quite sure if he had the revival ready for the rift, but if he had, he could essentially have counteracted the whole game from Team Camel here. And look, with this cap here, Camel, I mean, they're in a comfortable position. Even if they manage to get a base down now, they will still win with 1. So honestly, Team Camel here putting themselves into a very good lead here in the best of 5 series.
Yeah, they are making that game between Team Camel and Gym Slugga boys that we saw earlier look as though it was a fluke. They've looked incredibly controlling on this map. Gym Slugga boys not able to quite get the same amount of control over the points that we saw in their previous best of 3 series in the upper bracket. Why do you think that is, Bondor?
You know, it's very interesting. I mean, we see the best of 5 up in the upper bracket. So potentially Gym Slugga boys could be, counting on some other maps that they have yet to, play against Team Camel. But honestly, I think the story of this match goes further than this. This goes back to the semifinals where Team Camel got 4-capped on. And I think this is Team Camel proving that might have been a fluke. That might have just been a misplay. I wasn't paying attention, right? The, MS connection, whatever it was, Team Camel coming back harder than before, proving that they are the dominant team, right? You see Omnivore here doing amazing plays on that warrior. You see Team Camel definitely proving why they are the team to beat, why they are the premier RBG champions through most tournaments that have been throughout the years. And honestly, Gym Slugga boys, though, one thing I'll say about them is even though they didn't win this Eye of the Storm, it was very, very close. Team Camel this wasn't a laydown victory for them. This was, they had to show up ready to play. They had to give it their all. They had to be game 7. They had to do everything they could in order to secure this victory by 2 flag caps, and we do see that.
Emirates Airlines heading up again.
There we go, Kebab Airlines dropping down. But as mentioned, Team Camel have won this, but it wasn't a walkover in any stretch of the imagination. We do unfortunately see Team Camel capping this here, but this is the end of the game. It doesn't really, this is not going to affect much. It just means that Team Camel potentially making the scoreline look a little bit wider than it may have been. But Team Camel going up 1-0 in this best of 5 grand final here in the Method Mayhem NA RBG tournament. And look at that damage done once again. And
Omnivore,
warrior.
This is what we were talking about, Kex. This is what we were talking about. Omnivore is an amazing warrior. This dude knows what he's doing. Look, as a warrior, he beat not just the enemy team's warlock, but both of his warlocks on damage. Now that's a good warrior right there. That's why you go Fury.
I can guarantee you there are some warlocks that are going to be screaming for buffs after this.
I mean, you should just go Airfly and not be Destro, and then you're gonna top damage. No, but on a serious note, this is of course a good map for melees in general. There's a lot of stacking going on in the middle, so if you're playing Warrior, DH, DK, or even Red, you are always gonna be hitting more than one. So it's a good map for them to shine on again. Great play for Omnivore, but even greater plays from Team Camel, honestly. Their knocks have been on point. And again, just to recap back to the EU tournaments where some of the players were participating, what were they feared for? Dean, it was his knocks, right? We were making tier lists, everyone in EU, and everyone compared, Warlock is the best. Warlock is the best Warlock in the world in RPG in EU, blah, blah, blah. And then in comes Dean, right? And Dean, sure, he's maybe not mechanically, and I can't even comment on this, but at least as a Warlock individually, maybe he's not on Warwick's level, but when it comes to RPG mechanics, knocks, and everything that in this area, he's just insane. And we see it again and again and again.
Yeah, incredible job there from Team Camel. Once again, going up 1-0 in this best of 5 grand final. Gym Slugga boys didn't look exactly, it wasn't Team Camel didn't roll over them. It didn't look as though Gym Slugga boys, they were struggling. They looked like they were fairly competitive throughout that entire map. So, you've got to imagine that they are feeling confident going into map number 2. As the loser of that game, they do have the map pick. Bondor, what are you expecting from it?
Honestly, see, I'm expecting potentially a flag carry map because we haven't seen a flag carry map between these two teams so far. If we look back at the semifinals, when Gym Slugga boys lost, they went to a Twin Peaks. Sorry, so let me rephrase what I just said. Right, I'm expecting not a flag carry map because that is what they went last time when they lost. They went to a Twin Peaks and they still took the L there. So I'm expecting, right, Gym Slugga boys to potentially go to an Arathi Basin where they might be able to pull something out on Team Camel. That's one thing that we have not seen them test themselves. We've seen them on exactly what I'm talking about. We go to Arathi Basin. We have seen them on Eye of the Storm. We have seen them on Twin Peaks. We've seen them at Katmagoo. Now it's time to see how are they going to fare against Jim Slugga boys on Arathi Basin.
Yeah, Jim Slugga boys, Arathi Basin, Team Camel. 3 phrases there that are going to sum up what map number 2 in this best of 5 grand final is all about. And Arathi Basin, we know it's one of those maps that you have to play very strategically. We've seen Team Camel. They do have a very, very potent team fight. Arathi Basin does give you a little bit more options than Eye of the Storm, Eddie. Is that something that Jim Slugga boys are going to have one eye on, especially considering how their first Eye of the Storm game went, that they weren't quite able to pull off here?
I think they're going to have an eye on it, and they're definitely going to have an eye on Goldmine. I hope we can get some point of views of Goldmine in this game. What happened last time these two teams met, there was this 2v2 on Goldmine. It was Rogue Boomy versus Rogue Boomy, and you even saw the rotations coming in for a third healer at some point. So I think a lot of it is going to come down to GM and, of course, LM. On LM, both teams, they like to play the DK and the Monk or Priest up here just to get the knocks going. And if they can get, I mean, as Team Camel does, the contest 1 on all of these points, I mean, they're in a good spot. I don't think BS is going to be too much. I think it's just going to be a spin base, and it's going to come down to the 2v2s and the lumber mill.
Yeah, 2v2s. We spoke about Team Camel, how potent they are, but both of these teams have incredible players that can 1v1, 2v1, 2v2 the opposition team. So I'm excited to see exactly what happens here. If you are Team Camel going into Arathi Basin, you know that Jim Slugga boys are kind of going to want to move you around the map. Is it important for Team Camel Barndor to get a very, very early double, if not triple cap, and effectively just say to Jim Slugga boys, okay, you want to win this map, you are going to have to be the ones that are going to have to be proactive. You are going to have to be the ones that move us around rather than the other way.
Yeah, I think your analysis there is very on point, Kex. I think if Team Camel can get a 3 cap, I think that's it for Jim Slugga boys on Arathi Basin, because honestly, we doing this? Okay, hold on, I got it.
We are serious now, you know.
Yeah, no, we're getting in there. We're getting in there. We're buttoning it up here. Right, sorry, I can already tell you I can't button the top button. My neck will.
I wish I had such a big chest as you.
But back to what I was saying is that I think Camel himself and Nesper and I Love My Cat XO, aka Ray, are basically the best in the business when it comes to their ability to float, their ability to predict, and their ability to play Arathi Basin preemptively. But the chink in their armor, I think, is if you can get up on them 3-2 at the start, and then you can float effectively, I don't think Team Camel, right, you know, they have the tools to come back from that, but at the same time, that is your in. That is your way to win, right? Team Camel could come back, they could win from that, but I think if you're Jim Slugga boys, you focus on getting the 3 bases quick, you focus on getting those 3 bases before, right, you know, 3-2 off the get-go, and that is how you take down Team Camel. That, in my opinion, that is how, right, you beat Team Camel on Arathi Basin. You get up on them early, you float quick, right? You force them into a misplay, force them into, right, on the back foot. In Arathi Basins, once you have 3 bases over 2, it's very, very easy as long as you float correctly to defend these bases.
Yeah, there's a lot of options there available for both of these teams here on Arathi Basin. Game number 2 in this best of 5. Our Team Camel going to go 2-0 up and put destiny in their hands. Our Jim Slugga boys potentially going to spoil the party here a little bit and take us, obviously, to 1 apiece. I'm excited to see how this plays out. We know what Jim Slugga boys can do on these sort of maps. We know how how impressive they are in being able to not only control these points, but their ghosting ability is huge. Team Camel, however, have proven to be a big hump for these players to overcome. Time is going to tell, but here we go. Arathi Basin, game number 2. Take it away, Eddie.
Yeah, welcome. We are now entering the second game of the grand final. Jim Slugga Boys versus Team Camel. We see a great strategy coming out directly from the gates from Jim Slugga Boys. The Monk going for the speed cap. What happened here was that the Monk rolled, and mid-roll he gets levitated, so he has the initial speed from his roll into the levitation. We see here the classic 1v1 at Mines now, though, and this is quite new. We see the Guardian from I Love My Cat. I'm pretty sure that he's Guardian at least versus the Boomy, and I would slightly favor the Boomy, but then again, both of these should be able to hold the stand quite well. Now, the Monk here, it didn't amount to... Oh, great knock here!
Ripped.
Oh.
Knock. Mucho is gone.
I mean, and this is what we say, if you are good in RBG and arenas, there's still a difference between these two brackets, and Dean here really solidifying who the Warlock number one is here in LM. Though, looking at BS, it seems like Sentinel is taking a lot of damage, but again, I think it comes down to Mines. Oh, Tyler's here. Oh, yeah. They get this.
I was worried
Camel's here too.
I was worried for a second there that we were going to... Oh, Tyler just got deleted there by Thug Rose. That Convoke coming in, absolutely destroying Tyler. Now it's I Love My Cat versus I Love My Cat. Who is going to come out on top of this duel of just loving your pets?
Well, it looks like I Love My Cat EXO on the side of Team Camel does love their cat a little bit more because they were able... potentially here, I was going to say they were able to secure that Mines cap, but they haven't got it yet. No, Jimmy Pop doing a great job of spinning this team, trying to buy some time. The Fury of Elune comes out onto Camel right there. A healer backing him up. This Mines battle isn't done. Team might have got deleted, but that doesn't mean the rest of the team is out of it. We still have a battle for Mines, but we do have Team Camel taking LM there. Right, and we see right here, this is when we get T being deleted by that Convoke over here with the clutch War Stomp coming as well.
I mean, not much to do for Tyler. He had his cloak on CD. He only had evasion, and you can argue how much an evasion would have done anything there. Though, Team Camel here with the security here of LM and the fact that they have stables as well, farm, I think they're gonna put all their basket into BS now. They know that they have usually the stronger team fights. Jim Slugga Boys is putting even more pressure onto Mines. I expect that they would at least get this, but look at this. Nesper is getting inked. Tyler here, we see the... He's gonna roar. Oh, nice blind from Nesper. He's respecting the fact that he can get roared out. Really well played, but still, he's just gonna cap again now. Oh, no! Yeah. The step kidney, it's gone. It's gone.
Yep, that's gonna be another base for Jim Slugga Boys right here, securing that 2-1 lead, putting themselves in the driver's seat up here on this Arathi Basin. And I mean, we still have the battle for Mines, we still have the battle for Blacksmith, but it looks like Mines might be... No, he is gonna get spun right there. PvP Priest doing a great job, but it's 3v1. How long can PvP Priest hold this 3v1? I do see Camel in the background. I can't tell if he's directly right there
2v2.
Or where he's... Okay, yeah.
Yeah, because you've got I Love My Cat
because of the
I
UI.
Love My Cat, just confusing this. It's super unfortunate that both of these teams have a druid called I Love My Cat on both of those teams. Jim Slugga Boys still waiting to take farm here. They do currently have stables. Lumber Mill on the side of Team Camel. Excuse me, you got to wonder if Jim Slugga Boys at this point, they've obviously taken that. Are they spreading themselves a little bit too thin early on here, Eddie?
I don't think so, actually. And just to elaborate on what happened with Nesper, he chooses to use the blind because he knows that the druid is standing behind and waiting for the roar. We see it now. But right now, on this sap, Nesper, if he had vanished, he'd be fine. You pre-vanish, you sap, so even if you get roared, you won't get out of stealth. But Nesper, look at his cooldowns. Vanish, 1 minute left, and you need Vanish. If you need to defend, you need Vanish. And the reason why Vanish is strong is because it gives you permanently stealth. That means that if you have to, for example, enter the bomb to sap a player, if you pre-vanish and they AoE, you won't get out of stealth. So, unfortunately, Nesper didn't have his Vanish, and I mean, it's very hard to hold if you don't have Vanish.
Yeah, Jim Slugga boys, they have managed to now completely turn farm, so they will be earning more points than Team Camel. They will be slowly but surely getting, obviously, these points ticking, but Team Camel's still fighting for mine. Same for Jim Slugga boys, still fighting over this. And once again, this does feel like a game that is almost poised on a knife edge. It could tip either way, and Nesper is now once again back here. Tyler, and Never Torpid looking as though they are going to be attempting to take Lumbermill away from Team
Is this
Camel.
going to be a second
But Team
2-1
Camel-
cap
no,
against Nesper?
Team Camel have taken stables.
Oh no! Did Nesper just 2v1 capped?
Oh,
Nesper just 2v1 capped against Jim Slugga boys. What a play! Oh my god!
Amazing redemption from Nesper here, and what you saw happen was Nesper knew that he was going to get roared out, so the moment he spun, he pressed Shuriken Storm. Is it called Shuriken Storm or Tempest Storm? It doesn't really matter, you can see it spin here. So he presses his Shuriken Storm, so even if he sees it, he's spinning. Amazing. Honestly, this is picture perfect. Now, he kidneys Sweet Tyler, he spins to do it again, honestly, you can't judge this. This is how you want to play it, and he doesn't even have Vanish. If he had Vanish, it would look even cleaner.
Yeah, it looks as though Jim Slugga boys have claimed Blacksmith here. Team Camel taking back stables. So this is now a fight over mines. Mines is currently the place for these teams to be if they want to get that third cap. They also need to be Team Camel, if more so than Jim Slugga boys for my money, need to be a little bit aware of these inks. We have seen just how effective Jim Slugga boys have been on those. However, Nesper proving that even if you have two and he has one, the numerical advantage means nothing. He's still going to save Lumbermill there, Barndor.
Yep, for sure. A clutch save coming out from Nesper right there, keeping his team with the LM. Right now, do see that once every base has been... Wait! No, Mines has been taken by Jim Slugga boys. Mines has been taken by Jim Slugga boys, and Team Camel down 2-3. This is exactly what Jim Slugga boys want to do. They want to get the first 3 cap, and they want to try to hold this.
Look at the clone here on I Love My Cat. They kill Dean, they full clone I Love My Cat, 30 seconds for his trinket. Nothing he can do. Nothing he can do. Great time.
He just has to sit and watch.
But again, why doesn't he have reinforcements? Jim Slugga boys have 2 healers at mines. I mean, where is Team Camel to be found? Oh, Dingle, he's gone. Oh, wow, he left a gap. If Sweet Tyler didn't leave a gap on that cheap, Dingle is dead.
Yeah, now the good Fleshcraft coming out here. Tridento doing everything he can to put some damage into Dingle, but now it forces Team Camel to make the hero play. So now we're looking at Nesper, now we're looking at Thug Rose, now we're looking at the side of Team Camel. Are they going to be able to make a play to get one of these bases back from Jim Slugga boy? So I don't know here. Kex, do you think that they have the ability to make these hero plays here?
I feel as though Team Camel do. If they continue to fight here over Blacksmith and Team Camel really go hard at Blacksmith, they can definitely take it. The only problem you've got is Jim Slugga boys have just shown their ability in not only being able to take bases from underneath Team Camel's noses, but also the ability to just, and we do see here, obviously, we see I Love My Cat taking on Weeds Tyler here, doing everything they can on the side of Team Camel to potentially take some of these, but Weed Tyler looking as though they are defending that. They're stepping away now. Looks as though they were trying to do a little bit something, but I Love My Cat chasing down Weed Tyler here, making sure that they are nowhere to be found. But again, it's there's so much action going on across the map that this fight over at Blacksmith is incredibly important for Team Camel. But I think, for my money, Jim Slugga boys actually looking really comfortable right now.
Yeah, they definitely are, and I think right now for Team Camel, they need to put a bit of focus into the team fight. They need to start to get the kills rolling, and as soon as the kills are rolling, you can start applying pressure onto other bases. This is like a very scripted way to play RBGs, but it is also the most effective way. You need to force a team fight, you need to force the enemy to keep reinforcing that, and usually it is BS, and from there you can go to another base. We see Revsi here, he is trying to slow the Monk. I am pretty sure that Team Camel is gonna try and make an objective play map. We see here Omnivore going GM. I'm pretty sure we have even more reinforcements coming GM. The Revsi is gonna try grip the Monk back up here as well. So honestly, I mean, I would like to a little swap onto GM here. I think it's gonna be a from Team Camel. Yeah, as we see now,
we the unfortunate DC. That's going to be extremely bad for Jim Slugga boys. The rest of the team is going to have to make up for that. Hopefully he can get back in ASAP, but Team Camel, this is their time. If there was ever a time for them to come back and get that get that capitalization, it would be right now. But WeT already back, only DC'd for a few seconds, so good for Jim Slugga Boy. They're not going to lose too much time from WeT right there. And we see SKT Faker dead on the side of Team Camel, but we've got 3, almost 4 players dead on the side of Jim Slugga Boy, and Mines is looking like it's going to be Camel's team taking back Mines, but Kebab and Strip doing a great job of spinning. So the spin to win.
But this is completely fine for Team Camel. Right now, Team Camel have collected all 3 healers from Jim Slugga Boys down at GM. This is the hardest space to move from. Right now, I want to see Revsi sit on top of both priests. I love my Ali Exodus just going to spawn here as well. And we need to see Team Camel go direct for BS. And then, no, look at Revsi, look at Thug Rose. They're already going to BS because no, BS is the only move. There's no healers on the map. You need to move. But Revsi, I don't think Revsi should be here. I think Revsi, he should be slowing the priests with the help of his priests. And, I mean, honestly, this looks good. This looks very good for Camel. No healer is in range from Jimmy. No healers. No, Revsi. Go BS, man. Go BS, man. They're 3 healers GM. Come on, man.
Do you think maybe he's just trying to do a little bit of distraction to force everybody to see? 'Cause this is what he's doing. Look, Tachi is now headed to farm because of the distraction he made at farm, which opens up BS now to be hit. But I mean, I don't know. I could be wrong there. I think they were going to hit farm off of that distraction, but I can't see where is Camel. Wherever Camel is, that is the base that they're potentially going for right now. There is still a big battle down here at Mines that could potentially determine the game, but I want to see where is Camel. He's got his trinket coming up in about 8 seconds. Take an eye on the left-hand corner of your screen. Keep an eye on Tridento. Keep an eye on Weed Tyler. Right, these are going to be some players to watch out for, and I don't know. We have Camel down at Mines, and what do you think, Eddie? What do you think, Kex? Do you think Camel should be going for another base right now, or trying to win Mines?
It's tough to say. I think winning Mines here is good for Team Camel, but at the same time, Eddie pointed out, if they manage to take Mines, it's one of the hardest bases to get out of. It's one of the hardest bases to transition across the rest of the map. If they wipe Jim Slugga Boys and they take this, it just means that Jim Slugga Boys, they res obviously at farm. They res at Blacksmith. They can head over to Lumbermill. This is a dangerous position for Team Camel to be in, but they have to do something. They have the numbers at Mine now, so this is possibly the only opportunity they have left for them. I'm not sure how you feel on that one, Eddie.
I mean, the thing is, time is ticking for Team Camel. They need to get a base in 1 minute, or else, I mean, it is pretty much already over by now. If we just do the quick maths, when you have 3 bases, you get 4 points. When you have 2 bases, you get 3 points. So you can already right now see that when Jim Slugga has a 150-point lead, they are uncatchable. Now, we are seeing what I would have liked to see already. Nesbo is moving in here, Thug Rose is moving in, and we see, I mean, Jim Slugga Boys, yeah, they are triple defending, but you need even more just from Team Camel. And this is what I tried to explain. You force all Jim's healers to Mines. You use Revsi and Run Priest to slow the 3 healers at Mines, and you send every other available member to an opposite base. And hopefully you can kill them on that base in time before the healers come. This is the way to use your members and your team to game back into the game. But I mean, honestly, this is a 1-1, really great play from Jim Slugga Boys. The ninja on Mines was
it's a 4-cap.
Really crucial.
That's a 4-cap from Jim Slugga Boys right here to secure potentially the victory over Team Camel. And this is what we were talking about, Kexman, at the start, is that Jim Slugga Boys, right, if they got behind early, it was going to be extremely hard for them to come back. Their winning strategy had to be being the first team to get these 3 bases, because right, they wanted to be able to have that advantage going into the later game, and it looks like that really did pay off for them, Kexman.
Yeah, exactly. Looks as though we do have a little bit of a conversation going on between I Love My Cat and Dingle here. Looks as though they are going to be looks as though Dingle is just checking out, seeing what I Love My Cat is all about, just throwing out the tree form there, seeing exactly what is happening. But the 4-cap coming in from Jim Slugga Boys, and I think you hit the nail on the head. The moment that Jim Slugga Boys went 2 bases to Team Camel's 1, the pressure was immediately on Team Camel, Eddie. And I don't know whether they just looked out of ideas, but they just threw their considerable weight at Blacksmith. It didn't work. They threw their considerable weight at Mines. It didn't work. What else were they doing outside of that to really win this map?
mean, I think Team Camel was maybe relying a bit too much on their teamfight capabilities, and we just saw Jim Slugga boys here constantly moving around the map, especially a big shout out to Weed Tyler and I Love My Cat XO, aka Jimbo, the Boomy from Jim Slugga boys team. These two, they were constantly working together. They attacked Nesper, got his base at farm, and sadly for Nesper, of course, he didn't have the vanish to prevent that, and then they attacked LM again. They barely got it, but I mean, the pressure from Weed Tyler is just really insane, and it forces Team Camel to just float a bit too much, and it just means that the Jim Slugga boys can easily survive in the team fight at Mines.
Yeah, exactly. That is all it takes, is just them being able to, effectively just... It almost feels as though it's not okay. They're just saying, okay, you're going to throw everything at us. We're just going to live through that pressure. We're going to live through the pressure. They didn't look at any point, and this could be me thinking, maybe slightly negative at this point, Bond. Well, not negative, but, a slightly different playstyle. A lot of these teams will go into these team fights with an aim to win. It almost felt as though those Jim Slugga boys were going into these team fights with the aim to be not to die. I mean, I know that sounds like a 5-head play there. Yeah, just don't die. Just don't die. It sounds like a 5-head play, but, it effectively just means that once they've absorbed that pressure from Team Camel, they're going, okay, what else have you got to throw at us? And it almost looked like Team Camel were out of ideas.
I mean, exactly. Like going into the team fight and being able to stay alive, keep Team Camel's team occupied. And what you're saying, even though it sounds a little weird when you first hear it, right? Going into the team fight, not dying, what that does is Team Jim Slugga boys have amazing off-cart, off-node, right? Rogue boomy potential play. Right, and that's where they've really shined in this tournament. That's where they've done a lot of their victories coming out of those off-node, those hero plays. And so if your team can hold the team fight without dying, without creating, without giving the enemy team a chance to relieve some of that pressure that your team fight is putting them under, right, it actually puts your team in the most advantageous position if your play is to try to get the off-nodes. Because here's the thing. You put so much pressure on the off nodes, and you're getting these off nodes, you're getting these off carts, you're getting everything, right? So Team Camel is forced to make a decision. Do we peel somebody out of the team fight and potentially risk losing the team fight, or do we keep everything the same? We fight on the team fight and then hope that, 2v2, 3v3, we can win the off nodes. And it looks like that was a strategy that they wanted to do, but it looks like that was a strategy that ended up, costing them in Arathi Basin, because Jim Slugga boys did win those 2v2, those 3v3 situations, and were able to take, at the end, 4 bases on Team Camel here.
Yeah. Jim Slugga boys making sure that this series is not going to be a whitewash. 1 apiece here in this best of 5 in the Method Mayhem NA RBG Tournament Grand Final. And just a quick reminder for you folks, there is still crowdfunding open. ! Crowdfunding in the chat. You can go and check out all the information there. Donate directly to the prize pool for these players. And also, any subscription to the Method channel whilst this event is live does add $2.50 to the donation pool as well. Make sure you are donating to that pool, because not only does it help out the players, but also means that you are showing your support for these Method Mayhem tournaments. We'd love to do more of these in the future. Team Camel, they obviously didn't play their best there. They do now get the map pick, Eddie. If you're Team Camel, where do you go?
Where do I go? I mean, I would just go Gilneas, honestly. Just put them on the graveyard. Just simplify the game. There's no reason to make it harder than it is. I would feel comfortable in my team fight. We can clearly see, like, we're not losing the game because we're dying. We're losing because sometimes we're getting out-rotated and maybe not respecting the enemy inks. So honestly, make it simple. Go Gilneas, get a dub, and then let's see what map Jim's gonna throw back at them. That's what I do.
Yep. No, I like that assessment. I would do the same thing here. As far as forcing the team fight. Now, as where he's saying, go Gilneas, right? I would do the same thing, go Gilneas, but I do respect to the fact that Team Camel brings it back to Temple of Katmagoo, and I absolutely understand why he would, is because Katmagoo, and they won it very convincingly, right? This is kind of Camel's ace in the hole. to be honest, they know they're going to win this. They, without a shadow of a doubt, they expect to win this map. And I don't know that I would have brought it out as soon as I did. I think I would have chose another map. And if I'm down, right, this would be my, in case of emergency, go to Katmagoo. We know we can win, right? But I don't know if I like this pick coming out of Team Camel right here with that many games left to play. This means that if Team Camel, gets down and they lose this matchup, there's nowhere for them to go that they think that they can win.
Yeah, very true. Very, very true. We saw this. Do you think Jim Slugga Boys, Eddie, are kind of looking at this and they're getting flashbacks? Because the last time we were on this map with Team Camel and Jim Slugga Boys, we saw what was effectively a 10-man team wipe in about 10 seconds.
Yeah.
Are they worried? Are they shaking in their boots slightly?
I mean, I think when you look at the damage done for that game, and especially what happened when they all wiped, what happened was that Team Camel, they were actually picking up the starbursts from the druid, and when you take a starburst and run into the enemy team, you will eventually knock them all up and deal a lot of AoE damage, and that's actually what killed them in the initial team fight. It wasn't the Warlock's big balls. It looks like they were trying to get them off, but he wasn't even casting. It was actually the druid and the rogue picking up the starbursts. Essentially knocking them up and back into the graveyard. Now I think Kogmogu is the map for Team Camel. I think, especially after the previous performance on that map, I think they're quite comfortable. Now we will see what Jim Slugga Boys here brings out. Maybe they're gonna, it's very unorthodox, but maybe they pick early orbs and just start kiting, and hopefully they turn it into a team game where it's about who can kite best and kill overextenders. So I hope to see that, and that they just don't take the team fight and get wiped. But we'll see. Not counting them out at all, of course.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing is you can't count Jim Slugga Boys out because, everybody thought we came back to Eye of the Storm, and I'm not saying anybody counted Team Camel out, but we expected Team Camel to struggle a little bit on the Eye of the Storm. And what happened is Team Camel came back and they won the Eye of the Storm. So now we hold the potential, right? Team Camel, they just come off of an L. Jim Slugga Boys have a little bit of momentum. They already know how badly they got beat on this match last time. So, this will be where they're looking to make the statement that, you may have beat us once, but just as Team Camel got beat once, came back and redeemed themselves, this could be Jim Slugga Boys' chance to come back, get beat, and redeem themselves.
Yeah, very, very true. It does kind of feel that way, that this is, an option for Jim Slugga Boys to redeem themselves, as mentioned, but also Team Camel, they know what they can do on this map. And is there a world, Eddie, where Jim Slugga Boys, they know exactly what Team Camel can do? Are they going to play this slightly differently, do you think? Or, as mentioned on the previous map, do you feel as though they will have put that team wipe down to kind of like the stars aligning, a 1 in 100, a 1 in 200 chance?
I think for Jim Slugga Boys here, they are gonna, so essentially when you're playing Temple of Kogmogu, you can play it in two ways, the initial opener. Either you go to the sides, either left or right, and the reason why you do that is usually if you have the most melees, you want to fight in these tight corridors where people stack up. Now, looking at Team Camel, they actually have double boomy, double lock, and only 3 melee. For their setup, I would prefer going into middle. And the reason why you go into middle is just to spread out away from the heavy melee cleave we see. And again, it's a straight script on the right side into the fight. And again, I would slightly favor Jim Slugga Boys when we're taking these close corridor fights with all their melee.
Yeah, you've got the Ret coming out on the side of Jim Slugga Boys, who actually is taking a ton of damage right now. So I think you're looking at the Rets, you're looking at the Warriors, you're looking at the DKs, and you're seeing, are they going to land that quick 100-0? Are they going to kill somebody? Nesper right there, barely making it out with his life. And I think this is almost looking like a repeat of what we saw last time. So now, we need to make sure, if I'm Jim Slugga Boys, we don't want this to happen again. So you've got to be watching for these starbursts. You've got to be watching to make sure you're rotating your cooldowns. And Never Torpid, Weed Tie, Mucho Power, all taking a ton of damage here. And Kexman, what do you think about this mana so far?
Mana it's one of those important things that you need to keep an eye on, but both of these teams actually looking relatively solid at this point in time. Just keep an eye. We have lost Torpid on the side of Jim Slugga boys. It looks as though the mana is almost even between these two teams, so they're not going to be too worried about that. I think these two teams, Jim Slugga boys, are going to be slightly more worried, but we do lose Zenial as well, so that is another Paladin that is going down. Nobody down on the side of Team Camel, so they do need to keep an eye on that. Torpid still about 5 seconds away. Zenial 15 seconds away from coming back, and Team Camel are starting to push Jim Slugga boys backwards. However, Jim Slugga boys have picked up one of the orbs, so far this has been a better opening from Jim Slugga boys. I still feel as though Team Camel have the advantage here though, Eddie.
Yeah, Team Camel definitely had the advantage in this opener. Just taking a quick glance at the trinkets as well. Both priests from Team Camel didn't even have to trinket in the initial team fight. There's just spells that there maybe weren't enough quiet control from Jim Slugga boys here to actually get their trinkets burned. Now we see though that Team Camel are also opting into 2 orbs here, and they are trying to all regroup here on purple and essentially trying to finish up the last members here. Trodento is dead here now. They're gonna catch Xenil here as well. The red will drop, and honestly this is really great for Team Camel. They got the 2 orbs, they got the regroup, and now for them it's just a matter of find a member and kill him. And again, Tyler is caught here, sadly for him, no trinket as well, and I mean, never Torpid, he ran out with a flag, and it's fine, they need to regroup, but I mean, Team Camel here is gonna have maybe a slight lead around 250 points, and now we come to my point I always like rambling about. Team Camel, you are in a lead now. Don't ever pick more than 2 orbs. Just make sure you always has 2 orbs. Right now, you are cycling at the same speed as Jim, but you are ahead, so there's no reason to try accelerate the speed if you know you're winning this way. Very simple, very good way to win.
Yeah, no, I agree with you right there, Eddie. I think here Camel might not exactly play as he did in the last one. The last one, he came out angry. He came off of a 4 cap. He wanted to really put that foot on the throat of Jim Slugga boys. Here, I think they really just want to secure that dub. They're gonna, put a little bit more respect for Jim Slugga boys. And here's the thing: is if they're able to slow play it like this, if they're able to just, okay, yes, they just lost. Team Camel just lost 2 players, but those were their 2 orbs. If they get the repicks, right, they do everything they can, it's almost going to be near impossible to come back and beat Team Camel, because you're never going to be gaining at any point more points than they are, right? That is the conservative, that's the safe way to play this matchup. So if that's the case, right, if you're Jim Slugga boys, you can't be losing people like Jimmy Pop right now. You can't be losing people, and you've got to get some kills on Team Camel if you want to come back.
Yeah, exactly. Sorry, I was waiting for Eddie to jump in there. I do apologize. But yeah, this map does look to be a little bit closer. It looks like Jim Slugga boys have come to slug it out with Team Camel here, but once again, still looking relatively comfortable here for Team Camel. They've picked up 2 of the orbs now, so kind of, I think they listen to you, Eddie. I think they've been keeping an ear out, just picking up these 2 orbs, constantly keeping these points ticking over, and they are definitely in the driving seat here in game number 3 of this best of 5 grand final between Jim Slugga boys and Team Camel. Chat, who do you think is going to be taking this fight? Is it going to be Team Camel? Is it going to be Jim Slugga boys? Who are we going to see taking the advantage here during the grand final?
Know that Team Camel has 2 orbs and Jim Slugga boys are sending everything they have after them. They are still managing to find kills on their own side. Tachi dead, Todendo dead, Weed Tyler dead, and this can't happen. When you are pushing after the enemy orbs, you need to at least make sure that you're not dying, because if you are dying, you're just giving them even more leadway to gain an even further lead. And again, we see here now, just make sure guys have 1 or 2 orbs here. We have a 300 point lead. Make it simple, make it easy, and take the victory.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, 1 to 2, that's exactly what we're talking about. And this is one of those kind of chokehold matches. And if Jim Slugga boys can't get out of this chokehold that Team Camel has put them in, I mean, they are getting kills, right? You see Thug Rose and I Love My Cat have gone down a number of times, and we see I Love My Cat XO about to go down right here, gets a good save from this priest as well, right? Big heals coming out, but here's the thing: is no matter what's going on, Team Camel is always at any point earning more points than Jim Slugga Boys is. So the only way Jim Slugga Boys can escape this chokehold that Team Camel has them under is as if they not just kill the 2 orb carriers, they need to get a wipe on the entire enemy team. But it looks like that's not going to happen anytime soon, as you do have the Ret Paladin going down, as you do have Torpid going down, you have 2 healers going down. This is spelling disaster for Jim Slugga Boys here.
It really is. It's unfortunate for them as well, because they played the start of this so well. They looked in a much better position than they did during their during the only Temple of Kotmogu game that we have seen that actually happened between Team Camel and Jim Slugga Boys. But Team Camel have they haven't raced ahead. It just feels to me as though they have slowly but surely started to put their foot on the accelerator pedal, and they have done exactly that. I love my cat now, just sat here with one of these orbs, 33 stacks, 330 at the moment. So yes, they are going to be very weak, but if anybody comes near I Love My Cat and he convokes, it is going to be game over for them. They might actually be deleted from the game, let alone die. It's going to be brutal, so keep an eye out on from that one. But yeah, Team Camel slowly, they're really starting to run away with this now.
See here the kite as well, even though they kill I Love My Cat here, EXO. So this is a good point. If you are a new team here and you're wondering, okay, my 2 orbs died, what do I do from this position? Well, the most important thing is that you stay regrouped and then you counter push the enemy. And that is so simple and so ideal. Now, let's say that Thug Rose also died, and for Team Camel, they're like, oh guys, our 2 orbs died, we need to repick. If 2 more DPS then chooses to go out and look for orbs, essentially Team Camel are losing 4 DPS total, because 2 is going for orbs and 2 are dead. So it's very important when your orbs die, you stay collected, you stay calm, you say, guys, we regroup and we counter push. When we get the kills on their orb, then we pick. And then it goes back and forth, back and forth. It's like a tug of war, right? You are always talking back and forth between the enemies and yourself. And it all depends on who has the orbs. And as we see here now, Team Camel converted onto the orbs kills from Jim Slugga, and they're going to stay again. And they're going to kite around. Honestly, they're playing super well.
But yeah, this is just textbook play coming out of Team Camel. This reminds me a lot of the way SEAL Team 6 plays. We didn't get to see them on a Kotmogu, but this is just the fundamentals mastered, right? You know, I've said the metaphor before, I'll say it again. Just like Michael Jordan, he started off every single day with the chest pass. He started off every single day with the fundamentals, and we can see Team Camel, they're not really doing anything flashy here. They're not going for a big team push into the enemy's graveyard. They're not having Nesper go for a solo mission on any enemy flags, but what they're doing is they're doing the fundamentals. They're keeping all of their team alive. Yes, their 2 orbs will die every now and then they will stay grouped, they will push, and they will get their orbs again. It's meaning they always have the numbers advantage. They always are doing a great job of staying grouped, and they are absolutely just dominating this Temple of Kotmogu.
Yeah, they're doing a great job at dominating, you know, and it's one of those weird things is that they are dominating the game, but they're playing it so well. You know, as you mentioned, the fundamentals, they are doing those, the basics so well that they don't need to do anything flashy. They don't need to do anything special. It's not exactly, you know, they're not absolutely rinsing Jim Slugga Boys 1500 to 100, but they know that if they just play this safe, if they just set and go, okay, Jim Slugga Boys, you want to win, you've got to come to us. If they do that, then Team Camel basically have the advantage there, and it's looking really solid on their side. And if I'm Jim Slugga Boys, I would be looking at the next map going, we need to make sure that our map pick is perfect, because if we get it wrong,
what a ring of peace.
That is a great ring of peace, but if we get it wrong, Team Camel are just going to absolutely run through us. They are starting to really get into their stride now.
And I think for Jim Slugga Boys, they're probably gonna up into a more objective-based map, and that can both be Silver Sharp Mines, but also, of course, the flag maps that we have seen. I'm pretty sure they can't go into Eye of the Storm, as we have already seen that. They can't play A-B, as we have already seen that. And of course, with Temple now being played, that is also out of the map pool. So honestly, the last maps in the pool is maybe slightly in Jim Slugga's favor, except maybe Gilneas, that is also very Teamfight reliant. But again, I mean, I think for Jim Slugga Boys, they're gonna go out with this game with maybe a feeling of acceptance. Like, okay, we know that Team Camel, They are better when it comes to team fight. But what we are strong as is playing around Retyler, having Retyler and the Jimbo ink together, and hopefully collect some bases that way.
Yeah, for sure. It looks like Jim Slugga Boys is going to elect to just go next. They know that there's no way, based on the current situation, that they're going to be able to beat Team Camel. They're going to elect to not use any of those, any of that extra mental power, and they're just going to go back to the drawing board for the next match. Now there's two questions here, Kex. Now, we did see them win the last match, then go here and then do immediately get dominated by Team Camel. Do you think this is do you think they're a little bit shaken up because, it was another, getting dominated again on Temple of Katmagu? Or do you think it's more like, yeah, we came, we tried, right? We kind of knew that we were going to lose this. Let's go back to the drawing board and see where we can beat them at.
This is where things get slightly weird, because the first one that we saw between these two teams, the tempo ended a lot quicker. And honestly, for my money, if I'm Jim Slugga Boy, and if we talk about anything in regards to how it feels like from a mental state, from making sure that everybody is ready, for making sure the team is good to go, honestly, I would actually think that this game was probably worse for us. Simply because, yes, we obviously got deleted at the start of the first one, but it was over relatively quickly. This one, Team Camel never looked like they were under pressure. At no point did Team Camel look like they were struggling. It was almost a case of, okay, we're playing Temple of Katmogu, we're going to win. There was nothing there that Jim Slugga Boys were really doing to push them off the point. So, if I'm them, I'm thinking, oh god, we weren't able to push them off here. What are we going to have to do next? So, if I'm Jim Slugga Boys, I would be worried. I would be worried now, but this is the time when these teams can really come together. This is the time when these players finally turn around and say, hey, this is our opportunity now. This is the last chance for us. Let's pick something that we know that we are good at. Let's not worry about what Team Camel are going to do. Let's worry about what we are going to do. And I'm expecting that from Jim Slugga Boys. I'm expecting maybe something along the lines of I can't see them picking... I cannot see them in any way, shape, or form picking... I don't think they're going to pick Battlefield Gneis. Maybe, and I don't know whether this is going to be potentially a controversial opinion. Eddie, maybe you can back me up on this. Is it going to be Silver Shard Mines? Something where they can play on those off cards?
Yeah, I think so. I think the best way for Jim Slugga Boys to match the event, at least for now, the individual skill of Team Camel, is to rely on their Rogue and their double boomies in the 3v3 off card. I would like to see them take it to Silver Shard. I would like to see them focus on the off cards, especially playing 3-man off cards. This also will alleviate a lot of pressure from the initial Lava team fight, where we have seen they have struggled against Camel. So this is probably the best map for them, and also for Retyler in particular. He seems like that he is one of the vocal players and one of the majority voices for this team. It seems like a lot of what they're doing is relying on his calls and what he thinks good. So I really hope that we get Silver Shard, and I hope that hopefully Jim Slugga Boys can take it and we can go to a game 5.
Yep, we'll see.
Game 5. They've gone Twin Peaks. Which is so interesting. Jim Slugga Boys have gone Twin Peaks. I don't know how I feel. Although maybe they feel as though their Twin Peaks is stronger than one of their other maps. Maybe, as we said, they're not so much worried about what Team Cam are going to do. They're worried about what they are going to do. They want to put this into their own hands, and that is how Twin Peaks feels to me.
I think we all had kind of the same reaction, because this is what happened last time in the last series. Jim Slugga Boys got down on Katmagu. They went to Twin Peaks and they lost. So we were expecting them to do something different, right? Go do a different map. But if Jim Slugga Boys thinks that they stand a better chance this round, they think, okay, maybe it was just... Because, again, we're not in the chat. We don't know, right? We can only see as much as we can see. Maybe Jim Slugga Boys are there talking, well, hey, they were only able to get up because we misplayed this, or we messed this up, or we chose the wrong tower. We did this, right? So we don't know what's going on in the heads of Jim Slugga Boys. We're just speculating here. But, I mean, personally, I always think that flag maps are a wild card, and you've always got that puncher's chance. You've always got the chance, maybe a wild convoke can go off and one shot the flag carrier. Maybe, right, you somehow manage to live, 10 stacks comes in, and your ret connects with a good, a good wake of ashes. So potentially still a wild card pick for Jim Slugga Boys here. I'm looking forward to see some more signs of life out of them on this map than we did in the semifinals on this map.
Interesting. I don't know, Eddie, Twin Peaks, are you feeling the same as Barndor? Do you feel as though it is a little bit of a risky pick here for Jim Slugga Boys, considering how we saw the semifinals go?
I would say at least I would have favored Warsaw Gulch, and it's just due to the fact that Eye of the Storm is so open, and I think depending on who gets the Horde side will always have a slight advantage as well. Their Guardian can flap across the map, and when you're on Horde side, when you rift people out with the Warlock, you also rift them out into the water and not just outside your base. So generally, Horde has a big advantage here, so I mean, that is going to be one of the biggest factors, but again, I mean, Team Camel, team fighting, they're strong, and at least if you want a team fight on a flag map, this is the best flag map to do it on.
Yeah, this is going to be interesting to see between these two teams. And once again, Jim Slugga Boys are playing to stay in this grand final. If Team Camel win this, they take the entire tournament. They take the lion's share, 50% of the prize pool, $2,500 at a minimum. That is being increased, obviously, through the crowdfunding. !crowdfunding in the chat. There's a link there that will send you to the donation page. You can still get your donations in, so go and double check that one.
Can you hear that?
I'm sure if not, production is going to get very, very angry at me. But
What's that?
I haven't heard anything. What can you hear, Eddie?
What can I hear? Is that Twitch Prime? Twitch Prime?
Twitch. It could be Twitch Prime subs as
Wow,
well, because for every single sub given to the Method channel during this event, they will also donate $2.50 to that prize pool as well. Once again, any subscription to the Method channel while this event is live means that $2.50 is added to that prize pool too. So make sure you folks, if you have a Twitch Prime, you are using it as well. But yes, Twin Peaks, what do you think Jim Slugga Boys... what do you think the captain of Jim Slugga Boys is going to be saying, Barndor, to his team at this point in time?
I think this is the to them, every game now is life or death, and there's no more losses. So I think Jim Slugga Boys, the team captain Jimmy Pop, is coming, and he's just saying, look boys, go out there and play your best, because this could be the last game of the entire tournament.
Yeah.
Right? This could be it. So don't leave anything behind. Leave it all on the Twin Peaks. Leave it all in the match. Do your best. Play your best. Don't let the pressure get to you. But at the same time, right, don't make a mistake. Right? Don't give them a free win. We're going to go out. We're going to show them, we're here and we're here to play. And I mean, it's been a while since we've seen Team Camel take a loss, period. Right? And now today we've seen Team Camel taking 2 losses on the side of Jim Slugga Boys. So we see Team Camel's not invincible. They are mortal. You can beat them. It is possible. And if anybody's going to do it, if anybody in the entire world has a chance of dethroning Team Camel, it's Jim Slugga Boys right here, right now.
Well, we're going to have to find out. We could potentially be heading into the final game of the day. Make sure you are getting hype in the chat. Ladies, gentlemen, and everybody in between. Team Camel looking to close out the grand final of the Method Mayhem NA RBG Invitational. But Jim Slugga Boys, they are fighting for their survival. They want to take this to a game number 5. Who's going to come out on top? Team Camel, Jim Slugga Boys, let us know in the chat. But Eddie, let's take a look and see if we can see anything interesting on the side of these two teams for their setups here.
I mean, first of all, just a quick glance here. We see that Team Camel are on the favorite Horde side here. So not only is Jim Slugga Boys 1 game down in the series, they are also on the less favorite side. So really, their backs are against the wall now, and it's up to them to prove that they can actually take down the Camel, and what better map to do it on with all odds against your favor. And now I think the reason why Jim Slugga Boys opted into this map was because, if we remember in their lower bracket final against SEAL Team 6am, they were playing quite well on the Warzone Gulch, especially with Tyler always connecting onto the Druid. But again, now he's against a different kind of breed. Ray, I would argue, is slightly better than the tank we saw on Seal AM. SEAL Team 6 AM, so it's really up to Wee Tyler here to show that he can still keep up with this guy.
Yeah, we see a little bit of damage being traded here. I'm trying to look and see if Never Torpid or I Love My Cat XO are getting knocked out of stealth here. That would be an amazing play, but it looks like both of them are going to make it. Nesper waiting, and I'm trying to see if Weed T was waiting back. No, he's actually going to play offense. Weed T is going over there to help his flag carrier. So we do see that Camel's tank is going to be able to pick up that flag and not have to use that Incarn. I don't know how much I agree with that. If Nesper's going to play back, I mean, if you're looking for a true mirror, then Weed T needs to play back. But obviously these rogues do have different play styles, and being able to get their tank out of the base is a big issue for Jim Slugga, so they want to make sure that they're playing it safe and they're able to get it.
Yeah, we do see I Love My Cat has picked that one up on the side of Team Camel here. I Love My Cat on the side of Team Camel not showing up as Guardian Druid on the UI. That is a UI bug simply because we have two characters called I Love My Cat on both of these teams. So that is obviously I Love My Cat. It looks as though on the side... going into that Guardian form once again.
Oh my gosh.
On the side of Jim Slugga Boys. Never Torpid has picked it up on the side of Jim Slugga Boys. So there we go. Never Torpid now confirmed as the Guardian tank. I Love My Cat, the Guardian tank, I believe, on the side of Team Camel. Once again, it looks as though that is the case. It could be the UI bugging out here, but Never Torpid crossing the map and looking to do so pretty effectively here, Eddie.
Yeah, he is crossing, and honestly, Team Camel just had 2 deaths. Dinkel was dead, PvP Priest was dead, both Revsi and Omnivore was also dead. Luckily for them, this is a flag map, so devs doesn't mean that much. The most important player is your flag carrier, and you only have a 25 risk spawner. So if you were to die, your tank can most likely kite out to the designated graveyard where you're spawning. Now, we just saw he pressed skin here on Kebab's grip. Slight miscommunication here from Kebab and Never Torpid. Torpid, of course, pressing skin when he's taking damage, and then Kebab not realizing that using skin with Forset on Guardian also puts you into Berserk mode. But with this, it looks like finally Never Torpid actually got away. This was one of the concerns we had for him on the other maps as well, that he had slight problems not getting away. But honestly, great play right now, and I Love My Cat here. He's under a lot of pressure.
Oh yeah, 3 stacks right now, the entire enemy offense bearing down on him. So now you want to check and you want to see Jim Slugga Boys, you want to look at Tachi, you want to look at this Ret, you want to look and see who is going to be the first to lose players right now. The longer that Jim Slugga Boys offense are allowed to just sit there on the tank, and the same goes for Team Camel. The longer Team Camel is allowed to just sit here, Nesper's allowed to just open up onto Never Torpid, it just gets harder and harder. I mean, 4 stacks right now, the damage is going to get uncontrollable, and they're having to use Barrier right now just for Nesper. No one else was touching Torpid, and they had to use Barrier just for Nesper. So Team Jim is actually having a ton of trouble with the offense of Team Camel right now. Meanwhile, Camel's defense is doing a really good job of getting knocks, keeping Ray nice and healthy, and Torpid could go down right here.
Yeah, Torpid is doing everything they can to stay alive. Are they going to be able to break? It looks as though they have actually been able to balance out this. Looks as though on Jim Slugga Boys, they are starting to get themselves back into a better place, but they are still under a bunch of pressure. Meanwhile, on the side of Team Camel, I Love My Cat also under a similar amount of pressure at this point. Again, whose offense is going to be the most effective here? Torpid running away from a lot of their support there. They need to get back to the rest of the group. They've done a fantastic job of kiting the rest of the team around. On the side of Jim Slugga Boys, it looks as though Tachi and Xenu are dead now, so that could potentially give I Love My Cat a little bit of a rest, but that rest is not coming to Torpid now right
Dean
now.
is playing offense. Dean is playing offense right now. We all know how deadly Dean is on the defense, but now he's over here opening up into Never Torpid, and oh man, Dean, Camel, all of them connected, and it immediately spells the death for Never Torpid. Mucho Power does have the flag right now, going to be in a bomb by Nesper, but I don't know how much longer he can hold on to that. The healers, they can only do so much.
Yeah, and I think what Torp's idea was that he tried to get close to the gate here. Maybe his healers were about to gate up and then grip him further. And as I say that, 10 abonendos from Dirty Mike XO. Thank you very much. We love you. That's directly to the prize pool. But here, Team Camel 1-0 and Jim Slugga boys not looking too hot. But I think that Never Torpid, they just need to work a bit on the D. I think they need to get on the second floor and they need to try play around Mucho Power's rifts. And we saw there, he has his port outside. It just didn't really work there.
Yeah, I love my cat here getting ready for the cap, and it looked relatively calm there as well. At no point did I love my cat look like they were under a bunch of pressure. There was a couple of moments where Jim Slugga boys and Team Camel, the offense was pretty much doing exactly the same, but for Team Camel, it looked relatively comfortable for them. We do see Omnivore finding Renner here, potentially slowing Renner down from getting across the other side of the map, but Jim Slugga boys need to do something to clean up this defense. And the other side of it as well is, if they identify that they have managed to clean up Team Camel's offense, they need to move across the map. You've spoken about this so many times previously, Eddie. It looks like I Love My Cat has picked it up on the side of Team Camel once again, so now the pressure is on to that flag carrier, but they've looked so calm throughout every single flag map.
Yeah, I mean, Team Camel here honestly playing with a lot of confidence. I Love My Cap just directly picking the flag. Ideally, he could just have waited in the flag room. He even skinned the Warriors on there. Honestly, he's on fire right now, Wraith. Wow. Wow. And this is coordination. This is actually the first time in the whole tournament we see a double grip from the Priest. And that is what you want, right? You see it here as well. He's flapping across. The Warrior stuns come here. He presses skin to avoid it. Wow. I mean, honestly, this couldn't be played better. And
Great gameplay here, yeah.
And honestly, I just think that this just shows how comfortable they are. He's picking first. He's saying, come on, Jim Slugga boys, we're taking the game to you. And I love it.
Yeah,
Torpid crossing the map here. Looks as though Torpid has crossed the map pretty much unaffected by the opposition team. All the pressure now currently seems to be on I Love My Cat. And actually take a look, obviously, on the side of what we do see here. I Love My Cat doing everything they can to avoid this. So now it comes on to the offense of Jim Slugga boys. How do you feel, Bookmark? Do you feel as though the offense of Jim Slugga boys is going to be able to defeat this defense on the side of Team Camel?
Well, I think I speak for Bookmark here, saying that he does think that Jim Slugga boys need to show a little bit more signs of life.
It's been a long day. It's been a long day.
Well, hey, it's okay. Like I said, I do think I speak for Bookmark here, saying that Jim Slugga boys, they're going to need to show a little bit more signs of life if they're going to have chance of beating, all right, Team Camel here. I mean, we do see Nesper already opening on to Never Torpid, and I mean, taking a look at Jim Slugga boys, half their team is in the graveyard right now. This is not what you want to see when you're down 1-0 against Team Camel. Team Camel is, you give them an inch, they're gonna take a mile. We already talked about it before, right? If you let them put their leg to your throat, they're not gonna let up. And that's what's happening right now is Team Camel, they've got a slight lead and they're gonna lean into it. They're gonna take the aggression. They're gonna force Jim Slugga boys to make a play, and if they can't make a play, then they're going to take the L.
Yeah, and here's the other side of it as well, is they cleaned up a lot of those offense on the side of Jim Slugga boys, which meant that Team Camel could effectively step out from their base and say, okay, we only need to have X amount of people here. Let's move across the other side. But Torpid looking like they're in a relatively comfortable position now. They do have Striv with them at this point in time, but if they get caught out, they only have one healer with them. That could be really risky, but it does look as though a lot of the action is going to be taken over at Team Camel's base here. So I Love My Cat under a lot more pressure right now from the Jim Slugga boys than Torpid is at this point in time. Looks like they are going to be trying to take down Faker here on Team Camel, take down this defense. And when you do have attack versus defense here already, I mean, Faker is doing a great job in surviving here. When you have attack versus defense in this sort of position, when Team Camel do have that 1-0 lead, is there a tendency to be slightly heavier on the defense, knowing you are already ahead?
Yeah, there's some tendencies, and it's very important that you don't stop the script that has already been working, right? Oh, great Kaidi for Never Torpid. He did skin the kidney here, so he goes into bear form. That's one of the new adaptations as well. If you are a druid now, you can never get caught out of form, because pressing skin activates Berserk, which means that you get in. But oh, a lot of damage going on to I Love My Cat here. I would love to see the Warlock Rift come around now, so they can at least alleviate some of the pressure here. We see the DK barrier as well. And honestly, with the red connecting here, this is a lot of trouble for I Love My Cat.
But Jim
Yeah,
Slugga
we
boys,
see
Torpid's
Torpid goes down.
Torpid goes down. I don't know what just happened to Torpid, but he just got deleted. Torpid just got absolutely annihilated. Tyler has picked up the flag here, but is surrounded by members from Team Camel. This is going to be 2-0. This is going to be 2-0 for Team Camel here if they play this correctly, and that is exactly what happens. It looks as though it has been picked up once again by Renner. Renner trying to get out of there. They returned it almost instantly, and that is once again the mistake that you can make. But there it is, 2-0. Team Camel in an incredibly dominating position here in the grand final of this Method Mayhem NA RBG tournament. What happened to Torpid there?
I mean, Torpid here, we're gonna watch the replay. Yeah, sorry, you can take it.
No, I'm just saying, I think it was Camel, right? Look right here. We'll be able to see it. We see a Chaos Bolt coming out onto Camel, but the big Convoke, yes. Second time this tournament, Camel has gone on a solo mission to take out the enemy FC and been successful, putting the team on his back. He'll be the team captain. He will carry the team. He'll kill the enemy offense. He will make sure his team secures victory. And if you're Jim Slugga boys, you've got to turn it on, right? You have to find another gear because Team Camel is running away with this game and about to run away with the tournament.
Yeah, and honestly, great play there from Camel himself. What we saw he did was he also made sure to clone the Warlock as well, so when he does his Convoke, there's no other targets than the FC it can go into. And this is why you always like to play, for example, Root Beam as well as a Boomy, so you can always Root Beam a healer, or even just Mass Root all the DPS around the flag, so when you Mass Root them, your Convoke won't go into them. And that's the fun part about Convoke. You can really play around the skill or the ability itself, because it won't never break CC, and it won't it just won't break CC basically, so you can always
WT just ran into a random Star Surge and got pulled out right in front of Camel. This is going to be horrible for WT. I don't know that he has Vanish that he's able to get out. I think he just got Vanish back available, but that was a very, very unlucky play for WT right there.
Yeah, I Love My Cat once again, the grips coming in, making sure that they make their way across the map pretty much by themselves. Tyler once again there, taken out of stealth, so this is an opportunity. Are they going to take Tyler down here? There's the Convoke coming in from I Love My Cat, and Tyler just gets deleted once again. That big old Convoke button pressed there, and now we do see them, obviously, the other is I Love My Cat versus I Love My Cat. Who loves their feline friend more? Only one way to find out, and it's the 1v1 between I Love My Cat and I Love My Cat. But at this point in time, Never Torpid is getting across the field here, but Never Torpid looked to have a rougher time there than I Love My Cat did, Eddie, and I'm not sure whether that is going to affect them leading into this, but Never Torpid now free going over to the other base. Look, what did Jim Slugga boys got to do now?
I mean, Team Slugga boys are definitely, they have to adapt to what Team Camel is doing. Team Camel right now, they sent Nesper back. They essentially sent all their DPS back to wipe the weak offensive here on Team Slugga boys. We can see now that Striff, he's kind of floating on the edge of the fight here, considering do I go back to Never Torpid and Kebab or do I stay here, right? And honestly, great rotation from Team Camel there. They knew that, hey, the enemy is pushing for our tank right now. We are still only at 3 stacks, so essentially we can just wipe them off our D and then push even harder. And it's even more seen here, like, Tyler is opening up alone, but this will not be a kill in any way. There's only Renner here to solo heal. I don't think Renner will ever be able to keep Tyler up in these situations.
I mean, yeah,
that's going to be the case.
Maybe a bit of a misplay there. Maybe it's Tyler trying to force something, but 3 stacks, you just at this level of play, you don't go in alone, right? You coordinate things, right? You make sure. Oh, but a good knock right there coming out from Jimmy Pop himself. A grip coming from
the priest here, PvP priest. I think it was a grip at least. And now here's the thing: is now Jimmy Pop's here alone, right? Jimmy Pop and Weed T both going on solo missions, and I mean it worked for Camel because his team was at least around to support him in case he was in trouble. But nobody is around to save these guys. Renner isn't anywhere around, and I think at this level of play, they're honestly, it's a little bit of a misplay to go in there and open up by yourself.
Yeah, it definitely is. I mean, I'm not sure what his idea was really. I'm sure he had something in mind at least, but I definitely agree here. When we are only at these 3 or 4 stacks, I mean, of course, if he gets the perfect solo convoke with double root beam on the healers, sure, we can argue that it works, right? But those scenarios are so rare that honestly, it never happens really. And again, I mean, look at this strong defense. SKT, Faker, PvP Priest, and I Love My Cat holding the choke point, just spamming the entrance, and Nesper opening up here. We see the convoke defensively from Never Torpid. We see Nesper slowly stacking off his buffs here. We should see the kidney come soon. Oh, never mind. He ran out. He's resetting, I guess. Resetting.
We do see that Dean is dead here. Revsy at very low health. I think that's a good reset by Nesper for sure. I think what they want to do is they want to be able to go in and really, when you take a look at what spell wait, what is going on right here? Is I Love My Cat gonna go down? Wait, oh, this is no, this is Jimmy Pop. Sorry, I thought that was the tank for 2 seconds. I got you baited. Look, we gotta put like little markers next to these names or something. This is debating all of us here for sure.
It is a popular name because who doesn't love their cat? Cats are very, very lovable creatures. We do see Torpid here under a little bit of pressure. Looks as though we do have Nesper here trying to put as much damage in. Great, not giving room to Never Torpid here, but still having to deal with Thug Rose and Dingle. But it's 3 versus 3 here at this point. 3 versus 4 even, because we do have Striv and Kebab. So Torpid looking like they're in a pretty solid position. I Love My Cat on the side of Team Camel as well, also looking really, really comfortable. No real pressure coming into there, but we have actually do see Renner dropping on the side. Tridento and Tachi is also dropping as well. So this could be big. There is a lot of damage coming into Never Torpid.
Good grip right there.
Up. Yeah, these grips have been on point for this for both of these teams during this map. But Team Camel definitely in the driving seat right now, and Torpid
this is almost
more damage.
This is almost it. I mean, Never Torpid, 10 stacks, half his team is dead, down 2-3. If he dies here, it is 100% victory for Team Camel. Never Torpid, I don't know what he has to do. He pressed every single button. Incarn is done. No mana from Kebab. Striv is doing his best to keep the healing alive, but Nesper's damage is unrelenting. It doesn't stop. What happens when an unstoppable force meets Never Torpid? Well, turns out he was not an immovable object. He does go down, and Team Camel takes the victory 3-0 over Jim Slugga boys, and they take the tournament. Method Mayhem, your new RBG Method Mayhem tournament champions are Team Camel.